Why is my music off? Music, hello? Uh, where's my music? Oh. Hello, everyone. What? What's wrong with me opening a live? How's the mic sound, by the way? We got a new microphone finally. How does it sound? Thoughts? Dope. Let's tap the screen, get everyone in here. There we go. Tap the screen, get everyone in here. It's been a while. W veg. Ew. Get out of here with that Vegemite crap. By the way, did y'all see there was a what was it? There was a UN expert who said that when Palestinian men beat their wives, it's Israel's fault. Foreign affairs expert, why are you pro-Palestine or pro-Israel? Well, one, I uphold Western ideologies, which the how do I say this gently without not getting banned on TikTok? Palestine's known as national territory, but the national territory itself and the people and the ideology they hold does not align with Western values and that which I uphold. I don't support the things that they support in their radicalist extremist ideology. Meanwhile, I support the Western ideologies of the West or of Israel. I support the fact that they're a sovereign nation. They're our ally. They were invaded by an outside entity that attempted to genocide the Jewish people openly and just failed at it, and they're defending themselves right now. And that's the basics of it. Without even getting into the details of like the military aspect. How we doing in Ukraine? Things are shitty as always. Things are shitty as always. Front line hasn't changed much. Saturday in Gaza. Saturday in Gaza is going to look very different. Why is that? Like morale, safety, maybe an end in sight of the war. Morale is still the same as always. Keep pushing because, I mean, that's all they've got left. Safety. Patriot missiles have started showing back up again thanks to the Trump administration finally realizing that Putin didn't want peace and was just playing them the whole time. So that's nice. F-16s are still active, especially with some Eurofighters now shooting down Russian cruise missiles and drones. When it comes to the end of the war, Putin actually has put out new demands. First, he called for a ceasefire and wanted an in-person negotiation in Istanbul. Everyone said, okay, fine, we shall agree to this in-person negotiations. He then said, this is political theater. I disagree. This is bullshit. We're not doing negotiations. We refuse to negotiate. And didn't show up. Like, he called the meeting. Everyone agreed to it. And then he, like, as if he thought that he was going to call their bluff, they instead called his bluff, and he just refused to show up. And now he's demanding about 30,000 square kilometers of Ukrainian territory, even though they don't control any of it, and they've only gained 6,000 in the last 12 months. Like, they're demanding territory that they don't own. Them drones taking down tanks and shit is wild. Yeah, I mean, fucking, that's what happens with Russian armor. They just got to keep twisting his arm. He can't afford for it to end. That's the problem, Big Mike. He literally cannot afford for it to end right now. What up,
Hey,
Nick?
bro. What's happening? Hey, I heard about this 30,000 square miles. Like, it's obvious he doesn't want peace, right? Russia's not ready
Yeah.
to.
I mean, it's the same thing. It's like,
Russia's not ready to even stop fighting. Like,
yeah, it's
and
the same thing.
it's
It's
crazy
like
because they're losing more people.
Putin was demanding ceasefires in Ukraine to go, fine, we agree, ceasefire, and then Putin would immediately violate it, only for Putin to then demand a ceasefire so that he could have his little fucking Victory Day parade for World War II.
Yeah, I think it was a bit butthurt that they told him to go fuck himself.
Yeah, it was still great though. That was great.
It's like, yeah, no,
Hey,
we
Matt.
think we'll pass. Look up while you're parading.
Yeah.
Watch out for drones. No, but the question is, right? So it's obviously in Russia's best interest, objectively, to stop fighting. But Russia's
No,
seeing the division.
not for Russia.
Well, no, but
No,
Russia. So Russia,
not in any way at all.
they're not gaining ground though.
No, but the problem is
It's a
if
stalemate.
they were to stop, they're gaining slight ground. But if they were to stop today, they would face an economic collapse that would make Germany's collapse after World War I look like child's play. Like
Well, no,
remember, H-Man used the fact that the German leaders surrendered at the end of the World War I, even though the military was doing great, to his advantage. The military was taking ground at the end of World War I, but their economy was absolutely beyond fucked. That is the position that
Yeah.
the Russians are in right now. They're in a wartime economy. They're in their sixth wave of conscription. They're selling oil and liquid natural gas at a loss. It currently costs more to refine a barrel of Russian oil than it does to sell it. Their average monthly income per household is $162. It costs you $100 per week per person for groceries in Russia. They can't afford to
Especially
pay.
in Moscow, it's expensive as fuck.
They can't afford to pay conscription bonuses anymore. On January 1st, the Russian Ministry of Defense came out and said, "Hey, all those people we promised conscription bonuses, even the guys we pulled out of prisons, not paying them." They've got such a shortage on wages or on not wages on manufacturing that every single able-bodied person is in the manufacturing industry right now. They're at less than a 3% unemployment rate. What else? We've seen a 40% reduction in smog in most of their major cities that were built specifically for military manufacturing. We're seeing right now they've only got one functioning tank plant. Like everything they have, they're spending more percentage-wise in GDP than the United States is now when it comes to the war. They cannot afford. If the war ended today, that's it. Russian economy done. Hyperinflation out there. Right now, the ruble's worth less than one Robux.
Hmm. But see, that's the thing. Part of the part of whatever agreement they enter into would include an end to all the sanctions. Because the international community, Ukraine, USA,
That wouldn't fix it. That would make it worse. That would make it worse.
It wouldn't fix it immediately, but in the long term it would. Yeah,
you mean like Germany after World War One?
Yeah, pretty much.
But yeah, that's the problem. Is they literally can't afford for it to end right now.
But they're not producing anything. Like you said, they've got one tank production factory.
Meat waves.
Tank.
They produce meat waves.
Exactly. So they're turning their population against this war, although it hasn't been an issue at this point.
They're pretty brainwashed. They're pretty brainwashed, and this goes back centuries with Russia. They've always been like this. They've always brainwashed their population to just believe this thing that like right now the whole thing is they have to do this because the West is against them. They have to expand. They have to expand their influence. The bounds or the Russian Empire has no bounds, and this is all the West and their woke ideology that needs to be gotten rid of. Like they are playing to their people, and they have been for centuries. They will not stop.
No, they'll consolidate, and they're not going to do anything for a long time. At least another decade or so.
Historically speaking, the only times we see Russia stopping and having like an economic and societal restructure is when they start conscripting from the middle class. Like we've seen that in the past, like when they start conscripting from Moscow and St. Petersburg. Because right now, just like in the past, they're taking all the minorities from all the different ethnic groups that they've colonized over the years. Like Dagestan. Dagestan is one of the highest conscripted places in the entire war. What's there? Oh, they're Muslims. The second highest congregation of Muslims outside of the Middle East. Like they don't care about their ethnic minorities.
And of course, they don't care about their own ethnic people.
Yeah, like just go outside Moscow and St. Petersburg and see how fucked everything is.
They're throwing them in jail. Like they're literally picking people up off the streets, charging them with bullshit crimes, and then sending them to the front line.
7 out of 10.
It's happening. It's
God
happening on both sides. But Russian media, right?
Mhm.
Because I watched their news.
Uh-huh.
They're focusing. It's no longer the victim mentality with them. They're now like the message they're selling is we're winning, right? The West is
It depends on the day of the
united.
week. It depends on the hour. They I'm telling you, they flip flop through all of them every day.
Yeah. But we're fighting against all of NATO, and NATO's withdrawing, and the US doesn't want to.
That's what they say.
Ukraine anymore. And,
They're fighting against NATO. They've always been fighting against NATO. NATO's bending the knee. NATO's weak.
But here's the thing, right? How much of a difference would a strong, united position have made in this? Just psychologically.
You mean from who? Strong united position from who?
From the international community.
I think this probably would have been ended if we had literally just given Ukraine the equipment we said we were going to give them, instead of trickling
when they were asking for it.
No, when we promised it. Not even just when they were asking for it. When we promised it, because remember we told them, "Hey, a bunch of equipment's on the way." You know where it sat? On the Polish border. Sat there.
Do you remember the
I've
first
seen this
year?
shit myself.
Yeah, the whole first year of the war, Zelensky was going on like national television and making video addresses saying, "Please, we need the world to come in and close our skies. If you can close our skies, we can fight them on the ground. Just close. We need our
Yeah,
skies
that
to
too.
be
A no-fly
like
zone would have been awesome.
not even no fly zone. Like those F-16s that Putin was saying would have been a nuclear escalation.
Oh no, no-fly zone would have been great. No-fly zone would because Russia
Yeah,
wouldn't have done shit.
it would have been great, but it would have meant like a possible direct confrontation between NATO and Russia. Just send them the
Oh
fucking
no,
planes. Send the
Russia getting
systems to
mad
them.
after already invading a sovereign nation. Oh no. Stop escalating, even though I've already started a full frontal war. It's like, what the fuck?
You know what it was? Putin kept screaming boo, and the international community would jump. Right? They would jump, they would flinch, and he's like, okay,
Mhm.
okay, well they're still afraid of me. You know, I can keep pushing further.
Yeah.
He gave him that feeling that he's fighting a disorganized force, which he is.
Yeah.
It's a shame. What do just really quick because I know you talk to people there. What's the morale like on the
I mean,
Ukrainian and the
same as
Russian
it
side?
always is. I mean, they're happy that Russia's not taking more ground. Drone videos are awesome. They do little morale boost things like right now there's a
That point system
point
was
system.
pretty cool.
Yeah, like one of my guys started off with negative points.
How do you get negative points?
The so he'd already been in drone school, but his first time flying one of the big drones, what they call Baba Yaga, the big fucking octo or the octocopter ones. He was flying it, and it randomly lost connection and flew off into the middle of the Black Sea, never to be seen again.
Oh shit!
So
Was it jammed?
no, it just lost signal.
Just fucked up.
Whoop, gone.
Yeah.
So he started off with negative points.
How about retrofitting missiles to naval drones? That's pretty
That's
fucking
pretty dope.
awesome.
Yeah, that's pretty dope. Like they're pretty ingenuitive, but yeah, morale. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, they're taking out Russians 10-1. It's just daily life.
Um, if nothing else, it'll be remembered for the fact that a country with no navy took out the second largest navy's ships in this war.
I
How many ships
the
have they taken
Russian
out? Like
Black
a quarter
Sea
of the.
Fleet had lost over a third of their ships. The Russian Black Sea Fleet was declared by Russia as operationally ineffective.
And they can't get anyone. They can't get reinforcements in there because the Bosphorus Straits are closed off. Yeah, it's a crazy time, but we'll see what comes of it. Anyway,
Yeah. Oh well.
I'll drop down so you can get some opposition up here.
Okay.
Love you, bro.
Thanks for coming out, bro.
See you later.
Bye bye.
Allahu Akbar.
Oh, Jess is here. I don't understand why Trump can't support Zelensky because Trump doesn't like people that make him look stupid. Hello, Jess.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
What up, Mike?
Hey, good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, man, I have a theory on how we could defeat the Russians.
Oh, God.
Well, how the Ukrainians could defeat them.
How?
So, what if they're... You know how in World War II, Douglas MacArthur, he
Nuke
pretty
them?
much made it easy for the Japanese to surrender?
Nuke them.
Like,
What do you mean made it?
Say again?
What do you mean by made it easy for them to surrender?
well,
How
he
so?
helped stimulated their economy, freaking made it like pretty much made it to the point where they were able to recover very fast.
You mean
Like,
after the
he didn't-
surrender?
Yeah,
Okay. What about it?
pretty much like
Russia doesn't care. The Russian people don't care. They think that the West is evil. They think we're out to destroy them. They think that we've always been out to destroy them. Thank you, Mayan. They think that this is the fight for their existence. Meanwhile, they are literally colonizing and taking people out left and right.
Damn.
They don't care. They hate us, dude. Like on their state-controlled or their state-run media, they literally have television commercials every single day talking about how they want us to die.
Hey, man. Sooner or later, the truth's gonna leak out to them, man.
It won't. It never did after the collapse of the Soviet Union. Some people saw it, but the majority of Russia just immediately, like, they've been so brainwashed in their culture that they started to open up to the West after the fall of the Soviet Union, and they saw the glories of capitalism. And then, very quickly after with Putin, all it took was a little bit more brainwashing. Hey, did you know the West is still pretty bad? And they went, oh my God, the West is evil.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he was an ex-KGB member, so I could see how he easily did it.
He doesn't even have to say. It's not even him. It's just what they've done for centuries. It's how the Russian people have been indoctrinated. Like, you can have some. I'm not even kidding. This is how Russian media works. You can have someone on Russian media saying Russia doesn't want to expand. We're just defending ourselves against NATO. That's why we're invading Ukraine. We're not even invading. It's a special military operation. We were provoked. We were attacked. We didn't have a choice. 5 minutes later, that same newscaster was standing there going, the Russian Empire has no bounds. We will inflict our force on the earth. The rest of the world will be Russia. And those two talking points are completely different, vastly different. They're not going to stick with the same person. All it has to do is one of those has to land with someone. That's it. As long as they come to the same conclusion, they don't care. They throw out a million different talking points and they brainwash their people from inception. Dude, they don't even teach their people the actual start date of World War II. Did you know that?
They don't teach them what?
They don't teach the actual start date of World War II. They teach
what-
that World War
what's
II
the
started
start
a
date?
year after it did. The day that Germany invaded Poland. They teach it as the day
Hmm.
that Germany attacked them. They invaded
Yeah.
they invaded Poland with Germany. They held joint military parades in Poland with Germany. Like there's photos of German and Soviet officers hand in hand in military parades. They don't teach that
Yeah.
though. On purpose. It was them against the Nazis. That's the whole thing of the war.
Damn, that's a big part of history, man. Like,
Yeah,
I don't know how
it's
they're
kind of
gonna.
like how Japan teaches World War II as, yeah, you know, some things happened. We were on the wrong side. Don't ask questions. Look, I have
Well,
a
yeah,
home. I
man.
have a homeless man on my screen now.
Homeless man. Wow,
Yes,
thank you.
it's like a homeless carrot top.
I mean, technically not homeless.
It looks like homeless carrot top.
At this point, I have too many homes. Because Jan has adopted me and now says I have a room in here. Lioness has adopted me. At this point, I'm being collected by all the Israeli mothers.
Oh Jesus. But yeah, like as much as I wish that like we could just offer the Russian people, hey, we'll help your country not suck after the war. I don't think they'd take that. They wouldn't bite.
Man. Yeah, I
They wouldn't fall
Gosh.
for the capitalist West.
But it's more about pride. It's way more about pride.
It would be pride if they actually believed it, though. The problem is they don't.
No, some of them really do.
No, it's not to the point of pride yet. Like, they're so convinced that they're in the right that it hasn't even gotten to the point of pride of accepting defeat or any of that. It's they think that why would we offer
No,
that?
that's what I mean. The pride means they think they're in the right. I think the other way around is problematic, but
I wouldn't describe that as pride. I'd describe that as blissful ignorance
And- and also
and fuck, I can't think of the verbiage. Not I wouldn't describe that as pride though.
I to some
ignorance.
degree wouldn't. I see it in the same way that I see it with Americans and Brits and Germans and Italians, but I
Mhm.
see it more extreme in Russia, where
Mhm.
they are proud to a certain extent of their country and culture and therefore feel there can be nothing done wrong by it. So they believe the lies peddled by the state.
Mm.
Which I don't think is necessarily wrong, because I think there's a lot of times where Americans have done something not the
USA.
same,
USA.
but similar with the mindset.
yeah, I can see what you mean. Because
I don't know what
I
you're
do
talking
see a
about.
lot of-
America's never done anything wrong. We've never done anything ever.
Sam, you look like you need a sandwich.
The fuck does that even mean?
You look like you're losing weight, and it looks unhealthy.
What?
Oh, you didn't hear? Sam re-enlisted.
Oh God.
Really?
Blech.
Yeah, he pulled out.
You
the
know,
dress
honestly,
blues
if they had let me, if they gave me a signing bonus, I probably would.
for me, it'd have to be a pretty big signing bonus.
Pretty big? How
Yeah,
pretty big is pretty big?
30
let's
grand.
say
30 grand. Pay off my car.
I
I've got
think a little
the
more than
Israel
that,
flag
man.
here. If
30,
you need it, Sam.
30 grand. Pay off my car.
I'll go 60K.
I've already got an Israel flag image.
It's apparently 28 degrees right now, and I'm cold.
Celsius.
What is that? That's
Celsius.
Okay, I was like-
85?
E5.
85?
Oh, 85.
Mm.
Okay.
Bit higher. It's bit like 89.
It's been in the 90s here.
It's going to be in the 90s in a couple of minutes. It's going up to 38 degrees today.
Nice. It's perfect.
Mm.
Okay, my flags
Proper
are
weather.
my flags are in position. And I gotta read
Golda's crying. She wants to come up.
Hang on, Jesus Christ! I didn't know this was gonna be a fucking friendly panel day. Also, Jess, hello.
Hello.
Oh God, you sound like garbage. What happened?
Hello,
Um,
guys.
I'm just alive. It's fine.
Why are
I
we
just want to say
letting
hi
people
to
up?
Palia and everybody.
Hello.
Pali, I want to take
Yeah.
you out for a date.
Oh, okay.
Tuesday, can you? Let's see. I know where I want to take you. I
Message
think
me.
we have places on Monday night.
Message me.
I will message you Monday night about 7:30 because I need to
Brilliant.
reservation. I need to make a reservations.
Fantastic. Let me know the details.
Okay, I'm not going to tell you where I'm taking you.
But how do I know how much money to bring?
I'm inviting you.
It's Riley.
I'm
love them.
inviting
Okay.
you for a date,
Okay,
honey
actually,
bunny.
Guys, do this off
Sam,
stream.
when you
Okay,
When
okay,
you-
we'll do
Oh,
this
I
off
can't.
stream.
I
sorry.
can't afford to come to Israel.
when you come to Israel, I will invite you to for a date.
I can't afford to
Okay.
come to Israel.
So I'm inviting you, but I need to make reservations because I want to take you to a cool place, and I need to know there are places.
When I go to Israel, I'm going to be making sure that I go to see all the historical spots that I want to see.
I will
That's-
come with you.
That's my
I
whole
will
trip. I'm
come
going to
with
be
you.
a nerd, and I'm going to make sure Ryan goes too.
I want to tell you something.
I'm doing
As
that
an
as well.
Israeli, I
Mhm.
haven't been to these places since I was young at school.
Going with
I-
Ryan is the way to go. He knows
Yeah.
everybody.
I got to see the Dead Sea Scrolls in California. That was pretty neat, and a bunch of the
I
artifacts
haven't
too.
seen them.
I got to see spearheads from both the first and second Jewish revolts.
Yeah, Karine, what are you doing?
What do you mean?
Go see those things. They all live.
Oh,
in
I
Israel.
know. Listen, honey, I know, but think about it. Like, I'm Israeli. I'm 43 years old. I'm like, this is my home. So when I'm going to travel, I'm going abroad.
No, I know. I meant you can still go see the Dead
I know,
Sea
I know,
Scrolls.
I know. I haven't been there, and I haven't been to the Dead Sea for about, I think, 20 years.
Hey, Kareem,
I'm ashamed. So yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm learning Hebrew, obviously, and there was one word I got really stuck on, and it was ani skat. No, it's skat ayif.
אני קצת עייף.
Get it? Yes.
I'm a
Sorry, I'm
little bit
tired.
tired. אני קצת עייף.
Yeah, a
So
little bit tired.
Monday I'm gonna drop because I haven't slept. It's going to be very hot today, 40 degrees Celsius.
100 degrees Fahrenheit.
Okay, I don't know about the Fahrenheit. I'm sorry.
It's nice.
Palia, Monday
Yeah.
night about 7:30, something like that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool, because I'm taking you
Excellent.
to a very cool place. I haven't been
Oh, no
there.
way.
I haven't been there myself.
No way.
Yeah, you would love it. Trust me.
No. There's a.
Do you want me to tell? Do you want me to tell?
Corinne.
Do you want me to tell you
Corinne.
here? I'm gonna tell you here.
No,
next week.
no, Corinne.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you.
Corinne. Ah!
We'll
I'm
do
gonna
this
tell
later.
you. I'm taking you.
Crane,
I'm-
we'll do this later.
Yeah.
What
Okay,
is
sorry,
this
sorry,
later?
sorry. I love you all. Monday
Ma, I
night.
love you.
Bye.
Right, so bye-bye. See you later. Sam,
God
shall we
damn it.
start talking about a
Why
nuclear
don't just let
apocalypse?
people up without? God damn it!
I'm
Hi,
sorry, Sam.
Jess.
Oh, I'm sorry, Anthony.
That's funny. Hi, Golda.
Do you call him Tony?
I've always called him Tony. Yeah.
I'm gonna call him Timmy.
I'm having trouble. He's just Sam. I just keep
Oh no,
calling him
Palliative
Sam.
Yeah, you
Palliative
should.
lost
You
connection.
should.
Oh no.
You should keep calling him that. That's fine. I love because on lives so many times I was like, oh, oh, no.
Yeah, I know. You've said my name multiple times before too.
F you,
I
Timmy.
am so sorry.
Yep, there he goes again.
Oh no, look at that. He's in Gaza.
He's gossip. Holy shit! Did you see on MZ's live? He's talking about the Libya plan that Trump wants to move 1 million pallies to Libya.
Trump's a moron.
Wonder and Cosmo.
He's just an idiot.
How does he plan on actually doing that?
I don't know. He just throws shit out of his ass and hopes that people listen.
Hey man, I ain't gonna lie, that no tax overtime, no.
Oh, Jesus.
It wasn't in the bill though.
Are you done, Palliative?
Yeah, he's just gonna.
Just for good measure. Just,
Oh my god.
just the preemptive one, because I knew one was coming. He was gonna take a couple bites and do it again. As my aunt said in the chat, homeless guy lost connection.
Man, that's so mean.
I mean, you are sleeping on couches.
I've been streaming Libya for months. They can just get them there by boats. So we're ready for a second Libyan civil war?
What are you singing?
He's singing
Or-
the theme song to Fairly Odd Parents. He
Oh.
keeps calling me Timmy.
Oh.
Palliative, I'm
yeah.
gonna make you apologize in the chat, or else you don't get to come back up.
I was thinking Timmy from South Park.
I thought his name was
Timmy!
Tommy. Wasn't his name Tommy? I don't know.
No, that's Tommy
Some
Pickles.
people- That's a different show.
Well, then you can't come up, Palliative. I'm sorry. Dropped him in the middle of the Sahara. But my aunt, they'd all just die.
No, Alex wants to send them to Lot, and he said it's like the hottest place on earth.
Oh, Palliative, I will just ban you if you start removing my guests. Don't do that. Don't be salty. Don't be salty. Now I gotta re-invite Jess back up here.
What the fuck?
Palliative's butt hurt. Palliative, you have to say sorry. Jess, request back up. Your account's private, so I can't invite you. Palliative, you have to say sorry. Oh, okay.
I thought
bye, bye.
Hammer was the only one who ever like vindictively kicked me out.
No, Palliative's upset because I kicked him.
Yeah, so he kicked all of us.
Which is wild because if I get kicked out, it's because of something that I said with my own mouth. I did nothing this time.
Palliative can't drop Sam, so he's dropping
You'll
Sam's
apologize to them, not to Timmy. I'm not even the one that started it tonight. I didn't even do anything. He just came over and colonized my life.
And Timmy is nowhere close to Tony. Tommy, maybe, but
I mean, you got three of the letters there. Oh no, you
Some
still got
people-
three of the letters with Timmy.
but you know,
No,
are
it's only
calling
two.
him,
Sorry.
Samthony.
Yeah.
yeah, that works.
Where's Hammer?
But
I
now
don't know.
I'm like now people know my last name too, and like okay, it's a very common name.
Who says
Like,
we
how
have the
many-
same last name?
Well, now,
apparently
Jess
I just
did.
did.
Yeah, good job, Jess.
I mean, we've discussed how we have the same father, so
Palliative, I'm going to mute you.
like a no duh.
When I first heard your name, all I kept thinking of was The Office.
There's an even more interesting
You know
comment about
the
that.
funny thing about that, my brother
There's
does.
an even more.
My brother does come in here, and his first
Even
name
more.
is in fact Michael.
No,
Yep.
it's not.
100%.
And my dad looks like Michael Scott from The Office.
Did anybody ever get him any like Dunder?
Does.
Did anybody get him any Dunder Mifflin paraphernalia?
People have. People also buy it for my dad because my dad looks like Steve Carell.
Oh my
He
god.
does. He looks like Steve Carell, kind of mixed with like Tom Cruise a little bit.
Did you
That's-
mean it?
Did I mean it?
No, did you
Is
mean
that
it?
a question?
Did you mean it when you said you're sorry, Palliative?
If it stops you from being upset and butthurt,
This is my life. You will not colonize my life, Palliative.
I didn't colonize it, Timmy.
Kick him out.
He didn't
Kick
mean
him.
it.
I'm just gonna do a 5-minute.
Kick him
timeout.
while he's down.
We're just gonna do a 5-minute timeout in chat too.
Oh goodness.
He can apologize in 5 minutes.
I mean, Palliative, you'll be done eating by then. Oh boy. All right, so guys, there's 42 people in here. Let's get to liking, tapping, sharing. Get Sam or Anthony up to 10K. Sorry. I can't do it, man.
Then don't. I've never called him Anthony. That's weird.
I mean, people. God.
I've been trying to even go with Tony, but like you're just Sam.
You should keep calling him that then.
Palliative, I will block you on Telegram, you fucking carrot top.
Oh no.
Steve Carell, Tom Cruise mix. I need an AI version of that. I don't know if Dad wants me showing photos of him. He's already angry at the internet and China.
No.
He's already
Don't
angry.
do that.
He's already angry at China and the internet.
Like,
Oh no, she did say AI version.
you can't share photos of him. If you ever were to, it should be like really, really young photos. Other than that, like, don't do that. I'm sorry.
Otherwise, you can just show a picture of Steve Carell.
Honestly, it's
fun.
really
that has happened. I remember someone swapped his photo out at the police station before for Steve
Really?
Carell. Yeah.
Makes
dad-
perfect
My
sense.
dad looks like Robert De Niro.
Well, Golda, you've seen the photo.
Mm.
You've seen the photo of me as fucking Tom Cruise.
Yeah, you look just like him with the glasses on.
Oh,
You
yeah.
know what's funny too is anytime someone like sees my father or like sees like a picture of him, they're like, what? Are you sure? I'm like, yeah. They're like, you look nothing like him. I'm like, okay. I also have another parent, so
You know, Jay doesn't look like him too.
Jay is an anomaly. I don't understand who
He
he's
does.
like.
He does have Dad's wrinkle right here, though. So do I.
So do I. I have my forehead.
We all
frown
have
lines
the
'cause
angry forehead wrinkle.
The angry forehead wrinkle, yes, because we're fucking frowning all the time and judging everyone. And we all clear our throat the same way. Yeah, it's disgusting.
Sam-
We're so annoying.
Sam, I just sent you a picture.
Okay, hold on. I'm scrolling through my dad's Facebook. I'm gonna be scrolling a
Oh,
while.
someone said Steve Carell, Tom Cruise mix. I need an AI
Yeah,
version
that's
of
what,
that.
I read that. That's what we're talking about.
That's funny.
Yeah.
I mean, much less Tom Cruise. Definitely more Steve Carell.
Oh my God, this one's from 2020. God, I wasn't fat.
What?
I found a photo from 2020 where I wasn't fat.
I don't understand.
I wasn't fat in 2020.
Okay, but you're not fat now, so.
Jess, I
that's
gained
an
40
excuse.
pounds and I can't run.
That's people gain 40 pounds all the time.
I have a dad
People-
bod.
That's not
That's-
fat still.
This is fat to
It's-
me.
yeah.
I literally can't
Okay.
work out because my
Okay.
body fucking hurts.
Then you should see a chiropractor and
Already
stop eating.
I'm on
stop
2,000
eating.
calories or less a day.
What about like okay, so remember
Balanced food.
when Booms died and I was like, why are you eating ice cream all the time? And you were like, I don't have a weight limit to keep anymore. And I was like, okay, but you should probably calm down on the ice cream. And you were like,
That was
No,
a
it's not.
very stressful week.
it was. That was like
I was the one keeping the family together, god damn it.
kind of, yeah. That was nice, honestly. Sometimes I look back and I'm like,
I was the one
memories.
keeping the family together. And I'm right now
I mean-
I'm on less than 2,000 calories a day.
That's still a good amount of calories. Just eat more lettuce and stop eating, I don't know, donuts and
I eat a balanced.
stuff.
I eat a balanced
Jess?
diet, and I walk for at fucking work for miles.
Jess, I'm literally eating a donut right now.
Yeah, and you're probably fine.
I found a photo of Dad from 2009, but he's like all squinty, and he's like doing that.
Yeah, I can picture it.
You know exactly what smile I'm talking about, too.
I do. You know what's cute? I could send you pictures of him from like 87.
Eating
That's
no
a
no
long time ago.
bit of Buddha. The thing she's referring to with the eating the ice cream, that was like 4 years ago, 3 years ago.
Jess, how old are you?
3?
Yeah, that was
Huh?
like 3 years ago. That was like a 1 week where there was basically our
Oh.
grandfather was dying, and I had a really stressful week, and I was the one holding the family together. So I was stress
Remember?
eating and smoking a lot of cigarettes.
Remember? Do you remember? Oh, a lot of cigarette. That was nice. Thank you for that. Remember the one day that we went and we got $63 worth of Taco Bell.
Fuck yeah, that was
That was
so.
a good time.
Oh yeah, we
Wait,
all.
Jess, how old are you?
So my mom married our father in 87, and then they had our older brother at the end of 88,
Mhm.
and then I was born at the beginning of 90.
Palliative, are you going to apologize and be nice?
Leave him alone
Palliative, what? Why am I leaving him alone?
because he's rude.
He's commenting again.
Talks with his mouth full.
Sam,
Talk to
Doesn't
this
brush his
mouthful.
hair.
Sam, look at the picture I sent you.
Oh, you know
What
what?
in the
Speaking
fuck?
of pictures, I could send
Hold
you
on,
a
what the
dad
fuck is
picture like immediately.
That's my dad. He
Okay,
looks just like Robert
palliative,
De Niro.
palliative. Now
Wait, don't kick off Sam's sister.
I got to take away your hammer, palliative. I've taken away
Okay.
palliative's hammer. Did I check my messages again? No,
Yeah,
I'm
what,
looking at
what did
Facebook.
I do? I don't understand.
Okay, here's Dad with gray. He wouldn't like me showing those.
Wait, Sam, that's a picture of my dad, and he looks like Robert De Niro, especially when he's making that face.
That was a joke. She said I was rude with a mouthful. She said you were talking with a mouthful, which is rude. Oh, no, not like that, Golda. Different face.
Wait, what?
Wait, what? Say that again?
You said, Golda, what did you send me? I said,
Yeah.
it's a picture of my dad who looks like De Niro, especially when
Oh,
he's
De
making
Niro.
that face.
He does look like Robert De Niro. Oh, shit.
Yes, that's why I sent it to you.
Okay, I will stop. How long ago did you send this?
Like-
Mm.
A couple minutes ago.
Hang on. Palliative, did you just say it's not rude to talk with your mouth full?
No.
I talk with my mouth full, and I agree that it's rude. It's rude as
Wait,
fuck.
wait. But you go to Japan? Is it rude to talk with your mouth full there?
Salmon
But we're not in
2016,
Japan.
300 pounds? Oh, God, no.
You might not be. Oh,
I've
you've
never been that
You're
high.
not in Japan either. You're in Israel.
Doesn't matter. Israelis talk with their mouths full all the time.
Well, it is
Jess, what are you
weird.
sending me?
A picture of your dad from
I
probably.
don't know why you guys bother arguing with me sometimes.
What is this? Oh, my God. He looks like a baby.
I know.
His face is so round.
And tiny at the same time. And
Yeah.
look at his pants. Aren't those like Boompa pants?
Those are shop pants. Those
I'm
are
very
those are
confused
like
by
those
any
are
of this
those are
is.
like Dickies shop
They're
pants.
talking about their dad. It's a picture of him.
Jess,
Oh, your
tho-
dad?
those Jess, those are 100% like Dickies shop pants.
That's
No,
wild.
that's Sam's sister, and they're talking about
Yes.
a picture of their dad.
I just sent a picture of
Oh.
our father with my mother because we have different. We're siblings, but we have different moms. So I just
Oh,
sent,
half, yeah.
we're
Mhm.
half siblings, yeah. So I just sent a picture of my mom and our father from 1986. They
Oh, so
were
who's older?
That's the year
Jess
I
is
was
older.
born.
Jess is older.
Oh. So how was it like having Sam as a younger brother?
for a while it was real shitty, and I
I'm
just
sorry.
was like,
Who split whose head open in the arcade?
I swear to fuck, I was sitting in the chair. Because, okay, when we were little, because I'm like 4 years
I
older.
was told
he
I was
like-
sitting in the chair.
That's not at all true. He was obsessed
Wait,
with
how
me
old were
when we
you?
were young.
How old were you?
When did this happen?
Good question. I was dropped on my head. I wouldn't remember.
Exactly. Hello. I think this was like you would have been like 3 or 4, I want to say. So I would
See,
have been like,
the story I was told, just the story I was told was that I was on the arcade game and you were mad that I wasn't playing because I didn't have coins in it, so you pushed me off.
yeah, and that's not at all what happened. What I remember is that when we were little, you were all over me all the time, and sometimes it like really pissed me off because I was like, dude, get off of me. Like, who are you? And like when I got the chicken pox, you got the chicken pox because you wouldn't
You
leave me
remember
alone.
Picky Pox.
Picky pox, yeah.
I got Picky
You
Pox.
wouldn't leave me alone. So, and you were always just climbing all over me. So what I remember was that we were at the arcade
Oh God, I've
and
gotten
I was
payback
trying,
for that now.
I was trying to get away from you and you wouldn't leave me alone and I was so frustrated and I just like maybe I like pushed past you and I sat in the seat and I
Push
put my hands on
past.
the steering wheel and I remember thinking, I'm not like these people. I don't belong here. And then and then I looked to my left because I can hear you like, ah! And I look to my left and then I see you fall down and hit your head on something. And I was like, great. And then your mother immediately blamed me because she always did that. Like one time when you smacked me upside the head with a plastic golf club, I was like, ow. And I
Deserved.
walked towards the house. But you
Deserved.
ran past me holding your head and you said that I hit you. So of course she was going to take your side. I didn't
Deserved.
push you. You fell. It was nobody's fault. But of course your mother took your side and not mine. And she treated me like garbage all the time. Hence why we don't speak.
Deserved.
I don't remember what was happening in the moment. So I can't comment on that. But it was garbage. I honestly, a big reason why you and I were like for a while, part of it totally was your mom.
I'm well aware. I remember
Yeah.
losing my absolute fucking mind on her at the baby shower.
Which was nice, but I wish you had like stuck up for me just a little bit more because she was so terrible to me that weekend.
Jess, I ghosted her for like 4 months.
I know, but nothing was ever said about me, and she and I haven't spoken since. I haven't spoken to my father since.
Because it didn't matter. It didn't matter at that point because if it wasn't you, it was going to be something else.
I know, which is so dumb. It's so dumb. I don't like it. It's all just
If it
so
wasn't
stupid.
you, it was going to be something else that she fucking.
I know. You want to hear some tea, Golda? One of the reasons that my father, we think, doesn't like me is because I look exactly like my mother. And he looks at me and he sees her and he's like, ugh, get me away. It's wild. It's fucking weird.
Ha! A ghost! Do you ever watch The Office, Jess?
Yes, at least
Do you-
119
do
times.
you
I am a
remember-
millennial.
Do you remember the scene when they're in the arcade and Dwight's with the fucking
Yeah.
girl
With
and
the
Angela
tall
walks up
girl.
behind him and he goes,
Yeah.
"Fuck!"
Which was totally unscripted.
That's Dad seeing you. Turns like, "Huh!"
Every time that man sees me and I like, if I sneak up on, which I can't sneak up on him because I'm loud, but what I do, he's like, ugh. What was that one night we were in the entryway and I was sitting on the stairs and there was a spider coming down from the ceiling and you pretended to blow it in my face and I screamed.
Oh fuck!
And then I immediately laughed. I was like, "Oh my god, you scared me so bad. I'm so sorry. I screamed." But what did he say about that?
I don't know, but someone just sent me an AI mix between Tom Cruise and
Show it.
Steve Carell, and
Let's judge it.
it's Dad.
See, that's why I say
It's
two of them.
literally Dad. Hold on.
Let me
Hold
see.
on. Mayan. Thank you for this, Mayan. I don't even have to show a picture of Dad now. I can just show this. Jess here, I'm going to pull it up on stream. It's literally Dad. Dad with glasses.
Okay, the only thing I would say is that his eyes are a completely different color.
His eyes are like hazel like mine.
They're like blue hazel. Yours are more green hazel, but
It
his
still
are like
looks
blue
like
gray
Steve
hazel.
Carell.
Yeah,
It does.
Golda,
yeah.
this is my dad. That's
No, I
basically my
know.
dad.
But it
Yep.
still looks like Steve Carell.
Yeah. No, he looks a lot like Steve Carell for sure.
Like
Without-
slightly
without the
different
glasses.
jawline.
Like, just
Yeah.
imagine Steve Carell, but instead of being like softly funny, he's like sarcastically funny and like very type A and like doesn't.
The dad jokes are there.
The dad jokes are there, but then also like he will start clearing the table as you're still eating. Like he'll clean the toilet as you're still sitting on it. You know.
Oh my god, my cousin is like that. I'm like still drinking. I put my cup in the sink. I'm like, I'm still drinking.
They one year hosted Thanksgiving dinner and started clearing the table as people were still eating, and then were very passive aggressively angry at people for still eating at the table when they wanted to clean the table at like 8 p.m. It was weird.
Just looking through all of Dad's Facebook photos right now.
Oh God.
I remember bringing friends home.
I've
They're
never
like, "Oh my
ever
god,
in my
you're-"
life done YouTube, and now I'm doing YouTube.
All right. I remember like bringing friends over and they'd be like, "Oh my god, your dad's buff. Your dad's huge. I'm scared of your dad." I'm like, "What?"
Dude, his calves. I wouldn't say like, oh, he's buff, he's huge, but that dude, he's got massive calves.
Biker's calves.
Yeah. And he always wore jean shorts that hit just above the knee
Mm-hmm.
and Vans with ankle socks. Always had to show off those calves, which good for him.
Good for him. Wait, he doesn't have the photos of me throwing the first pitch at Angel Stadium up, but he's got plenty of pictures.
He
of-
deleted them because he
Oh,
hates
Sam,
you. You know what?
Sam, you are gonna hate me,
What?
but it's gonna happen either way. So
What?
it's not on this live. Don't worry. Somebody has just said you should do a video
Huh?
of everything that pro Israelis look like. I'm gonna put crazy kid for me with the ginger hair. With you, I'm putting older Timmy.
I'm just gonna kick you again.
But I'm not doing it on this live.
But you told me.
And you
about
get to
it
see me
on
as
this
Angry
live.
Kid.
But you told me about it on this.
Is it not
live.
funny that I'm gonna be Angry Kid?
No.
No.
So it's not funny that I'm putting Hebrew Hammer as Hagrid.
No, because that doesn't even match.
No, the actor,
No, that doesn't even match.
not actual Hagrid. I can't remember the act. No, I'll send you when he was in Dumb Dumb and Dumber.
Eh,
Robbie Coltrane.
so doesn't.
Yes, that's it.
Where is?
Fine,
the
you find a
pictures?
funny one for Hammer.
I'm just not gonna participate.
It's funny though.
Oh, I found a little picture of me playing baseball. Hang on.
Oh, that's what I was
Oh,
gonna
that-
say.
That's gonna be really cringy.
I was gonna say.
What's cringy
one
about
of my-
baseball?
No,
It's
I was thinking about looking at myself as a little kid doing stuff, and it's just like cringy.
Me playing baseball.
What's weird and cringy is your sunglasses. The
me?
what do they call them?
Me?
Yeah.
The
you.
aviators?
No, they were like what did they call them? They were like glasses that turned to sunglasses in the sun.
Oh, transitions.
Transitions. Those were weird glasses.
Those were
were
really
weird.
Those were really nice because it was oh look, there's Africa in a toilet. I forgot I had that. Those were really good because it saved me from buying multiple pairs of glasses.
Absolutely. But they looked odd. And I might be biased because one of my old friends had those and she was a total cunt to me. But I was gonna say I was thinking about this recently. One of my most memorable moments with Dad was one day when it was either you or Michael that we dropped off at baseball camp. And then we were headed back to the car. It was just me and him. And I like kicked a rock in the parking lot and then he kicked it and I kicked it back and we kicked the rock all the way back to the car. And it was so much fun. How is that one of my best memories?
It's simple and he's not yelling.
It's simple and he's not yelling. Exactly.
Those
He's not telling me.
My good memories are mainly him yelling at inanimate objects. Like the time I told him that he was kicking the lawnmower and he said he wasn't, but 5 minutes prior I had seen the lawnmower go flying from behind the house to the middle of the yard. And I was like, wow,
Yeah.
how'd that happen if you weren't throwing it?
That and there's a famous story about him at our grandfather's house when he was younger, fiddling with a fish tank, and he got so frustrated with it that he threw it out the window.
Yeah, he threw a fish tank out the window. He insists he didn't, but my aunt and my grandma insisted that they watched a giant fish tank fly out the garage window.
I still can't get over the fact that your
Completely believe
brother's
it.
name is Michael.
Okay, we're getting too friendly here. Do I have any opposition at all to any
No.
of you here?
Me, always.
You know, I had a Facebook memory come up today. It's one of my favorite pictures of me as a kid. Big ass glasses, though.
Yeah,
You
we're not
kind of
ready
need
to move
to
on from
like,
the personal stuff yet, bro.
yeah, you kind of need to get rid of Trump, Biden, and Kamala. That's old news.
Yeah, but that's stuff I like talking about. They suck.
Yeah, but AOC is like apparently the uprunner for the Democratic Party now.
She's not gonna get it.
Yeah, she probably
I don't
won't.
think she's gonna get it, but it's a fun conversation to have.
It's nice that she's
She-
lively and
she
she's
openly
she's
supports terror.
combative.
She openly supports domestic terrorists. So there's that.
Who?
So does Biden.
AOC.
No, who does she support?
She supports a pro-Palestinian organization that is run by a woman who has been convicted of domestic terrorism against the United States.
What did she do?
What did she do? Let me see what she actually did.
Wait, which person?
The one that she took a bunch of photos with that everyone was losing their shit over.
That doesn't. Who?
There was a girl who was taking photos. I think Harris took photos with her too. There was a pro-Palestinian organization who's run by a woman who is convicted of domestic terrorism.
Oh, I think I know which one you're talking about. The one that with the PFLP connection?
Might be. Do you remember their name?
Nardine Kaswami.
Nardine? Nardine Kaswami. Is she the one that was taking photos with AOC?
I don't know. Iron Dome is saying Nardine, so, but I know that's her last name.
Co-founder of Within Our Lifetime.
Well, if it is her, she openly supports Hezbollah.
One of these groups. But yeah, AOC and Harris both took photos with this girl, and they were like, yeah, we support this. And I was like, ooh. Probably shouldn't have done that.
I don't know how all of these terrorist organizations who literally cut off heads off of Christians, Druze, and oppress women all over the Middle East have gotten into the left and liberals in the United States. Like, it's pissing me off. They're like using our democratic values, and so many people are not paying enough attention to realize that's what's happening.
She runs Within Our Lifetime. Yeah, but is she the one who was taking photos with AOC and Harris?
Oh.
Earlier.
AOC, other
And I brought
officials
up
sought to
before.
speak at pro-Hamas group rallies.
We had Jackass up earlier.
The Within Our Lifetime leader called him Ocasio-Cortez trash and activists about anti-Zionist Jewish group like JVP withdrawn from district enrollment. What?
What?
Oh yeah, she was supposed to speak at one of the events, and then she had a little tiff with them too. Oh no.
AOC did?
Apparently, Kaswani had a little tiff with her. Oh well. Do I have any opposition? Anything? Come on. 44 people in here. Also, we're at 6.8 thousand. Guys, I see lives with like fucking 20 people get to like 60,000 lives. I see you guys get Nick's lives to like 200,000 likes now. Come on. Let's tap those screens, get them up. Spread the algorithm. Do the thing. I don't know.
Yeah, do the thing.
Do the TikTok thing.
There's 40 people in here. If everybody gives 200 to 300 likes apiece. I'm really bad at math, but that'll get Sam up.
I thought you were gonna. Damn it, Golden. That was gonna. I thought you were gonna throw up a fucking number.
No, I don't know math then. I need a calculator.
Uh,
Some guy came up and he was trying to test my intelligence once by like asking a math question. I'm like, what?
Like, ask me any other question, just not the numbers.
No,
No.
but like we were talking about history, we're talking about Israel, we're talking about all this stuff, and he throws up, I'm gonna test your intelligence by asking you this random math question.
And you know what I would have done? I would have been like, all right, I'm going to test your intelligence. Tell me about the female reproductive system.
No,
Tell me
no,
how
see,
to handle
I-
complex emotions.
no, Jess, it has nothing to do with being a woman. I just went back to the subject and didn't let him deflect.
yeah, you just don't let someone pivot away. I'm gonna play music for chat. There's a Polish guy on TikTok. He's got some music on Spotify, but he does cover songs. And he's dresses in like an old '90s jacket, like the fucking cups with the blue and the purple stripes on it. And he labels everything as like this song, but if it was in Poland in the '90s, it just sounds like Soviet music.
Oh God.
It's good.
God.
Have you seen the guy who
You
says,
think Soviet music is good?
Yeah, a lot of music that came out of the Soviet Union with like fucking doomer style sounding was pretty good.
that's the thing about oppressive regimes. Good music can come out of them.
I recently ordered a vinyl, an original Russian Soviet Union vinyl on a X-ray.
Good player then, right?
Yeah.
Speaking of, do you still have that rotary?
Rotary.
Rotary
The teal?
phone?
The teal one?
You're talking about a rotary phone?
Yeah.
Somewhere, yeah.
And the typewriter?
The typewriter's actually in the hall. I'm taking it to a guy to get cleaned up.
Oh my god. I love it. Whew. Goosebumps.
Jess, do you know where that thing was sold originally? I
What?
did some more research on it. That's a 1963 Sears
What, the
typewriter.
phone?
The typewriter.
Oh, okay.
1963
Yeah, that's the phone.
Sears typewriter.
Yeah, everything came from Sears back then, even houses.
Yeah. God, I would love to build a Sears home today.
Yeah, for what, $8,000? I'd take that up.
Oh, God.
Oh, it's Eurovision tonight, so everybody who's in Europe, you best be voting for Yuval.
Which one's Yuval?
The Israeli one.
The Israeli.
Yeah, but if the music sucks, I'm not voting
Victim
for
of October. Victim of October. You can't even vote anyway. Victim of October 7th.
it. Watch me.
You can't vote for it, Sam.
Why can't I vote?
Because you're in America.
You
My
need a
VPN
British
says I'm
phone
not.
number. No, you don't vote online. You do it via text, SMS. You need a
Do
British
you
or
not realize
European
that the
phone number.
internet exists? I have 20
Yeah, but
Ukrainian phone
you need
numbers.
Oh. They screen them. You can't use new phone numbers either.
Probably these are from like 2023.
For
He wants-
the UK?
No, they're
Told
from
me
Ukraine.
that he could hack into my
Oh,
computer.
you can't vote for. By the way, you can't vote for the Ukraine. You can't vote for the country that you're in.
I never
like,
said I was going to
phone
vote for
number.
that. I vote for whoever's good.
I know. I'm just saying. Okay.
But are you
Tell
going
me
to
that-
actually watch Eurovision, Sam?
I've watched a few
No, he's a
years.
fuck.
It's just hit or miss. Like I like the older
My
Eurovisions
point
better.
is, my point is, are you going to actually watch the songs before voting for them?
I've seen a couple of them this year. I haven't seen all of them. The few I saw though, I wasn't really impressed with. It just doesn't seem like it's good.
Have you seen Yuval's?
Which one is it?
Yuval Raphael.
Eurovision 2025. What phase are we in? Are we in the grand finals already?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Tonight.
she made it to the finals.
Okay, we've got Norway, Luxembourg, Estonia, Israel, Lithuania, Spain. I heard the Ukraine one. Was not impressed. UK.
No.
UK down near the bottom. Not as low as I would wish though.
Obviously.
Palliative. I actually like Idan's song a little bit better than Yuval's.
Because it's more upbeat, but I think Yuval's is better because of what it is. They're not being apologetic. It's not meant to be an upbeat song.
Yeah, I know, but
It's meant to be an uplifting song, but not an upbeat song.
Let's see. I wonder if I get banned for streaming Eurovision. I probably would.
Why would you?
Copyright immediately.
Oh.
I don't
Okay,
think
let's
so.
see.
We did it last year. We at least like streamed Yuval's
let me-
performance. A few of them.
What's the song name? New Day Will Rise.
Will we be able to hear it on here?
No. Chat can hear it though.
Chat? Can you hear it?
Yeah,
the
the
people in the
chat.
comments.
Interesting.
Oh my god. It rained for the last 2 days, and my hair is just a big poof bag.
Where I live, it rains like, I swear, like 2 or 3 days a year.
Nah, I don't like the song. I don't like it.
You barely listen to it.
I just listened to it. I don't like it.
He has very discerning tastes.
Here, look, it's
Okay,
huge.
Let's hear.
Just a big poofy cotton ball.
Oh my god, it's my obsessed stalker in the comments again.
Who?
The dude that keeps making fun of my dead friend has a picture of my face with a penis drawn
Oh,
on it.
that's
The guy that
shitty.
thinks I'm a fake veteran, but can't tell me how I'm fake. But then when he found out I did actually serve, he says it's because he thinks I haven't seen combat that I'm not a veteran, because only veterans who've seen combat are actual veterans. He's just obsessed with me.
I can understand being
and
upset over something, but
he tells Jewish people that he hopes their sons and daughters go to Gaza to get raped.
yeah, that's not okay. I can say for certainty, because we are related, you are not a fake vet. You were in the military.
Who cares? I'd just block the comment, honestly. Or block the person if I were you. Like, genuinely. Norway's is... See, I'm not impressed with the songs this year. I don't even like Norway's. Crazy, you made a whole account for this. Nothing better. Yeah, he made a whole account for that. I didn't know that you had to see combat to be a veteran, but I guess
Jess, he saw as much combat as a janitor. That's not true.
yeah, you could. Jess, I'm being serious. You should probably just click on profile block. Because if you don't, he's just gonna follow you around and harass you.
That's fine. I love a good fight.
No, like it's just annoying. Do I have any opposition in the chat other than brain dead morons? I don't know. I've now listened to 2 more Eurovision songs than I think I'd listened to like 4 or 5. Now I've listened to 6 or 7. Not impressed. I don't know what it is this year. It just seems like
What, that the Europeans aren't putting out
no, like
music
last
on
year,
caliber with...
last year, I was upset that Joost Klein didn't win, but the song that did win was fucking amazing. The guy that sang with the fucking opera style. What was his name? Fuck. Palliative, help me out. What was his name?
The hell are you asking me for? I don't know this stuff.
You seem more into Eurovision.
And you're literally...
No, I'm only into it for Israel.
God, you fake fucking.
I literally before last year, I never watched Eurovision before.
God damn it. It
What?
was.
Look,
Oh,
I know
it
you
was
all expect me to be a
Nemo.
fruit basket and that kind of fruit basket, but I'm not that kind of fruit basket.
Nemo, the song, The Code. Funny enough, I believe he's a fruit basket.
Well, he can be that kind of fruit basket. I ain't going on a date with him.
The
Am
song.
I old or what is Fruit Basket?
Gay.
Okay, I had a feeling. I didn't want to assume.
No, Sam, your moron friend is back.
Paladin, where have you been for the last 5 minutes? We
I've
already talked
been
about it.
editing a YouTube video.
We already talked about it.
I'm literally editing a YouTube video.
You're upset that the Dutch Watt didn't win? Yeah, fucking his song was fucking dope just because it was so catchy. Although I didn't like how his fucking team played off the bullshit lie that it was Israel who got him kicked out. That was bullshit. That pissed me off. The song was objectively good though. Euro Papa. Okay, I gotta figure out how to do this. How do I add in a microphone that is the audio that I hear?
This sounds like a question that 66-year-old boomer would ask.
Hang on.
A millennial at the office.
I want to know if you guys can hear this.
I mean, couldn't you just like put it on a speaker and then put the microphone up to the speaker?
Oh wait, can you
like
guys
on
hear?
your phone or something?
Hang on. Can you guys hear that?
Nothing.
No.
Damn it, chat can hear, but you guys can't.
Why don't you put it on your phone
No.
and then put it up to the speaker on the microphone?
Oh, hang on. Hang on. What the fuck? I can never pronounce the guy's name from 2003. Yes, he's amazing. Okay, I think I know how to do this. Okay, hold on. Okay, I have to add a source, and then you guys can hear it. No. And a microphone device? No. An audio source. Chrome monitor on. Okay. Let me know if you guys on the panel can hear this.
Nothing.
God damn it. Why can't you guys hear this? Someone help me out here. What do I do? Bad taste? What do you mean bad taste, Jujitsu? Get out of here. Wait, where am I? I have sound effects? Where are those?
Something just came up.
What?
There's a fuzziness.
I don't hear anything.
That might be on
I
your
hear
end.
I hear a fuzziness, like a
It's probably on your end, Jess.
I do as well.
just disappeared.
No, I hear it as well.
And it's gone now, right?
Yeah. It came for like 3 seconds and then went. It was like. Zzz,
Oh my
gone.
god, I got sound effects.
TV static. Yep. Yep.
Oh, you didn't know that?
I didn't know I could access them on PC.
Oh.
I was curious how Matt did it.
You know, they changed the, with the new update, Supermod doesn't work on the panel anymore. Like, I can't mute anybody.
Allied was just able to do it earlier.
No, he wasn't.
He literally kicked the whole
I was
panel.
able to do what?
Yeah, that you can only do that. You can't like mute anyone on the panel. You can't, control it. Like you can.
Yeah, I can.
No, you can't.
Well, I took your mod powers away, Pally.
Yes, you can.
Or sorry, I took away your hammer. Sorry.
Okay.
You can't though.
Golda,
I
I
did.
don't know if you have super mod.
Oh, you can do it if you go down to the request, but if you click on their box, it doesn't work. It's weird. They changed it around. Okay, I can see.
Do I have any opposition in chat? The best Eurovision song of
Paladin,
all
I'm
time
gonna
was
mute
Hard
you
Rock
for a
by
second just to see if it works. It's me. Hold on.
No, you muted.
Yep, that
Oh,
worked.
it worked. Okay. Yeah, and I did accidentally mute myself first.
All right. Do I have any opposition in the chat? Come on, guys. We got 44 viewers in here. Any opposition? God, I gotta get someone to argue with.
Do you want to argue with me? I love to argue.
No. Thank you guys for joining the team. I do appreciate that. I gotta do an update on my 3D printing soon. I haven't done an update video on that stuff in a while.
But you're still doing it?
Yeah. I gotta do an update on the orders that we've shipped out and stuff for the guys in Ukraine. All for free.
Do you have like a link in your bio
For what?
for people to send donations?
Oh, I don't like taking. I mean, you can click the link in my bio. I've got the stuff to donate to me. I don't like taking actual money though. My thing is I like assets. So like I can physically show you, hey, this has gotten to me. Hey, I have turned it into something. Or hey, I have sent it to someone. Look, someone's wearing this thing now. Like I'm transparent and stuff when people send me money, but I like assets. You serve in Ukraine. I was a volunteer instructor. I taught Ukrainian soldiers combat related stuff on and near the front lines. Definitely still had missiles landing around.
Can also vouch that's completely true. That did happen.
No, he's just a fucking pro-Pally moron who thinks it's okay to accost Jewish people and thinks that anyone who doesn't support Palestine clearly must die. The irony.
I mean, it's wild because I support Palestinian people, not Hamas. Those are two different groups of people. I understand how they can blend together, but innocent people shouldn't be taken down the way that they are. I understand how people can be upset about that, but it doesn't help to like chastise Jewish people. That doesn't do anything.
Jess, have you ever been to Nick's Lives?
No,
So what?
we're not gonna go down that.
I'm just asking.
No.
Well, I'm
No.
all I'm gonna say is innocent people on either end don't deserve to be
We're not gonna get into this.
taken out or anything.
You have no proof of you ever seeing missiles landing by you. No videos, no photos, nothing.
Yeah,
because
because
you don't. Because I have to film every single moment of my life.
Sam is just standing there with a phone recording at all times, waiting for the missiles to drop just so he can appease.
Guys, the
2,000
siren's going
people.
off. I can't stop recording until the missile lands.
Sam, I'm gonna send you a screenshot from one of these other lives. I sent it to Nick because they're basically proving him right.
Jesus. Every soldier in current day combat has a body camera recording what's going on. No, they don't. What are you talking about?
I think he's talking
What?
about police. And
Yeah.
even then,
No, not every soldier has a fucking camera on them. People have cameras because they bring their own GoPros. What are you talking about, dude? And GoPros usually only record 20 to 30-minute bursts before their battery dies. Do you realize that there's hundreds of thousands of people fighting in Ukraine, and very few of them have body cameras? Body camera footage is not actually as common as you think it is. I don't know what the fuck you've been smoking. How do you stand with Israshet? Well, I don't know what Israshet is. What, them copying him, Golda? What is them proving him right?
Sorry, my mic wasn't working. They're kind of answering his question when he has that
When Occupy
background.
Resistance is culture.
Right? Isn't that answering his question of the life that he's had forever?
I'm a billionaire, yet I have no proof, so therefore I'm good, cool Free Gaza.
Completely different
They do the most
conversation.
interesting things as well. They don't go on it. They don't got it on 24/7. Yeah, dude, fucking GoPro batteries last like 20 to 30 minutes. Like, you record in the middle of firefights sometimes. I carried like 4 GoPro batteries on me at once, too. Then why does my GoPro last hours riding dirt bikes? I highly doubt that your GoPro battery lasts hours riding a dirt bike. I have a GoPro Hero 8 and my battery lasts 30 minutes. Tops. And that's if I'm recording in 2K resolution, 60 FPS. My favorite flavor of ice cream, chocolate chip cookie dough.
Oh, that's my favorite too. We are
Dude,
so
I
related.
remember going to Rite Aid and just
I know.
Hey, I heard you
Walking
guys
there.
needed a male stripper.
oh
I'm
god,
here.
Oh, yeah. That
get
was
out,
me.
Mickey.
Come on
Get out,
over.
Mickey. Get out.
Hey, bring it. Come on. I don't support that. Get him back in here. Send him my address.
Sam, you did that right before I did.
God damn it, Mickey. No, we're not doing that today.
Mickey, behave.
Behave today.
Never.
Oh my god.
I like it.
Mickey, did you know that every soldier in combat wears a GoPro and has a body camera, and it's recording 24/7? Otherwise, if you didn't record any combat footage, you've never seen combat.
Jess, do you follow Mickey on Instagram?
I
That-
think
do this
so.
now.
That is what Free Gaza in the chat thinks. The guy that has me as his profile photo with a penis drawn on it, and thinks that I'm a fake vet and a fake combat vet, and also likes to tell Hammer that he thinks his Jewish children should go to Gaza and get graped.
Yeah, that's insane. That's insane.
Wow. I mean, my deployments were when we really didn't have a bunch of cameras to take with us, and they would have absolutely murdered us if we did.
Like, dude,
Wait, wait,
I
are you-
talk about like how I had my GoPro on. That bitch, like the camera lasted like 20-30 minutes.
Wait, you guys
Yeah,
are
yeah.
telling us that you didn't have like drones with cameras on them just following you around every move that you made?
You got a fast helmet for
No.
your birthday yesterday? Oh, dope.
Bro, it was back then. It was nonsense trying to throw
This
like
is
this one little,
2025
like, portable drone that we had into
And-
the air.
This is 2025 GoPro's last hours. My GoPro Hero 8's like 3 years old, and it doesn't last that long.
Yeah, but I mean, if you like take a deep breath right now, you can smell all of the current technology becoming obsolete. So maybe in 3 years, it did improve that much.
Yeah, not everyone also
I mean,
has
I
the
would've
brand
loved
new
to have
stuff.
that
Not everyone
footage.
has the brand new stuff, dude. Like I try to explain to people like how there's hundreds of thousands of fighters in Ukraine right now. And the amount of footage we get out is like the amount of footage we get out of Ukraine is almost nothing compared to how much fighting is actually going on.
Yeah.
Hey, Jess, so you said you follow Mickey
There was
on
some
Instagram?
people that had like
This man, yes, I believe so. I believe I joined a live one night, and it was just the 3 of us, and so then I clicked on this man's profile, and he had a video or something of
Bread.
shirtless abs, and I was like, yes, All right.
Bread. How come real combats in Ukraine have their fights on? Dude, you can't even spell there wrong. Not every firefight is recorded in Ukraine. I hope you realize that. Most combat in Ukraine is not
Frigasa,
recorded.
we just didn't have as much camera footage.
No, he thinks that because
Anyway,
I
we
didn't
didn't have
record
as
the
much
missiles
access,
landing
like, what-
around that I was faking, that I'm lying about missiles landing near me.
No, I get it, bro. Like, this guy's like, yeah.
Can I?
You
Can I
can't
put-
even pronounce
Yeah,
combatants.
I do have some footage though.
Of your abs or of combat?
Bring
Oh,
in the
combat, like,
abs. Hello.
There
Can
were-
you
there
listen
was
to the
al-
women?
There was like a handful of people.
Not
There was a
listening.
handful of people that that did record stuff on whatever little brand new digital cam. This was when digital cameras were just becoming a thing. So
What,
were a
early
handful of
2000s?
recorded stuff. Yeah, early 2000s, 2006.
Was a good year for me, at least.
Did you train the Ukrainian TDF during your time there? I'm sure some of the units were TDF.
What's TDF?
Territorial Defense Force.
Mm.
I love how you say that, like with a sigh, like territorial
They're very hit or miss.
defense.
So I worked for Trident Defense Initiative. If you know who Sivdiv is, he worked with our group. We trained Ukrainians on into the front lines. Who the hell is going to invest in a camera rather than useful equipment? Yeah, like the GoPro was the last thing I bought, honestly. And then I bought like some cheap Amazon fucking external extra battery packs. Do you speak Ukrainian? I speak like combat phrasing. That's about it.
Free Gaza, hundreds is nothing.
Hundreds
Not
of body
everybody's-
cam videos in Ukraine. Hundreds out of the hundreds of thousands of people fighting.
Yeah. Sam, you weren't recording for Free Gaza in the
All
comments.
my
of
friends
Sam.
who have
He
also seen
also-
combat and didn't record anything, they're also just
But
lying.
he also took tons of pictures and videos. He was sending me
No,
pictures and videos.
Jess, I didn't record actual missiles as they were impacting the ground.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Turns out you didn't go.
I was just never there.
We didn't research flights for however many hours to find the
God,
best
yeah,
one.
that was a fucking pain in the ass because it waited on
Yep.
the flight. I've got some photos with Sivdiv on my wall, but I can't. There's other people's faces in them, so I can't display them. Right, I can't show you guys on camera.
What about the puppy? Remember the puppy?
Oh God, the puppies! I wanted them so bad. I wanted to take them home. I fed them my lunch every day.
Yes, you did.
I miss those puppies. I think I might have uploaded photos to Facebook.
If it makes you feel any better, they probably don't remember you.
Oh no, they immediately went on to the next group of people that would give them food.
Yep. So I'm curious, how does this
Nope, I don't
Zaddy? How do you have 10 whatever that was stars? I don't know. I have 0. Golda has 0. Are we not
Oh, that means
lively
someone gave him coins.
personal people? Exactly. My point.
Oh, I guess people do want me to do a dance on camera.
No, we're not. No,
In my booty shorts.
no, we're
So-
not. We're
That's
not.
what those coins mean.
Why
What
is
if
it that every time I try to do a serious fucking live, everyone just fucking takes it over for their own shit?
What? I don't
Every
want to do
time.
my own stuff.
You just said you want. No, stop.
You can talk about serious stuff while I'm dancing.
No.
In my booty shorts.
Okay, so
This
that's
is on
that's
mutually
Sivdiv on the left, and that's me second to the left.
Yeah.
That's my friend Dan.
W booty shorts in the chat.
Do it. Do it.
No.
I want more people to come into chat. No, man. Don't bring your booty in your
No,
booty
more
shorts
people
to the
aren't
chat.
gonna show up just because he's got his booty out. People see that and they scroll on.
How do you know?
Because
how do you
I
know?
know every time he comes on my panel and he starts doing that shit, people leave.
People leave or men leave.
People.
Mm-hmm,
Go
is
send a
right.
drone into residential buildings like Ukrainians do. Oh, you mean like the Russians who were openly given permission by Dmitry Medvedev to unalive every single Ukrainian anywhere near the front lines because they're all military targets now? Ironic. I have absolutely zero sympathy for the Russian civilians at this point.
That bot is obsessed.
Yeah, behave like this and then wonder why people don't like the pro-Palestinian movement. Because you have people who act like this.
Yeah, that's what I keep saying. Like, it's not gonna help the cause to like trash.
To be an absolutely terrible human being.
Yeah, it's not gonna help.
Orange, I just cannot remember how I know you. Were we in Okinawa together? Probably.
Oh my
I
god,
might have
how
played CS.
cute.
I don't know. We're just gonna have off
Did
that.
you just
after.
meet
Yeah.
a friend? So adorable.
Ugh. I need another Red Bull. The VA's finally giving me my ADHD meds. Finally.
Oh, finally.
Dude, it's been 2.5 years.
Why are they
2.5
being such dicks
years
about it?
I've been trying to get my ADHD meds because they kept just dragging. I found out for the first year, I had to switch primary care providers because she wasn't doing anything. It was like talking to a brick wall. I found out that she literally wrote into my record, put in referral for ADHD, and didn't put in the referral. She just wrote into put in the referral. So when I changed primary care provider, she looked through my records and found that. Like, are you kidding me?
You know what they've been telling me the last couple of years is they're like, oh, we can't give you any mental health medication unless you go to a psychiatrist.
Well,
and you
that's
need
what
a
I had to
referral
do.
for that.
I had to go to a
Yeah.
psychiatrist, but the psychiatrist was like, okay, well, I finally got a psychiatrist. And then she was like, well, I'm going to have to send you to a different psychiatrist out in town because I'm only virtual, so I can't
Trash.
diagnose you and this and that. And I was like, are you
Trash.
kidding me?
What's
But I
the
finally
point?
showed her that I had previous prescriptions from when I was a kid and in high school and stuff, and she said that was good enough. So I had to mail that to her. Then there was all this fucking bullshit about getting it back and forth and actually getting it to her inbox. And finally, after 2.5 years, today I got the call. I will be getting ADHD meds.
This is wonderful. I'm very happy for you.
If Ukrainian
And-
supporters don't care about civilians, why should Russia?
I read that comment. I rolled my
Fucking
eye
God.
at it. That's
Maybe
kind
Russia
of-
should have started caring about Ukrainian civilians when they unalived 120,000 of them in Mariupol.
I mean,
maybe.
why bring Russia into that conversation? Because clearly they don't care about
because he
life.
fucking he supports what Russia's doing.
Anywho, what I was gonna say is, how is it that all of my brothers have been diagnosed with ADHD, but since I'm a girl, no, you just need to work harder, Jessica.
Source: Free Radio Europe, Associated Press, Reuters, and the United Nations investigations. In the first 30 days of the siege of Mariupol, 25,000 civilians were unalived. Since then, it has gone up to about 120,000 based on the satellite imagery reports of the mass graves and the on-site reporting from people who have been witnesses. And the Ukrainian government won't fucking officiate it because they don't control the city, which fucking pisses me off. I get it, but it pisses me off. I gotta do a microphone, by the way. Does it sound different?
No.
I bought this for nothing. Do you like
Apparently.
Starbucks? Sometimes. Like, I like a Java chip frappuccino, but they took, because I like coffee and I like chocolate, but they took that off the menu because apparently not enough people order it.
You know what's nice is going to Winco and getting your own coffee beans in bulk, and then
I just got a bunch of bird feed at Winco.
I love the Winco. I'm gonna
Started
go
throwing it all over my
tomorrow
yard.
to get the birds, like a milkshake. Brings all the.
What's your opinion on the
birds to
mass
the
graves
yard.
that were found after Ukraine liberated Izium, Irpin, Kherson, or just let's not talk about the mass graves. Let's just talk about Bucha, because they didn't even get a chance to put all those people in mass graves. They just left their bodies in the fucking streets. But he'll deny all that and he'll blame Azov or something. Guarantee you he's going to blame Azov for Bucha or say it was fake, it didn't happen. Do I I have any opposition in the comments? Anyone who disagrees with the topics? I feel like because I said Trump, Biden, and Harris suck, I'm not even going to get the MAGA crowd. Because normally,
Maybe if we start talking about Trump and how much he sucks and how much we can't stand him, maybe that'll bring it
normally
in.
when I say Trump sucks, I get the people. So you would have voted for Harris? Well, Biden this, well, Harris that. I'm like, cool. I hate them too.
It's a lot of deflecting. Yeah.
They
Red-
suck.
I'm
You're not going to
going
get any sympathy from me on them. I agree with you. They suck.
I don't like them either of them, and I've been a registered Democrat for years.
I find it funny, Sec, when they say Azov because they weren't even operating. Yeah, Azov was literally in. I think 2 days after Bucha happened was when Azov got surrounded in the Azovstal steel plant. Pulling all nighter. Yep. I've been sick the last few days. Daily News. Trump
What
was
did you
my
have?
I don't know. Guys at work had some cold, and then everyone got it, and it was just my turn, I guess.
I was sick almost the entire month of April. It's terrible.
Daily News, do you want to come up and talk shit about my country? Because we fucking suck right now.
Who's Daily News?
A good dude from the UK.
Well, I mean, let's talk shit about our country and how much it sucks right now, and let's pull in volume.
Immediately, do you want to come talk shit about my country? Immediately requests up.
I mean, it's an exciting topic.
Well, there's a lot we can say, right?
Oh, God.
Never ending.
How about that
never ending.
Qatari plane?
Oh my gosh! Like, just
Dude, I actually
let's-
defended the man. I defended the man at first. I had people saying, "Oh my God, what do you think about Trump accepting this jet?" And I was like, "Okay, hold on a minute. Of all of the things to buy this man out, you think it's going to be a plane? Really? The only people reporting on are Middle Eastern sources. He hasn't even commented on it yet. There's no way that a plane is what is going to get him to fold." And then he comes out less than 12 hours later and goes, "Why wouldn't I take it? They're giving me a free jet." And I went, "Fuck me."
Also, did you hear that they've apparently been trying to sell it since like 2020? And someone made a joke at one point, like, "Oh, we're gonna have to give this plane away to get rid of it."
it's not a gift. It's not a gift. It doesn't break any law. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Oh, that and Mickey, how much money do you think it's going to cost in overtime for the U.S. to get that thing ripped apart, like every single bolt and wire, to inspect that plane? Because that's going to have to happen.
What ripped apart?
The 747 that Qatar gifted Trump.
Oh,
Dude,
oh,
that thing's
not
going to
even
have to
worth
get
it.
ripped down to every single nut and bolt.
Isn't it
what's the
estimated in
timeline
the
for the new-
billions?
So what's the timeline for the new Air Force Ones to actually come in for this to be in the interim?
I have absolutely no fucking clue. That's gonna get that plane has. I have a feeling he's going to keep that plane and just replace his current Trump plane.
Probably.
But but Mickey, think about it. Do you agree that plane's gonna have to get ripped apart by the FBI and the Secret Service and anyone? Like they're
Well,
gonna have
yeah.
to inspect that thing. That's
Even
gonna
when
cost
he's no longer
millions
president, like
of
they're
dollars.
gonna have to, like, yeah, it's a freaking nightmare, dude. But whatever.
You know what I've been really tickled about lately is how people online are like, "Oh, but it was okay for the president at the time to accept the not the Eiffel Tower. Who am I
Statue of
thinking of?
Liberty.
Thank you. Oh, but that was okay. But
Yeah,
Trump
that's not
accepting
a
the plane
that's not
isn't?" And people
personal
are like,
gain.
how is that the same thing
Yeah,
in
that's,
any way?
that's not personal gain there.
Exactly.
Did that not go through Congress? I'm sure I've seen that as a talking point on the news over here. That like
How
congressional
exhausted
approval.
are you hearing about, American Congress this, American Congress that?
Well, we hear a lot about American Congress and what's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a question. Do you remember a couple months ago when were you actually aware that the U.S. Defense industry threatened the UK defense industry?
In what regard does it threaten laws?
Oh. So we told the UK defense industry that they better, quote, stay in line, or else their planes won't fly and their jets their missiles won't fly and their jets
the
won't
old
take off.
the kill switch
Yeah.
thing.
It was anything
Did
you
we
buy
do
from us
that,
from
or did Trump do it?
probably on Trump's behalf.
Yeah.
But we basically said anything you buy in the future may just not work.
Yeah, the big backfire. That worked out well, didn't it?
Yeah, and then I think we immediately saw like 300 canceled F-35 orders throughout Europe.
Yeah, Portugal and I think it was Finland and some others were like, oh, well, we won't buy them.
300 out of 900.
Yeah, that really isn't the way to do business or like, you know, cluster favor with your
Yeah,
allies. Really.
if you piss me off, I'm just gonna turn your shit off. Like, what?
I mean, especially if this was 20 years ago, you could probably get away with it. But when you think of the advanced technology that other countries like China, Turkey are really pushing out there now, there is other people you can turn to a certain degree at least.
Hey, do you want to jailbreak this F-35?
Oh yeah, Grand Theft Auto style. Let's sort it out.
God. Oh, have you heard Russia's new demands?
Oh yeah. From the talks yesterday. Oh yeah,
30,000 kilometers.
Yeah, laughable. I mean, that's always been their stance. To be fair, though, so it's not like a surprising thing.
It's funny hearing it in numbers.
I mean, I think it is interesting. Last week or two, we've seen a little shift with Donald Trump's stance. He does seem to get more annoyed that Russia isn't doing what he wants.
I called this. I think I talked to you about it before too. I called it. I said there's two options that this goes. Either one, we drop Ukraine entirely, and Europe picks up the slack, or Trump gets his ego butt touched so much that he just says, "Fuck it, take the weapons, Ukraine." And we're seeing both. Sam, if I say you look like JD Vance, will I give you a no? Would you not?
Looks nothing. No.
But what I just find funny was like that Putin was the one that called for the talks in Istanbul, and then as soon as everyone went, "Fine, we'll go," he went, "No, this is political theater. I refuse to negotiate."
Yeah.
It's like, you called the meeting.
Oh, I've had so many Russians in my comments going, "Oh, but when do world leaders go to these things?" You know,
I love the people in your comments like, "Oh, God, Zelensky just wants war." It's like Zelensky agreed to the talks.
He's literally just been playing a good game at the moment. Zelensky just like agreed to everything, just to
he's calling every bluff left and right. It's great.
Just it does make the Russians look so bad, and it's working so well.
I have enjoyed watching MAGA lose their fucking mind too, because there was a good portion of them that supported Ukraine, and the second Trump said not to, they all flipped the fucking script and went, "Ukraine, Russian talking point, corrupt, Yahtzees." And then as soon as Trump started supporting Ukraine, I've been going around going, "Hey, so do you support Ukraine now that Trump does?" And they they melt down. They don't know what to do.
I love it explaining to those guys like how aid to Ukraine works, and when they're like, "Oh, but we're giving them all this money." Well, where do you think that money goes, guys? Come on, where's it going?
Lend-lease, brother. Lend-lease, straight the economy. There's that graphic that shows which states got the amount of money. Like,
yeah, it's so good watching their brains melt when you tell them that.
Oh, God, the political scene.
I remember wanting to ask you how you felt about the whole meeting Zelensky had with Trump and Vance, where they were like, "You didn't even say thank you, and why aren't you wearing a suit?" And then Vance went somewhere else, and then someone was like, "Why aren't you wearing a suit?"
Oh, he went to Norway. No, he went to it Denmark or Norway?
Denmark.
Oh.
Yeah, he went to Denmark, and someone was like, "Where's your suit?"
Completely fair. Honestly.
That was good. It was Greenland. Whatever. One of the places he went.
Him and his wife went to Greenland, and people are like, "Fuck no, we don't want you. Go away."
You just killed the Pope. Get out of here.
Yeah, you just killed the Pope. But we'll give you $10,000 each, and they're like, "You can't provide your own citizens with shit."
So before I get back to the Zelensky meeting, I will say that I saw some pretty great memes about the Pope and JD Vance, and it was like someone walks into the Pope and goes, "Mr. Pope, JD Vance is here to see you," and he goes, "I'd rather die." And I've seen.
What about the comparisons to Euro Trip?
Oh God!
He was the first American Pope, not this Pope Leo. Get him out of here.
I've seen there's people saying about how this Pope there's a very non-zero chance that this Pope has eaten more hot dogs in his entire life than all 266 previous popes combined.
Yeah.
And there's like Photoshop versions of what the Vatican's gonna look like, or Vatican City's gonna look like now that we've got an American Pope. And it's like got a Buc-ee's, a Quick Trip gas station, a hot dog stand.
And I also find it really cute that they're like, "Oh, this Pope is a Republican. What do you think about that, libtards?" And it's like, yeah, but he openly opposes Trump and he's spoken about this very recently. So, like, what's your point?
Yeah. But yeah, no, with them meeting, I knew the meeting was gonna happen, but I was driving at the time, and I knew something went wrong because as soon as the meeting ended, I knew it was over because I started getting text messages from my Ukrainian friends asking why Trump and Vance hated them and wanted them to die.
That's awful. That's really terrible.
Yeah, and I went, oh fuck, what happened? And then I
Ugh.
sat in a parking lot and watched it, and then one of my friends called me and was like, okay, I need to get filled on what the fuck's going on with Ukraine because this is big. What just happened? I was like, I don't fucking know.
You should have called me while you were driving because I was working, but I was like, fuck work. And I was just watching it.
I was
'Cause
busy.
how can you not? Busy.
Yes, I was doing stuff for Ukraine. Like, what? Yeah, that was not a fun week.
An interesting day. Yeah.
There's so many fucking MAGA people that were just at me that week, and I was like, you could all eat my ass. Fuck
What
off.
about the parents? Are they?
They have very hard fallen for a lot of the propaganda, and every time I show them the facts, they go,
MAGA?
oh yeah. To be fair,
Gross.
my parents aren't like your typical MAGA that's just they've been like this forever. I feel like my parents were those people that were very socially liberal and fiscally conservative, and
Yeah.
then they were willing to hear out the other side, and they got so radicalized and pushed to the side by the people that were like,
Yeah.
if you don't listen to me, you're the devil, you're blah blah blah. Like they got pushed hard by the radical left.
That's a big issue with leftism. Is it's we're not a lot of leftists are not willing to listen to the other side. They're not.
It's
willing
the
to
militant
engage.
leftists.
It's not good. Yeah, it's not good, and that's
Like
something
especially
that
dad
really
being in law enforcement, getting told you're a white police officer, this and that. And he's like what the fuck?
Yeah. No, I get that.
Yeah, like they
Absolutely.
got pushed by the militant left, and then they went down the rabbit hole hard.
I mean, what do they think? Because I've even argued with your mother about like, hey, look at what's happening to like reproductive justice in this country. Like, what does she even think right now about the woman in Georgia who was like
Not a clue.
pronounced brain dead when she was 9 weeks pregnant and has been kept artificially alive to support a fetus who's probably not going to survive?
That's an interesting case, and that's been on the news over here as well. What do you get?
It's just the past couple days,
I
right?
don't talk to them about politics much anymore because they tend to. Anytime I present them with facts and stuff, they get really upset and just want to change the topic.
So, what's the chances of that child surviving then?
They're probably gonna do some tests because if she's 9 weeks now, they should.
No,
I
she
thought
was
she was about
9
19
weeks
weeks.
3 months ago.
Oh.
Yeah, I thought she was about 19 weeks in she or something like that.
They're saying, yeah, she's about right there right now, and
There's
they're
no
saying
way
that
they
the
haven't
fetus
tested
has,
for a fetal heartbeat.
They have. Well, the fetus still has a heartbeat, but they're saying that the fetus has like fluid around the brain, and that if it does survive, will likely have severe disabilities. It'll likely be blind, unable to walk, and the whole discussion now is the family is completely against this, but the heartbeat law says we have to, and they're basically using her as an incubator at this point, and they're essentially racking up what's going to be millions of dollars of medical debt to keep this woman who's brain dead alive, to incubate a fetus who's likely not going to survive, and if it does, it's going to be severely disabled. And not to say that disabled people don't deserve to live, but what kind of life is this, right?
So do the MAGA people support helping the child if it is disabled and needs a lot of care?
That's a lot. That's one thing that a lot of the people that are super pro-life don't think about. They don't think about the after part.
They don't really care. They say
like fuck. At least reform that. At least reform that. If you're gonna do that, if you're gonna be so pro-life that you're not willing to compromise at all, reform the child care system.
Because the whole thing is they preach about personal responsibility. As they say, well, that's your problem. You had the kid. You take care of it. And it's societies don't really flourish that way in individualism. That's how we got to where we're at now.
No, it's a weird concept to force someone to have a child, but then they give them no tools to help them raise that child.
Yes.
Obviously, in a normal situation with a child, you do need support and help, especially in a tragic circumstance. But if
Yeah.
it's going to have disabilities, then that's a massive, massive ask for people to do that, especially when the mother's passed.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Especially when her own family, the partner, the father, her mother, they're all like, we don't want this, we can't do this. And the medical debt's going to be passed on to them, I assume. How
So,
that's just
so surely the Republican Party or someone in that area should say, right, okay, you've got this horrible situation. It's going to be a tough. We're making you do this. We'll wipe the medical debt and give you this support. Should be good.
well, and honestly,
a
I hope
politician
that
caring.
Well,
exactly.
I mean, would that not play well to their base and make them look good?
It could.
That's the thing, is that they should, because if they don't, then they're going to start losing in droves their seats over the coming 2 to 4 years. So if they do something like that, it's only going to be because they want to save their political career, not because they actually care.
Yeah.
But I honestly hope that they do get charged all this money, and I hope that they sue the state of Georgia. I hope this goes national to the Supreme Court. I hope this is a turning point, because this is absolutely atrocious and disgusting.
Like,
and
I'm in a middle ground. Like, I don't think absolutely one way or the other, because I know there's some people that are like, no, all 9 months, go, and I'm like, ooh.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
That's the thing is, okay, listen to me. I'm a lady. I have a uterus. It's not that we want to be able to abort all 9 months. It's that the option has to be there.
Well, I'm not. That's the thing. When if you let me finish, like, I'm obviously making these rule for medical exceptions, always,
right?
Always. Like, that's literally how my mother was alive to give me my brother. She almost died 3 times trying to have
multiple times.
Yes,
I was there. I remember.
She almost died 3 times trying to have a brother for me. If they hadn't allowed that, she would be dead. Obviously, medical exception, but there are states. There are 9 separate states that currently have a full 9-month. If you just feel like it, goodbye.
Well, see, I don't know about that.
If you're not going to use it, though, that's the thing. If you're not going to use it, and you're going to go with the medical exception, we all agree the medical exception's okay. If you weren't really planning to do it the 9 months, then why do we need the 9-month rule? Why do you need it all 9 months? Just hear me out. I'm at spinal column connecting to the central nervous system, because it's a nice middle ground. It's not too far in. It's right when the fetus can actually feel pain, according to science.
How many weeks would that be?
That is a little bit after I can't remember what week that is exactly. Hang on. At what?
So I know for sure that the vast majority of abortions do occur in the first 6 to 9 weeks. The vast majority, and the ones that do occur after that, like, you hear a lot that people say, oh, well, women just use abortion as birth control. I will tell you 1,000% that's not true, because it's expensive. It is traumatic. That's not happening.
Like in the UK, it's up to 24 weeks you can have an abortion, but obviously, if you were getting near 24 weeks, then it would be a very big deal. And majority again,
yeah,
15
it's
weeks.
the 24 weeks is about when the fetus can actually start feeling pain.
Yeah, and the majority of the time, like, if you find out that you're pregnant and you don't want it simply because of your life circumstances, it's usually way.
That's why I'm trying to find the middle ground. I'm trying to use the science. I'm trying to find the middle ground. I don't think it should always be like, hey, I don't think you should be able to scramble the baby like a fucking scrambled egg at 9 months. That's fucking disgusting to me. But I also don't think you can force someone to keep. But I also don't think you can force someone the entire time to keep something that they don't want and they're not able to take care of. Sometimes accidents do happen, even with precautions. And you did it isn't always an answer when, let's say, birth control fails or the condom fails. Like, that doesn't
after
always
a certain
work.
point, you have to birth the child whether you want it or not. To get if you don't want the child, you want to get rid of it. You still have to birth the child to. It's not going to just melt away inside you. So
here's another thing I will say is that pretty much every woman that I know has had an abortion. I will tell you that right now.
Jesus.
The vast majority, it happened really, really early, and they already had at least one child. And the primary reason they did it was, I already can barely provide for, support, and take care of this child. There is no way I can add a second to the picture. without completely failing both kids. That is the
Um,
vast majority of the reason
yeah.
why women do it.
Shina says doctors won't do it for no reason late term. Not true. 9 separate states do allow you to do it with no reason full term.
And I don't do some more research on that because I don't think that's true. I don't think that you can be
Nope.
that pregnant and go in
There
and
are.
say, "Hey, I don't want it."
There
take
is 9 states that allow for that. Granted, not
Oh,
many people.
okay.
Hang on, not many people do it. It's very, very, very rare. But the fact that it is allowed bothers me. And if everyone doesn't want to do it, then why is it a thing? If
So
that's
the reasoning that I've heard is, again, I would love to hear some literature on this because I don't. That doesn't make sense to me that somebody can walk in that pregnant and say, "Hey, just take it out of me," and they're like, "Okay," like that doesn't make sense. The reasoning that I've heard to allow it that late is severe abnormalities that you have to have that in place so that late you have the exception to eliminate it because the fetus isn't going to survive. It's going to kill the mother.
wait, no, it's down
etc.
to 7 states, not 9. Sorry.
Okay. Well, the research is getting
Oh,
there.
God.
That still bugs me that there's 7 states that have no term limits.
And I really think, though, that that's not something that's really happening. And to force women into like reproductive slavery over something that's not happening or barely happening is like so asinine and crazy to me.
And hang on, Elle says, "What if it's a stillborn?" Then that's a medical exception. That's a medical exception. That's obviously if anyone says you shouldn't be able to get an abortion because despite a medical condition, that's asinine. Again, I would not have a little brother. My mother would be dead if it weren't for the fact that, hey, this baby's gonna take you with it. We need to get rid of it. Like,
It's just crazy that one side of America wants to have no abortions and one wants to.
Oh, excellent point. That was what I wanted to say earlier is that I feel like the middle ground has to be systemic change needs to happen so that unwanted pregnancies don't happen as much as they do. And when they do, women are more supported so that they don't feel the need to need an abortion. And then medical exceptions should always be in place if something goes awry. But again, the vast majority of the women that I know who have had abortions did so because they could not afford it. They did not have safety nets to take care of children. Like women working full time, taking care of young children, barely making it by.
so
right?
hang on, so it says the middle ground was literally so my thing was, here's my thing with Roe versus Wade. Roe versus Wade was a good thing, but it was implemented wrong. Now, hear me out. The Supreme Court, the way they worded it was, hey, this should not be a normal Supreme Court thing. This was filed incorrectly. Yes, we have voted on this in the past. The Supreme Court made the decision, but it should be like an amendment. It needs to be added to the Constitution. Unfuck yourselves. And instead of going and doing that, everyone went, oh my God, they got rid of Roe versus Wade. But what they could have done was gone, hey, we're going to get rid of this, but before we do, we need you to put this in the Constitution. We need
But
you
they
to get
didn't.
that again. That's what pisses me off about that. Like the way they worded it was like, hey, this should be a right, but it should not be left up to the court like this. It should be a right. Okay, I agree. Fair enough. Hey, you haven't done your shit, so we're gonna do our part and get the ball rolling. We're just gonna get rid of it. Whoa, hold on a minute. Like
I told your mom, I was like, one of the biggest reasons I cannot and will never like or support Trump or like accept people who are okay with this is the fact that he put in 3 conservative Supreme Court justices. They eliminated Roe v. Wade, and now women are in danger. And it's like a woman who went through all that she did to be okay with him and all of that is insane to me.
But if you ban it completely in the last month, doctors can pick and choose if it's not fatal.
Oh,
Look, I'm for medical exceptions at all times. I don't understand what.
Bring Auntie in here.
I don't understand medical exceptions at all times. I don't get what's so hard about that. If there is something medically wrong that's going to cause problems, then yes.
Oh, that's another thing. You and I had a conversation about this somewhat recently
Mm-hmm.
that I was like, what about these women who are like dying or coming close to death? And you were like, well, that's the doctor's fault. The doctor should just do what they deem medically necessary in the moment. And I was like,
No,
well,
that's not what I
I
said.
mean,
That's not
I
what the conversation was. The conversation was that the doctors, like in the examples in Texas, who were legally allowed to give the treatment, did not listen to the law and did not listen to the lawyers and chose not to help the women, which caused death and irreparable harm.
but why did they not listen? Was it because that they were like
Because
afraid
they
that they
were
could be
afraid of the
arrested
repercussions.
or
Yes,
losing
they were
their
afraid.
licenses?
They did
But
not.
that's valid,
Hang on,
though.
hang on. It's not because they knew the law. Their lawyers told them the law. It was expressly told to them, you can do this, and they still went, nope. It was basically like, hey, these are the rules. You go, I don't trust the rules.
Well, why did they not trust the rules though? Like, is it
I
because the
don't
rules
know.
were so
If you're
kind of like,
no, it was laid out, and it was laid out black and white by their lawyers. Like that was made expressly clear in the investigation that the lawyers told them, you can treat these women. You can treat them.
hey, why don't you invite Auntie Biscuit in here?
Oh, hang on.
I love Auntie.
Hang on. I'll let
Has
Auntie
two
up in a second. Let me
questions.
read the chat. I have two questions. What I'm saying is that leaves it up to the discretion of the doctors who deem it medically necessary. Well, obviously, yeah. A woman's not just going to randomly go out of nowhere. Hey, it's gone. I need it out for medical reasons.
That's the point I was making. Hey, I don't want this. I
No,
don't
no,
want
I'm
this
saying for
baby
the
anymore.
the woman's not going to randomly make the medical call. She's not going to go, yeah, something's wrong with it. It's like, how would she know?
Morning, Anthony. Or Sam.
Morning.
Alex.
By the way,
I don't
Daily
know how to
Daily
say
News.
it.
Your guys' British debates are way too fucking polite. There's not enough people yelling at each other. I
We're
see
American.
I see British lives, and it's just
well, I should have
too
started
polite.
off by I should have started off by saying "fuck you, Sam."
Be quiet,
before you say
Scotsman.
anything.
You should. I love it.
Shut up, you South Saskatchewan.
Nope, took you too long. You lost out.
Yeah, so listening into this, just two real points, so questions really. So we know that states like Texas are effectively trying to limit women's movements by
Yes.
putting rafts of laws that effectively it criminalizes a woman's right to move around.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, it's supposed to be
So
like you're
here's the
not
thing.
supposed to. If you have a fetus and it's not deemed a medical necessity, you're not allowed to go out of state to get it.
But
wanna do
they
that.
are
Yeah,
talking
so-
about
so-
implementing laws that would
Hold on,
require
Jess.
women crossing the border to take pregnancy tests.
So
Yeah, that's
this
never gonna
is the
pass.
thing.
That's just some idiot.
So,
trying to-
so this is the point, right? Where does any individual U.S. state get off deliberately stripping women's rights, or any citizen's rights, that for that matter, the to be able to freely travel within the United States, because that is unconstitutional?
No, they're not saying
if
you
go-
can't travel. That's the thing. They're not saying you can't travel. They're saying you can't travel to that state for the express purpose of getting rid of the fetus. So it's
But
like
no, but
that- so
no,
that-
no,
hang
no,
on,
no,
hang-
but-
no. That I know what you're talking about. They're not saying you can't travel to, let's say, Oklahoma. Someone from Texas. They're saying if you go to Oklahoma and you are pregnant and you come back from Oklahoma and you are suddenly not pregnant, that's a problem. They're not saying you can't go to Oklahoma. They're not saying you can't go to Oklahoma if you're pregnant. They're not saying you can't leave the state if you're pregnant.
The
They're
whole
saying
thing is still a
Yes,
super.
but hang on.
slippery
No,
But
it's-
slope.
precision of language matters here. They're not saying
But-
that you cannot leave the state.
It's criminalizing a person. Look, at the end of the day, it is effectively creating asylum seekers within the United States.
Yes, I'm not disagreeing with anything, but I'm saying precision of language here matters. It is not a ban on traveling. That is something that people on the left do like to push. It's not whatever. No. Precision of language matters. If you're gonna talk something about a point, remember, I fucking go at both sides on this. If you're gonna go after a point they're
I
making,
know.
you have to get the point correct. They're not saying because they're just gonna hit you and say you're stupid. You don't know the actual thing we're talking about. It's not a ban on travel. It's not saying you can't go anywhere. It's saying, again, if you are a resident of Texas and you become pregnant and you go to a state that allows for
It's a
termination.
hindrance on travel.
Hang on.
It's-
If you
it's-
no,
it's-
no,
it's-
it's not, because they're saying if you go to a state that allows termination and you come back still pregnant, no problem. But if you go to the state that allows termination, suddenly get it terminated, and you come back not pregnant anymore, then they have a problem, because that shows you an
But
ideology.
that's the thing is, why are we pregnancy testing women at
agreeing
borders?
with it. That's not. They're not doing that.
I know you're not
I'm
agreeing with it, but
Jess,
we're saying
Jess,
that-
they're not doing that. The problem is, again, precision language matters. You're saying it as if they're already doing something like that. Someone suggested it. That does not mean that it's a law. That doesn't mean it's going to happen. You can't go after someone for something they haven't even implemented, no one's even voted on yet. You can make fun of the idiot that suggested it, by all means, because that's asinine and stupid. But this is being accurate on what you're arguing about is important. Like, if I'm going to go against that.
So why is it that we're seeing cases that are being launched against other states by places like the state of Texas to sue those states, which, by the way, goes against their own sovereignty, if you wish to use that terminology?
What case?
Because there's cases where, for example, state of Texas, I can't remember which state they're suing right now off the top of my head, but they're trying to force them to release medical records and things like that so they can seek prosecution into Texas state law.
They're not suing a state for allowing it. They're suing that they want to be able to act. So they're saying, Texas, and I know what you're talking about on this one too. I thought there was an already case. Texas already got blocked on it because it was dumb. Someone in Texas wanted to sue for the right to gain access to medical records in that scenario. So, like, let's say it got approved that you're not allowed to go out of state to get a termination. They want to be able to prove that you got a termination out of state. Because let's say that girl goes to Oklahoma, and something happens, car crash, pregnancy terminated, not under her own volition, just baby dies in the car crash. She comes home, she's not pregnant anymore. Okay, that's a completely different story than her going across the border, going to a hospital, and getting it terminated. That's what they want to be able to get access to prove. Now, that got shot down.
But here's the thing, though, Sam. Right, the very fact that they are saying if you travel out of the state and you get a termination, you will be punished when you return back, or if you return back. That is where things that's when it's wrong, because first and foremost, it is against the sovereignty of that individual
But that's not
state.
a law. That's not a thing right now.
But that's what they're trying to do.
Yes,
And we
some
know that's
people have done. Yes, some people have done it, and I've also seen other people on the left say that 2-year-olds should be able to get transition surgery. That doesn't mean that's a thing.
That's two different things.
No, but I'm giving you the point of, look, this is an extremely radical thing that someone has proposed, but it's not a thing, and the majority of people aren't pushing for that.
But the dangerous thing here, Sam, and this is the really, really, really dangerous thing, is the fact that it's even being proposed to the public consciousness.
Yes.
And the fact that someone proposed to have a transition surgery on a 2-year-old is also insane.
That's two completely different things. The fact that a British person has heard of this suggests that it is a slightly louder suggestion than people are giving it credit.
No. Stop.
Hold on.
You are listening to the extreme loud portion and going, oh my God, stop. No, stop. You guys are listening to the extreme loud portion going, oh my God, this is what the majority want. I know that a majority of people on the left don't want 2-year-olds to get transition surgery. I know that's just some loud jackass in the corner yapping that. Just like in Texas, it's not a majority of people that want to ban out-of-state terminations. That's not a thing.
Hold on. Can I make a point just real quick? As a woman, the fact that anyone is even suggesting things like this is physically terrifying.
No shit, but again,
and it's
we've addressed. I have addressed that.
Of young girls in the future having even stricter controls over them. That's
but you're
terrifying.
fear mongering over a thing that doesn't exist.
like
But
they're
it
trying to
might
make,
exist. We
but they're
don't
trying.
want it to
It's
exist.
like they are trying to suggest that people are forced to
But
record their
do you
menstrual
not see how
cycles.
we've gone through this? You guys, first, this is here's the problem with the way you guys are going about this argument. The things you have, I'm going to quote things that you have said in this discussion so far. You have said that, as a matter of fact, people are already testing for pregnancy at the borders. You have stated that, as a fact, Texas has already banned out-of-state terminations. You've stated as a fact, Texas is limiting women from moving. None of those things are fact. None of those things are
I
happening.
believe we
Hang-
said that these are
hang on,
things that
hang on.
are being proposed.
Yes, but it was
I said
after. Hang on, that was
proposed.
after I corrected that. The problem is,
Sam,
if you're having this discussion, you
Yeah,
have to be precise. You
Do you
can't.
not think this is a big point of where we are in the world, that people are openly saying this without a lot of pushback?
Oh no, I think they should be publicly shamed.
Well,
Those
I
people
mean,
are fucking
in
morons.
the past they wouldn't have said it, so this gives you an idea of where we're at and where
Well,
politics
yeah, it's
and where
internet
people are
culture.
sitting.
They think they can say whatever the
But-
fuck they want.
But Anthony, right? The trouble is that the fact that this is even being talked about,
Yes.
like some of the shit that's going on, not just in the United States but globally right now. Okay, but some of the shit that's going on, again, if you'd said to me 15 years ago that we would be at this point, I would be like, really? Nah, it ain't gonna
Yeah,
happen.
the problem is, it's being talked about. It's being talked about as if it's still a thing, and it's being pushed hard for, because people on the opposite side heard it and ran with it. It's like the super right-wing Republicans who give the example that I gave. Oh my God, there was a couple people that I once heard say they wanted to transition 2-year-olds. I'm gonna say the whole left wants to do that. Hang on, stop. That's the point. That's the whole point. There's not a bunch of people doing that. There is not that many people in Texas saying that either.
But it's not. But it's not even.
Stop. That is the point. You are doing exactly what the people on the far right do when they hear far left talking points that only a few people are saying. You are doing the
But
exact same thing on the opposite side.
Far left people are not trying to push legislation for that thing to happen.
They are.
What legislation are far left people trying to push to let 2-year-olds have
Hold on.
gender transition?
Let's see.
Because
It's like-
from what I see and know, it's that, hey, let's just let people be people. Let's just let them be who they are. Whereas, like, right wing are like, hey, we want to actively implement these things to control women.
Or are these stories that have been made up by the far right to disenfranchise people from the left?
Fucking Texas actually
Right.
had a bunch of stuff where there was actually doctors here who were giving surgery to minors.
That's weird.
Surgery to
What?
minors.
Yeah.
You sure you're not? You sure you're not right? I just want to.
No. Like, actually, there was transition surgery done to
Hold
minors.
on. Hold on, please. I just want clarification here. Are you referring to doctors who are doing surgeries on intersex people?
No.
Or are you on about
Nope.
trans people? Because the
Trans-
thing
That's a
is,
good
you-
point.
Auntie, that's why,
Because-
Auntie, I'm precise with my language. You know that. They were performing transition surgery on minors. There's a couple of cases of that they fucking got in big trouble for.
and how old are we talking?
Perform.
I'm wholesale against surgery for minors.
Same.
Hang on.
There is an exception, however, Sam, and that is when that minor, for example, has taken a blade or already to their area of interest.
Ugh, God, that's awful.
Which does fucking happen.
Hang on.
And
So-
the whole thing is you're supposed to be over 18. You're supposed to have lived in your preferred gender for at least 1 year. You got to pay for it yourself. Like, that's how it should be. No, minors should not be getting surgery unless it's, like you said, Auntie, like severely medically necessary. And if someone is doing it when it's not medically necessary like that, yeah.
Yeah,
Fine.
no. Like,
So here's the first part. Hang on. So they passed the law because here's the first part. The first part was that there was a doctor that illegally provided a bunch of medication prepping for surgery for 21 minors, and then lied about a false diagnosis and changed the billing codes to hide what he was doing. Where's the surgery part?
So is it surgery? Did they actually
Hey, no, I'm
perform
getting to
surgery?
all of it. But fucking Christ, relax. I have to Google.
Okay, all right.
All right, Auntie, let's talk amongst ourselves. I would
Okey-doke.
love to find a doctor who is willing to change a billing code so that I can get free Botox for my eyebrow lines, but they bill it as medically necessary for my migraines, you know?
Absolutely.
I love a doctor that's loosey goosey like that.
Yeah,
For
why not?
something like
Why
that.
not? I think that'd be
Exactly.
fantastic.
Oh, here we
Well,
go.
Exactly.
Yeah, there was a
well, we all know.
whistleblower.
Well, we all
yeah,
know.
there was a whistleblower at a Houston Children's Texas hospital who leaked that a doctor was doing transition surgery on 4 minors. Not 9,
How old
sorry.
were they? And what
It's not
I would want to
saying.
know too, what were the surgeries like? What did they do? Why
The
did
fact
they
that a
do it? Like,
transition surgery was done in secret on a minor period is very concerning to me.
but what if it's something like what Auntie just said? Like the child was like mutilating their own genitals, and they ended up having to do it, and they're trying to keep it like hush hush because they didn't
that's-
want.
That does happen, Sam, and
I
and
understand
this
that,
is
but
where-
I understand that, but there's nothing about that. This is just the doctor did. It's
yeah,
okay,
and
cool.
you
If
know, like
I
you
could see
just-
that. I could see that if it's oh my god, one thing
you know,
happened.
like-
Hey, stop. I can see you gotta let me fucking respond to what you're saying. I could see that if like, hey, this doctor had a child come in and they need something fixed. Cool. But 4 separate times you're performing transition surgery on a minor, and then down the road another doctor is prepping 21 people for the surgery illegally. That
I
kind
still
of
think we need more info to make a solid judgment because we still don't know.
considering their medical
Because, you know,
records
like
are
you said-
already leaked illegally, I think that there's going to be
You know,
the
you
lawsuit's
said-
still ongoing.
It
Yeah,
doesn't
but you
sound
know,
good.
you said about language is important and
Mhm.
accuracy is important.
Mm-hmm.
The reason I'm going to push for questioning on this is based upon the fact that sensationalizing
Yes.
cases without having the full background as to the why is super important to actually question because of this push globally for no apparent reason, even though it then also pigeonholes what a woman should be in. You know, we're talking barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen territory at that
Mhm.
point. This
Right.
this push against the trans community globally and the
Hurts women.
sensationalization of the trans community when it comes to cases and issues like what you're just talking about, unless it's accurate and we know exactly what the cases are and what's happened and what those patients actually had done prior to having to receive
Just
perhaps a surgical intervention as opposed to just
you don't think
wholesale
that would have been
transitional
mentioned?
surgery.
You with their medical
No,
records being leaked, you
don't-
don't think that would have been
I don't
mentioned?
believe-
Period.
I don't believe at the moment with the climate that the cases like this are going to be accurately reported.
So their medical records were leaked, and the defense never said, "Hey, well, we had to do this." The defense never said that. It's just they just stayed silent, made no comment on it for no reason.
But have we, you and I and us, looked at it? Do we know what these things said? Like, how can we make an
I feel like that'd
accurate-
be big news, considering the state is going after them and accusing them of gender transition
Why
surgery.
wasn't it big news then?
It is in
The
Texas.
medical records.
It is in Texas because
But
because the whistleblower leaked their medical records to show that it happened.
right,
All the
so
media's chosen not to represent the full facts because the media itself is
But
has
how
got a
do you know
political
that?
meaning to it.
How do you know that? You didn't
But
even know this.
why
Hang on,
is
but,
there-
Auntie, how do you know what the media is presenting if you didn't even know this existed until I brought it up?
But that's what I'm saying.
No,
it's
no, you can't say that you know which way it's leaning because you didn't
No,
know
no,
it
no. I
existed
didn't
until
say.
I brought it up.
I didn't say. I'm making a suggestion. There's an important distinction. I'm making an important, suggestion that we all know. Like, for example, like if we're talking about this particular topic, we all know that just recently, the CAS report on the trans community has been fucking debunked.
I don't even know what that is.
completely debunked.
I don't even know what that is.
Yet it is still being used globally by people on
Context?
the political hard right.
I don't know what that is. Can I get some
The
context
Cass
here?
report. The Cass report was a report written in the United Kingdom, by Baroness Cass, which was specifically about trans people. It took its lead from anti-trans campaigns and anti-trans
What is
campaigners.
it about? What is the
It's
contents?
about the context is about the entire trans community, about transitions. It also included a section on youth, and it is being completely debunked.
Okay, I'm still not. What is the contents, not context?
Of
What
co-
is
of
it claiming?
contents. It is claiming that it is making falsification, false narratives over supposedly detransitional surgeries. It has made claims that people are being falsely led down the path of transition instead of being psychologically treated. There have been multiple claims that have been completely debunked in the Cass report. That's CASS, and that has been used as a clarion call by the politically far right. So not even like the center right, but like the politically far right, as a method to justify a lot of the bullshit that we're now seeing against the trans community.
I don't
on a
even care
global
about that
level.
report. Then I don't care. But my thing is this: why is it? Do we agree that maybe doing surgery on a minor is wrong?
There is it is wrong, with one exception.
Okay, hang
And
on.
that is-
Before we even get to that exception, we agree on the basis part.
Yes, of course
So
it's wrong.
hang on. So we agree on the basis part. So why is it that when I said that the first time, the first thing was to jump to the other part? Like we could have addressed that as a separate issue. Because with this,
Because I think
because hang on,
what we're
the medical
saying-
records, hang on, the entire basis of this was the medical records were leaked. It was if that had been the case, and they had said,
what did
"Hey,
they
hang
say?
on," if that had been the case, I am sure the defense would have come out and said something, but they didn't. They haven't said anything about this. The defense probably would have gone, "Hey, the doctor didn't have a choice. He had to fix the kid somehow." But instead,
And
the
so that
hospital's
wasn't
been
the case.
The hospital hasn't said shit. The hospital instead fired. All I know is the doctor even named still? I know they
See,
used to be named.
that's the point that I keep wanting to
Okay,
make.
I
is
know
that
the hospital and I
we
know the
know?
location. I know the hospital. I know the location.
Right. So do we know, like, okay, for a doctor to perform
And then
trans
the state,
surgery
and
on a
then
minor, yes,
the-
that's
the s-
wrong, but
they-
why did
hang-
they do it in these
the-
situations?
And also when follow up to what Jess has just said, could it be because it is involving youth that the full facts have not been displayed to perhaps try and protect the
But
identity?
the medical
Right.
records were
the youth?
already leaked. That's the point. They would have stated that already. But again,
But have
so
there could be identifying markers that they might not been able to scrub. So because it involves youth, certain things have had an
but
embargo.
why is the
based
jump
on the
to
reporting.
immediately try and find an excuse to make it acceptable instead of going, "Wow, that sounds bad"?
I
Because
think what we want to say is that, hey, if a doctor is doing this willy-nilly, that's wrong. But can we look at this deeper and see, why is this doctor doing this?
But the
Is
immediate
there an
pushback was also
actual
that didn't happen. When I brought it up, it was first that didn't happen. Then when I said, "Oh yeah, well, there's actually this," it was excuse. It was like, okay, why can't we accept
Is
at a
that what
base
we
level?
said?
Hang on.
No.
Yes, it is. When I first said that it was happening in Texas, you didn't believe me. It happened in Texas. That's the crazy part. Granted, I know it's unbelievable that it's the base part that it's in Texas, but it does happen.
I feel like we
Also, hang on,
probably-
good news. The feds have dropped the charges against the whistleblower because they were going after the doctor who did the surgeries, and they were going after the doctor who leaked the data.
Yeah, I mean, again, I feel like from the jump you said that, and we were like, what? No, that shouldn't be happening because that's not legal.
Yeah, but
And
it's
then
morally and ethically, in my eyes, irreprehensible. People should be old enough to,
right.
I'm not saying that, maybe some sort of um intervention to maybe, I don't know, slow some puberty issues down
Hormone
to try and
blockers,
make
yeah.
to try and make post 18 surgeries a lot easier. That's a different matter entirely.
I'm all on board with that.
And also part of what I was saying with the CAS report that was being used to, for example, say that hormone blockers, because let's call them what they are, they're hormone blockers. It's not puberty blockers. Oh my God, puberty blockers. No, they're hormone blockers.
And
Um,
birth control is also hormone blockers. It's the same
exactly,
type.
exactly.
And I was on
And
that since I was 16.
and so
So
what?
like, let's be real.
Yeah, so what's actually happened as well, and this is really important, they've said that puberty blockers, because they always try and call them something different when it comes to trans people. They say puberty blockers are damaging to trans youth, but yet hormone blockers are perfectly fine for everybody else. And it's shit like that is created the problem. So what happens then is that you get trans youth who literally take blades to their body parts. The amount of scarring on a trans man's upper torso because they have literally, they're so disgusted with having breasts is insane. In many cases, the amount of scarring on a person's lower half when they are trans, in on both sides of that, is absolutely insane. The trouble is that people who don't have any of these sorts of conditions, and especially if you're talking about people with undiagnosed chromosomal arrangements that are outside of the accepted norm of XX or XY, um, it's again obscene. The fact is that there are many people out there who aren't even trans who get married, they want to have kids, and then they get their karyotypes done, and then they find out, oh, I haven't got a normal chromosome arrangement, and that's why I can't get pregnant, or that's why actually my delivery system doesn't fire
This
viable
isn't about like
semen.
extreme situations. This is like at a base level. Is it okay to perform surgery on a minor to transition them? That is it.
We
No.
said
This
no.
is not about
Yeah,
this is
No.
not
we,
about
we
that's
agree
already
no.
said
that's
no,
the
though.
whole point of the discussion. I don't care about the exceptions. Well, that's different finite stuff that could be hammered. The basis of this is you can't, like, look here, example. Studies show that in Southern California at one hospital, 33 minors under 18 went under transition surgery. The youngest patient being 13.
And
13.
again, when you look at the population, and the availability of centers that have the surgical specializations for that facilitation, the population density plus how many centers with the surgical specialization for facilitation, you have to consider that, because the population of California, what is it, 44 million? And if, say, you only have maybe a dozen centers across that entire state, if you and you've had that number take place at one center, that's actually a tiny number overall, and it's a context is extremely important.
That's the whole point. Context is really important.
But of course, you go 30 odd happening in California, and you're like, holy shit. Now, if you're from a state which has only got, I don't know, like 500,000 people living in it, statistically that's a much larger statistic.
I don't care how large of a number it is. I think doing something that like that on like a 13-year-old, there should no period. No.
And
Not
that's
okay.
the thing I think that we're agreeing on is that no,
But
minors should
But
not
you
be able to
say
get
you agree.
gender
You
transition
say you
surgery.
agree, and then the
And
immediate
if
following
they
is
are,
but.
hold on. We're saying no, they should not have the availability to do that. But if someone is doing that, if someone is performing that, why? Why is this happening? Is there a medically
Exactly.
necessary reason? And if there is no medically necessary reason, then we're still going to be like, no,
It's
that
being
shouldn't be happening.
advertised. It's being advertised with the University of California, San Francisco it is being advertised as their gender affirming health program.
So,
Gender affirming health program.
so are they I would ask, like,
Mastectomies and genital surgery on
are
minors.
they actually? That's weird. If they're actually performing surgeries like this on minors, yeah, that's weird, and they should be stopped.
That's wrong.
Yeah, that's wrong. Absolutely. You are supposed to be an adult.
33 girls under 18 that had their healthy breasts removed, with the youngest girl being only 13 years old. Oh, the youngest 2 girls being 13 years old. Wow.
Wow, that's awful.
And that's
If I could have had my tits taken off at 13, I probably would have. I would have saved myself
But you know,
decades
Jess,
of neck pain, honestly.
were they doing it because of transition, or were they, or was there any other reason behind it?
Yes,
It's like we still
the
always
gender
want something
affirming care section of the hospital.
Yeah, but gender affirming care is
You asked the question. The gender affirming care section of the hospital, who is expressly advertising transitions and saying we perform mastectomies and genital surgery to transition children, performs 33 breast augmentations for children, and you say, what was it for?
That's
You didn't
weird.
say that initially.
It's already illegal. It's already illegal.
I did. I literally read it to you. The gender affirming health program. I literally read it for you. I did read that.
But gender.
When you put a ban on things entirely, that leaves things up to the discretion of the flawed individuals.
So for example,
I don't think you should be allowed to perform gender transition surgery on a child.
No, you absolutely should never ever be doing that shit. Full stop.
Illegal, right?
It's wrong. It's fucking morally, unethically irreprehensible, and is a big fat no. Okay? However, and this is the important bit, if a child has already hatcheted up their fucking genitals, then there might be an extreme exception to any rule. And also, if we're talking about gender affirming care, some teenage boys develop a thing, and we're just talking boys. We're talking specifically cis males. Sometimes develop a thing called gynecomastia, which is literally they end up with having breasts because in developing the initial stages of puberty.
Yeah, you got a little fatty pocket right here behind the nipple.
Yeah, but sometimes it can be excessive.
But yeah,
Sam.
pretty much every male has it. It just depends on how big it is. Most males, it's just normal size. Sometimes there's
but it can be extremely.
Yes.
But in some rare cases, it can be extremely excessive. So a type of gender affirming care would be actually getting rid of that.
Okay, that wouldn't count as a mastectomy. That's an entirely separate procedure. That's not a mastectomy.
But it's a gender affirming care, Sam.
No, it's actually not. No, that's
it absolutely is.
That's actually in the U.S. viewed as an elective surgery. It's not
It's
viewed as an elective surgery, not classified under gender affirming care.
Yeah, but in the rest of the world, Sam, that's language is important, and when you're talking to people overseas about these subjects, which also happen in their own countries, you've got to also look outside of what the U.S. definition is.
So in the U.S.,
and in the UK,
for us,
and in the
okay, I can get that done, and that would just be like me removing my excess fat. That's what that would.
Yeah,
be.
and in the UK, that would still be classified as a medically as a gender affirming care because it removes any femininity from that man's shape or that boy's shape, thus ensuring the classic male profile.
Yeah, that's not viewed as moobs here, which would be man boobs. That's literally just viewed as like you have excess fat. Like that's just an actual like, hey, this happens.
What if they are classifying it as like mastectomies.
They wouldn't. They just don't. That's
But
why it's different in the U.S. If you guys have it classified this way, that's on you guys. That's not how it is for us. Like, I could go do that right now because mine are small but not like excessive. But like, I could go get that removed and it would just be like removing excess fat and it'd just be an elective surgery.
Yeah, but again, it's just language is important, and when dealing with people from different parts of the world, different parts of the world look at things differently, based upon our doctors, our scientists, and our
Well,
and our medical ethics.
I don't
You're
get why
right.
that's being brought up though with these cases, because in these 33 cases, that was none of them.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just think this language is so hypercharged at the moment. There needs to be microscopic detail in the questioning and inquiry phase when we're bringing up any of these subject matters to prevent sensationalization, even accidental sensationalization.
And again, like if they are performing like genital mutilation surgery on minors, we're going to agree that's wrong. That should not be happening. But
Apparently
we
UCLA
want
and
to
San
look-
Francisco disagree.
We want to look further into it and see, is that actually what's happening? And if it is, yeah, we're going to condemn it. Full
Yeah,
stop.
absolutely.
The problem is,
Absolutely.
again, and the problem is, you guys can agree with that. I can now do what you guys did with the other stuff with the Texas. Texas is banning pregnant women from leaving the state. I can now go to you guys and say, there are people on the left who are pushing this, saying this is okay. I know.
Okay, that's fair.
Hang on.
That's
Yeah,
fair.
I know not
I'm
a majority of
agreeing
people are
with you.
saying.
Hold on.
But you're not letting me finish. I know a majority of people on the left are not saying this. But the fact is, there is some, and the fact that those
But we're
people are
worried
saying
about it.
that is absolutely insane to me.
We're worried
Yeah.
that it's going to happen.
However,
Again, this one
however,
actually has some credence to it, though, because it's actually happened. Texas
but we're not
hasn't
talking.
been-
But we're not. But Sam, we're not. Like, if you're under 18, you shouldn't be forced to give birth, right? Full stop.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be forced to give birth if you're under 18. If you're under the age of majority, you shouldn't be forced to give birth, no matter what the fucking circumstances or the religious background. That's period. No arguments. The same when it comes to gender surgeries. Shouldn't happen under 18. Children shouldn't be forced to give birth to children. Period. But then at the same time, you should not be put. But at the same time, you've got no right to restrict people when they are 18 plus to not be able to freely travel within their own
Again, that's
country.
not
And the
happening.
proposals, but the fact that the proposal has even
agree,
been aired
but
is
I agree with you. But again, the problem is one of those has been proposed by a couple of idiots, and it was immediately voted down. This has actually happened.
What about the bounty thing, which is they're on about like that some, like, for example, if a woman fills up her gas tank at a petrol station,
Do
so
we have
she
to go
wants
to
to drive out
whataboutism?
of state.
Do we have to go
No,
to wait? What do you?
I'm just saying the proposal has been to fine people who have supposedly assisted women in their ability to
Again,
transit out
you're
of
talking
state.
about something that has not happened, and if it has immediately been voted down versus something that has actually happened, and there are some people who do support this. What
There's
both
enough-
both
there's
of
enough
them are
crazy
extremes that
legislation
have
in the US
support.
to talk about.
What'd you say, Daily News?
Enough actual crazy legislation about abortion to talk about that's actually in effect in the US than talking about legislation that hasn't actually come in yet.
Yeah,
So let's not
fact
let's
is
not
we-
be fixated on stuff that hasn't happened yet.
that
but the
got
fact is
voted
even-
down immediately.
But that's the whole point, though, is that legislation against abortion or whatnot has been implemented. But legislation saying, hey, let's let teenagers get generally mutilated, is that actually being pushed forward to Congress?
No,
I
because
think
that's
that's
the
the
thing. There
difference.
didn't used to be there didn't used to be legislation saying you needed to stop that because that wasn't even a concept. That wasn't even a concept. Like, imagine if we went to someone 30. If we went on a time machine 30 years ago and told someone, "Hey, do you know they're gonna be chopping the boobs off of little 13-year-old girls?" Can you imagine if you went back and like, yeah, there's gonna be a 13-year-old girl who wants to be a boy, and some doctor's gonna go, "Yeah, I'm gonna chop your tits off." Can you imagine if you told someone that 30 years ago? They'd lose their fucking mind. Why is Stella so angry in the background?
Because I won't feed her.
Yeah, and also one of the other points is, it has happened. It has happened, and we're not talking about transitional surgery here. We're talking about medically necessary, where, for example, most of the women in families have ended up having breast cancer, for example. So people have just said, look, just get rid of them because I don't want to end up
mastectomy
dying.
for breast cancer is not a transition.
No, I'm just saying.
But would someone classify it as such?
No, a transition, a mastectomy for no. If the gender affirming care program is performing a mastectomy, that is not going to be, oh, the child had breast cancer. That is not what that's going to be classified under. If a child has breast cancer and has to get a mastectomy, it's not going to be the fucking gender affirming care center is not going to be the ones doing that. And then going, hey, look, we changed the gender of a child.
Why did this happen in the first place?
Because there weren't laws to ban it in the first place.
But that's
because no one thought it was gonna. Nobody could have conceived that would be a thing that would happen.
Right. So that's not specific enough. It's not just why these laws just didn't exist to ban it. It's why the fuck were they doing this in the first place? Was
because
there an
they
actual
could
medical
and money.
reason to do it?
Because doctors like money.
So why is it not the same thing that, hey, we're going to prevent women from getting abortions for money?
What's the money in saying no?
So for money to get, so for one,
well, again,
like
you're talking about something that is
like,
happening.
Hold on.
Hang on, you're talking about something that is happening for something that was proposed and voted no on by the majority.
Sure. Okay. But the fact remains that abortion is still being limited in this country, and women are struggling and suffering because of it.
But you're angry over the wrong things about it. You're angry over
what
stuff
should I be angry about?
You're angry over something that was voted on and voted no, that's not happening, versus the actual laws that already exist.
But they're still trying to
but
restrict
they're
women.
Not. That got shot down. Be angry about the laws that already exist, not the ones that people voted no on.
The fact that particular proposal got shot down does not mean that continuously they're pushing more and more.
They're still trying. They're still trying. Yeah.
They're still putting proposals forward, Sam, and the fact, or they're modifying previously shot down ones to try and reintroduce them.
And there's people still trying to pass laws to allow them to fuck animals. So what? It's still shot down. Again, you're mad over things that don't exist versus things that do exist. Get mad and reform the things that do exist and start from there.
What did I tell you? I could give you a great argument. How long have we been arguing for now?
I'm just saying, it just seems really strange that as it stands at the moment, even if we exclude the trans community, because that's a hot potato that people like to talk about. If we exclude the trans community out of this entire conversation, that as from my understanding, there has been that there's proposals or laws passed in any US state that currently seems to be trying to restrict men.
Men from what?
Anything.
On anything. So that's the reality. Every single proposal is thus far,
restricting
and is about restricting women. There's been nothing to restrict the men whatsoever.
It's like how, like you say, like language is really important. Like when we talk about like teenage pregnancy, what do we say? We talk about the teenage girl who got pregnant, but we don't talk about like the guy who got her pregnant, which the vast majority of the time is a man in his 20s.
Yep.
But we pin that on the girl.
And that's the trouble, because until
Yeah,
we
the
start
man's
talking
not
about laws
carrying
that
the
restrict
baby.
men, this every single thing is an
What
attack
can
on
you
women.
do to restrict the man?
You get a girl pregnant, you get a girl pregnant, you get it, you know, and that girl didn't really want to get pregnant. And we're not even talking in rape here. You get an instant vasectomy by state mandated.
How about we start punishing men more for doing
You
things that
joking?
they shouldn't be
What?
doing?
That's ridiculous.
That so because two people willingly
You see,
so
the
you, hang
moment-
on. You're saying that in a scenario where two people willingly participated, because you said it's not rape, you said two people willingly participated.
Minors can't consent.
Birth control
No, he
fails,
didn't say
Sam.
minor. She didn't say minor. She didn't say
I
minor.
did.
No,
I
but
did.
Auntie's scenario wasn't. Auntie's scenario
Sure.
was two consenting adults that happened, and the female got pregnant but didn't want it. The male now has to get a vasectomy.
That's
Well,
insane.
I'm just
What
saying-
logic does that make?
That's insane.
That doesn't make
It's-
any
I'm-
sense.
It's me. I'm being sarcastic, Sam. I am honestly being sarcastic on that one. But I'm just trying to point out the fact.
But I
that-
asked you for an
that
example of
everything-
restricting a man, and that was your first example. Don't give me a sarcastic.
Yeah, I know. It was an extremely sarcastic example, but I'm just saying some of the bullshit that is coming out about all the proposals to restrict women. There has not been, apart from the one that suggests masturbation, trying to ban men from masturbating. I can't remember which state that was.
Again, things that
I
you are
see, yeah,
you
that
are
was an
so angry
extreme
over the
example.
wrong things. Yeah, this is the problem with what I see a lot of people on the left
What
on.
should we be angry
I've
about?
already said it. Be angry at the laws that already exist that restrict you. Stop getting angry over shit that doesn't exist. Stop getting angry at magic fairies. Get angry at the fucking shit on paper that the old fucking white people who've never worked a goddamn day in their lives have passed.
Definitely still angry about all of
Okay,
that.
then
too,
focus
for
your efforts on that than diverting your attention to a million other things. Because if you're not focused on one,
Hey, I
you
have
can't fully
ADHD. I can
if you're,
focus
no,
my
I'm being
attention
serious
on
though. I'm
everything.
being serious. If you can't commit to one, you can't possibly expect you to commit to all. If you're getting mad over shit that doesn't exist, that's how fucking Trump does all the shit that he does right now. He passes a million fucking executive orders, and then you guys can't figure out which one to fucking focus on. And you focus on shit that people focus on shit he hasn't even done yet. People focus on shit Trump hasn't even done yet, instead of focusing on the shit he has done. Like, stop worrying about shit that doesn't exist. If something gets close to
Because we
actually
don't
passing,
want
sure,
it
have
to
a
exist.
yes, but there's already stuff that does exist that you should be fighting against.
Are we not?
No, because you're fucking bickering about shit that doesn't exist.
I agree that
Even
the
Texas
whole
had common
entire
sense and banned the fucking thing of not letting women leave to get out of state.
and we want to make sure that stays in place. So we talk about it until our faces are sore.
That's the
because we
problem,
want
because
to
that's
make
not
sure
the thing you
that
should be
doesn't
talking about.
happen.
That's not the thing you should be talking about. That should be
Okay,
addressed
what do
as
you-
this is crazy. It was proposed. Thankfully, Texas actually did something right and said no. Moving on. What are we angry about? The things that do exist.
There is a woman that I follow who speaks like this, and she is more of like a leftist, and she's like, "Hey, let's not be sensationalist. Let's talk about the things that are actually happening and ignore."
Then
the
why
things
are
that
you
aren't.
doing it?
So
Daily News, help me out here. Fuck.
Yeah, I mean, as we've said, there's enough crazy stuff in the US around abortion laws to focus on and that need fixing. Let's focus on,
it's
you know,
kind
getting
of
that.
exhausting. Yeah, it's a lot.
I mean, you guys are so out of sync with the rest of the world on this one issue. Well, not just this issue, but it is crazy to think the laws that have been brought in the last few years in the US that really harm women's well-being and their general life.
Here's something to be angry
Go
about.
on.
West Virginia doesn't outlaw bestiality.
That's weird. But hold on. Go back.
What?
Daily News, right?
Yeah. Sorry. What
The
did you
point that you were just making, crazy laws being enacted in the U.S. against women. I would love for you to elaborate on that, on
Oh,
your
just around,
opinions, you know.
just around the abortion and obviously the restrictions and how it works from outside point of view, how it works in different states and how they enact what they perceive to be the right course of action, like Texas and other states which have very, very stringent laws that affect women and their ability to have an abortion, which I think most of us would agree is
Even
awful.
like just how it's weird how different states have different time periods and shit.
Yeah, it's an odd one, like how you guys have that freedom to create such
It's the states'
different
rights.
interpretation. Yeah, it's very strange to an outsider to look at.
Because we're
Now,
clearly not united. If
states,
each
but
state is different.
states' rights were never designed for this.
It,
were
it feels
designed-
like
Yeah, the
like
person from the
states' rights
UK is
were
not allowed to tell
designed-
us that.
It feels like the whole states' rights thing that
But
was
it's
designed to
historically
be like,
factual, though, Sam. You know that.
I'll be damned if I'm going to listen to some
states
Scotsman.
rights. Okay, listen to me, a Scotswoman.
No, it's more. It's
American.
more something about say Scotsman.
I know. But okay, it seems like states' rights were like designed to be like, hey, we're a state and we want to do whatever the fuck we want. We don't give a shit about the rest of you. And it feels like that pattern is continuing. And like, how can we call ourselves the United States? We're not united in any way.
Just attack us and see what happens, though.
Right. That's where we hold strong. You talk shit about like if
We
anybody
need
talks
another
shit about
9/11. I mean, what?
I know, exactly. But
No.
like it's like if
No.
anybody talks shit about our
Yeah.
siblings, we're like, you shut your fucking mouth. That is my sibling. I will talk shit about him. You are not
Exactly.
allowed to do that.
It's like it's basically like it's like I'll talk smack about the English all day long, but if you're not from this island and you have a go at the English, I'll be like, who the fuck are you to talk to them like that?
Yes.
Fuck off.
But
Obviously,
when
I'll
you
tell them
talk
Americans
shit about
come to the UK
Americans,
and
I'm
such.
like, hell yeah, auntie, you tell them.
I'll be
You
just
got
like,
it.
Daily News. I've been going after the Americans talking shit in your comment section. It's great.
No, it's wild. Like
It's so great.
yeah, but there is one caveat to that, right? If anybody from any part of my countries, and that includes Australia as well, if any of those, if anybody is genuinely being a dumb fuck, I don't care. I will let that foreigner take you down and take you down hard because that's what you get for being a dumb fuck.
Yeah.
I'll just sit there and going, sorry, I'm not getting involved. I'm not defending you. You're a dumb fuck. And I'll just sit there drinking a pint of beer while you know, putting popcorn in my mouth.
Mickey, are you awake? Mickey? He's muted.
Mickey's gone to sleep.
Golda, are you awake? Just gonna drop Mickey. She's asleep. Golda? Earth Golda? Alright, we'll just drop Golda.
What time is it over there? It must be like 3 in the morning, is it?
For me, it's 3:42 in the morning. I work night shift, so this is when I'm awake anyways. I've just been dealing with a lot of family stuff, and I've been sick the last few days, so been busy the last month.
Whoa.
I was gonna say, dude, seriously, I've been losing my mind when you even when you report Russian news when the Russians admit something happened. People in your comments, oh, where'd you get this? The West? It's like this is
Yeah, they
literally,
can't take it.
it's literally a Russian news source. What are you talking about?
I mean, like you literally quote Russia themselves and they don't believe it. They won't even believe their own propaganda.
Hey, Daily News. Just one quick British. What side of the political divide do you fall on over here?
Oh boy.
Well, I've voted for both major parties in the past, but probably centre-right, maybe. It depends. Some issues I'm left, some issues I'm right. I'm not going to be one of these people that sticks to one party forever.
Basically, what I'm trying to ask you, just so I know the colour of your jib, are you a Reform UK supporter?
Not a supporter. I don't really like Nigel Farage or what he's trying to do, especially what he do to the NHS. But I think we can all see why people support reform, and I support controlling migration. I think that is the key issue.
Yeah, I'd like to not have the Islamic State of the UK, please.
I mean, I think we can all see the migration statistics just tell it all. Really, there is an issue there.
I know, but the irony is because we're leaving the EU, we ended up leaving the Dublin Accords, which means actually net migration has gotten a lot worse since leaving the EU because we haven't been able to go, like, fuck you coming here. You're already in a safe country here. Have them back.
No, but come on. What about the rest of Europe that's in the EU and they've got a migration problem?
Yeah, yeah, and that's what happens to proximity to unfinished conflict.
No,
And this is why, this is why my view on that is that we start making car parks great again, and we just finish the fucking job.
I mean, that's like be like Poland, please. Can you guys be like Poland?
Not entirely. They are. I mean, they're at one end of the spectrum.
but I feel like you have to overcorrect for a little bit.
I mean, look, what we need to do is stop the legal migration to the UK is the bigger problem than the illegal at the moment because of like 700,000 net into the UK last year. That's a big.
What is it? The grape rate specifically with Pakistani immigrants into the UK is like fucking quadruple that of the entire country.
It's difficult because there's no accurate statistics on this because for years it wasn't collected with people where people originated from in mind. It was just collated as this is the crime, and many people that were arrested, they didn't know whether they were Pakistani, Indian, or Indonesian. To be honest, these statistics never kept.
But it's weird, isn't it though? Because like you go back 40 years ago. I'm old enough to remember that. I'm nearly 50. So you look back out like 40 years ago. Isn't it weird that we suddenly give massive tax breaks to all our billionaires, deregulate the banks, privatize the fuck out of everything, close down all of our heavy industries that supported and I hate to use the expression here, but the breeding communities of this island. Because, if you lived in those sorts of areas, it was traditional to have much larger families, indigenous larger families. And 40 years now have passed since all of that shit happened. And we've no longer got people willing to want to have massive families like we once have. So our birth rate has massively declined. So we need actually more people coming in just to compensate for lack of birth rate. Almost like taking a hard right-wing economic axe to the traditional economic framework of this country has created the birth deficits in the first place. And isn't it ironic that then 40 years later the same ultra-right are then moaning about all these immigrants coming in? But if you look at the numbers, our population growth has actually overall slowed down. Because we're not giving birth to enough people.
What does the birth rate have to do with the fact that I brought up that like you got a lot of grapes coming from immigrants from outside your country, from Islamic countries?
Oh no!
Like Pakistani grooming gangs.
Yeah. But this is the thing: if we had more people being able to give birth in and could afford to actually have the larger families of yesteryears, then there would be far less interest to have large amounts of people coming into the country in the first place.
I highly doubt that.
No, that's obviously there's multiple factors why families have changed, why industries change over time, from where things are produced and how cheaply we can produce them compared to other countries. Obviously, the minimum wage in the UK meant that companies could not compete with companies in different parts of the world, and that's.
But the reality is that
that's left-leaning policy, right?
But these policies were enacted before the entrepreneurialism is great declaration in '92.
You can't blame low birth rate on. You can't say, oh my God, we've had a rise of Islamic extremists and grape gangs. What's the cause of this? Birth rate by people
No, I'm just saying it's one factor. It is one factor.
Or when you import the third world, you become the third world.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
When you bring in mass amounts of people from countries where shit like that is acceptable, and you don't hold them accountable when they do it in a proper first world country, it fucking perpetuates. That has nothing to do with the birth rate.
The UK is too tolerant. Is being the problem.
Yeah, but when we were part of
I saw there was a video a couple weeks ago of a man burning a Quran in front of I can't remember what building. It wasn't even a mosque. He was burning a Quran. A man pulled out a fucking butcher's knife out of his fucking garb and tried to stab the dude to death and tried to behead him. That dude got less jail time than the dude that burned the Quran.
Yep.
The dude that
So
burned the Quran got
I-
put in jail and got
I
no
see.
bail. The guy that tried to stab a man to death and illegally carried a knife and got offended that someone burned a book and tried to stab him to death got out of jail that same day and got less of a charge. That's insane.
It is. That is insane. I see what Auntie is saying though, that natural birth rates even in the U.S. too are falling because people cannot afford to have children, right? So then it's like, well, we need workers, so immigrants. We gotta have
Yes,
immigrants.
but we're not
to
willingly
fill in the
choosing
gap.
to allow people from extra shitty places where raping
Yeah,
children is
we need-
acceptable.
We need skilled migration. We don't. we
Yeah, I mean,
don't-
had
Like
that. I mean,
fucking
had
dude,
that.
Japan has skilled migration. Dude, in Japan, they look at your education level and what sector your degree is in, and if they don't think you can contribute to the economy, they'll just tell you to fuck off. Like, you can't own a business in Japan as a foreigner unless you have a degree that actually contributes to the Japanese economy. But again, just because you have a low birth rate doesn't mean you couldn't have chosen to let people immigrate from a different country. Instead, you
Okay.
chose to let people immigrate specifically from
another
areas where
point.
children, it's okay to rape children.
Here's another point. Japan, right? They filter out their migrants, right? But did Japan insert themselves into a bunch of other countries and fuck their systems up to the point where those people then had to migrate out of them?
What time period we talking? 'Cause
Oh,
at certain periods, yes.
I
I'm
mean,
just saying-
the,
I'm
the
just
UK
saying-
and the US, I mean, we're both pretty frequent.
Yes, but that
perpetrators.
still has no bearing on which country you choose to allow people to come from.
But what we,
Sure,
but the thing is, in the UK specifically, we had far less of a problem when it came to this issue when we are still part of the European Union.
Oh no! This is. I'm sorry. That's not true. This is Pakistan.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Do you know why? Do you know why? Why we had a lot less of a problem is because we were part of the Dublin Accords, and the Dublin Accords meant that those people who are coming over on the boats that our media loves to talk about. Prior to that, we could literally return those people back to France. We was like, sorry.
Hang on, Brexit. But we'll let David go. Or fucking wait,
So,
Daily News.
the
What is your actual name? And what am I allowed to call you?
David.
Okay, I
David.
did have it right. I wasn't sure if I was supposed to do that. So we'll let David go in a second. But hang on, Brexit was in what, 2020? The grooming
No,
gang.
2016.
The vote was 2016.
Nearly 10 years ago
yeah,
now, Sam.
yeah, but the grooming gang started in what, 2014?
12. Rotherham was 2012.
Yeah,
No,
so this started before Brexit.
No, that's when it came out, but it happened from the 90s all the way to the.
But the people involved with those particular grooming gangs, the earlier ones, were people who
And it
have
has
been here for
still
a couple
perpetuated now.
who would be. Yeah, I know, and it needs to fucking stop.
Oh, yeah,
We
let
can't
David
deport
go.
them still.
What we need to do,
Let
and I'm going to say
David go. We've been talking over David. We got to.
So all I'd say is, obviously, it's been happening for a long time. And whether we're in the EU or not has not stopped it or helped it in any regard. We've seen since these people were arrested and convicted, not because we're in the EU or not in the EU, but because of the ECHR, we cannot deport them back to Pakistan. Even the people that were convicted in the Rotherham case, the most extreme cases, for multiple accounts, cannot be deported because it will affect their family life. Absolute garbage. If you've committed that type of crime, it's irrelevant. You should just go. But this isn't an EU issue.
YouTube, I could
Well,
probably say I'm super huge on my TV.
Some of the grooming gangs were people who have been here for multiple generations.
That does
The-
not
the
change my
latest-
stance.
No. Oh God, no. I'm just saying this is why
And it's an
my
irrelevant point.
no. My view on this whole thing is that if you're convicted of such a crime, you need to go to a wood chipper.
Well, yeah, I think we'd all agree on that.
Yeah, but
And-
that
and-
doesn't
and-
change
and-
my
I mean,
point.
yeah, this
That
is
doesn't
like
change my point. That still the UK has allowed it.
And if we had the sorts of punishments that actually went after these people in such a way, then there would be far less grooming gangs.
And
Yeah.
Auntie, you'll know, Auntie, the person that brought up the Rotherham cases, that woman was vilified and lost her job because of it, because it was making The whole point of it was no one wanted to say anything because they were called racist, and that is a massive issue.
Yeah, nah, I don't care what color you are. If you grape, you go to the wood chipper.
No, but I mean that sets you the tone of how we deal with all this. No one wants to say anything because no one wants to get accused of being.
No, and I
Exactly,
agree
David.
with you. I 100%
Exactly,
agree
David.
with
I
you.
bring that up sometimes to people in the UK, and I immediately get told, "You're a racist. How dare you say this about?" Okay, so prove to me the statistics are a lie. Prove to me that there's a very disproportionate amount of grapes happening from a very few ethnic minority groups in the UK. You can't.
You know what I think? You know what I think the problem is? This
What?
is a problem with violent men. And there are certain cultures and certain societies where violent men can flourish. And then they go to other countries and they flourish there
Jess,
with
we're
their
talking.
violent tendencies.
Jess, we're talking about men who come from countries
I
where
know.
raping
I
children
know.
is allowed and
It's
accepted.
also
I know. And I'm, as a woman, here to tell you that there are violent men everywhere.
We're aware.
Yeah,
Jess.
it's where
This
it's
is
where
this is
they.
entirely different, Jess. We
Well,
are
No,
aware
it's
this-
not.
It is.
But
also
okay,
No,
okay.
John,
This is violence
I'm
on a different
telling
level,
you,
Jess. This is violence on a
as a
different level.
woman, I have been brutalized by nearly every
No,
man that I've been
Jess,
close
this
to.
is violence on a whole nother level you could never
Yeah.
imagine, Jess.
Jess, I think we have
I
to
know.
distinguish between men that beat women up, and which is equally awful, but there's also men that think that doing things to 13-year-old girls is
Like,
acceptable.
so
There's a big
Jess,
distinction between that.
we're talking
And
about like
those men are
Jess,
prolific
we're
too.
talking in the United States, that is a minority. Society as a whole accepts that that is not okay. We know that.
Yes.
But we're talking about people from a country where the entire country goes, no, that's okay.
Where the entire country says, yeah, it's okay for men to be violent.
And to essay women and grape children. Yes.
Right. That's male violence.
That's cultural. That's societal. That's
Yeah,
not just male violence at that
cultural
point.
male, and that's what I'm
it's not,
saying.
no,
is
no,
I'm
Jess, when
saying
you
that
get
it's-
down to that
hold on.
level, it's no longer just male violence. It's no longer, it is so much more than that at that point.
I know, and that's what I'm saying is that it's male violence, and then there are some countries and some cultures where they are more okay with male
No,
violence.
it's not
And,
male.
no, because wait a second. How do you deal with violent men? How do you deal with
hello,
a morally violent men?
You punish them.
How? Okay, I mean,
You
ignore
punish 'em?
them.
No, you take morally violent men and they deal with them.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing, right? A good man is a man that is capable of extreme violence but keeps it in check willingly. A harmless man is evil. Because usually harmless men are only harmless because they think they can't get away with it. Now, when we talk about male violence, listen, man, I was abused by every woman I've ever been in a relationship with. Should I sit here and look at an abuse that go, this is female violence? Or should I just condemn inappropriate violence?
Okay, sure, but at the same time, the violence that you faced, terrible, awful, needs to be called out. But is that the same on a societal level?
Yes.
No,
I
it
would
isn't.
actually argue that more likely
Women are more
that
violent
women
towards
are
men.
far more violent than men because
That's
men are
insane.
far less
That's
likely to report when a woman is violent towards them.
Okay, but the mere
In fact,
fact that
society normally
number
accepts
one-
female violence.
the number one rate of homicide of females is when they're pregnant, right?
Mhm.
Or the death rate of pregnant females, the number one reason is homicide. Are women out killing their male partners at the same rate that men are killing their
No,
female partners? It's not the same. The
because
numbers
my violence has the possibility of having steeper consequences.
That's
that-
insane. That's insane. The
Right.
numbers are not. Women are not more violent than men.
Yes, I would argue that they are. I would argue that they absolutely are because
The
society
numbers don't support
accepts
that.
female violence. Society accepts female violence. There are whole videos, you can watch it on YouTube, where this woman goes after a
And
man
did you know that
violently,
YouTube makes
and
billions of dollars?
everybody,
You guys let each other finish.
Information?
Both of you stop.
I'm not. No.
everybody's that
Hang on.
listen. I'm not saying that. I'm saying you can go watch the video on YouTube, and the video is what is important, right? Because you will sit there and watch women be extremely violent towards men, and everybody sit there and just watch.
The numbers still do not support.
Right, because men are
you gotta
far
let her
less
finish, too.
likely
So
to
you literally
report.
think that women are the more violent gender?
Absolutely.
You're insane, and I cannot believe that no one in this.
What?
I'm saying
Are
you both.
Hold on,
I'm saying
hold
you
on,
both need to
hold
let
on,
each other
hold on.
finish. Hang on. He's saying that it's more acceptable. It's more acceptable at a societal level for
He
women.
is saying that, yes, but he's also saying that women are the more
And he's
violent
saying,
gender, and
he-
that's
hang on.
not
He's
true.
saying that statistically speaking, men don't report it, and he's not saying that the violence level is the same or worse
He
or better.
is.
No. He said that no. He didn't. He explicitly said that because you missed the part where he said the consequences of both are different. But he
Women
said,
are
hang on,
still
Jess,
not
stop,
killing
hang on.
men at the same rate that
That's
men are
why
killing
he's
women.
brought up the severity of it. He said the severity is different, but he said that the violence he thinks happens more with women because society accepts it and men don't report it. Again, I'm just clarifying what he said.
Insane. No, insane. This is insane. This is insane.
What? So, if we're talking about violence, in that regard, so are we talking specifically about instances of female to male violence, specifically the lack of reporting based upon the fact that sometimes society doesn't take female to male violence in equal status male to female violence? Are we talking about the potential for shame aspect of why some men don't report? And what level? Because if we're talking about unalivement rates, overwhelmingly it's male to female
Yeah.
violence that the unalivement rate
Yes,
is
I agree.
significant.
I absolutely agree that if we talk about the top end of severity, overwhelmingly men. I get it. I agree.
So
Like,
this is
hang on, there's another thing in the middle. I'll
But
give you
yet
an,
you
I'll give you
said
an
you
example.
think that women are the more violent gender, although
He
you
said
admit
in
that
numbers. He said in
severity.
He said in numbers.
So
that's
can we
still-
agree? Can we agree? Wait a second. Can we agree that something happening more often and something being more severe are two different things?
I still don't think you're right. I don't think women are violent more
Hang on.
frequently
Let's
than men are.
bridge the gap here. Hang on. What did he say, Jess? Remember, why am I saying remember?
So
Listen, fucking Christ! Everyone, stop talking over each other. Jess, he said, can we all agree? Because I think we do. That the severity is different than the amount of time something happens. Like quantity is different
He
than severity.
said women are the more violent gender.
Focus on the exact thing right now, and then we can keep going. He said,
How are women the more violent gender?
Jess, focus on the exact topic of discussion within the main topic. Severity is different than quantity, correct?
So
No,
y'all are saying
do we agree?
women are violent
Do
more
we-
frequently than men
do-
are, but
do-
men
hang
are
on,
violent
hang on.
more
That-
severely than women are.
That is what he is
Yes.
saying. That is what he is saying in his opinion.
And
Yes.
I am saying that is fundamentally insane, and the numbers.
But
I
hang
do
on,
not think
that's the problem with the
But-
numbers. That's the problem. Men don't if you even ask a lot of men don't view domestic violence as domestic violence when it's a female on a male. A lot of men don't even report stuff, not even just from the shame aspect. It's she hit me, but it's whatever. Hey man, that's domestic violence. Nah, it's whatever. She didn't do anything to me. But she hit you.
Okay.
That's violence.
So why is it that shelters, whatever, men's homeless shelters are like open, the addresses are out there, but women's homeless shelters or battered women shelters have to be kept private?
So can you answer me this question?
What does that have to do with what I just said?
Because men are more violent, so
So-
Jess, that's
so-
the severity. That's the
Have
severity
that
aspect. That's
secret.
not the quantity. You're addressing the severity aspect. We're
I
talking about
still
the quantity.
think that's insane that
But,
women are violent
We're
more
hang on,
frequently than men
Jess,
are.
we're
That's
separating
insane.
quantity from severity. The severity aspect we already understand. We agree on the severity aspect. We're addressing the quantity. And the problem is with the males. I'm not saying I agree, but I'm advocating what his stance is. With the men, you don't have men reporting either out of shame or no one will believe them or they don't view something as violence because they just how society is. I have seen my friends get smacked around by their wives. Thankfully those guys are
Are
not
they
with her.
smacked around to the point where they're
Jess,
bleeding? where they
Jess,
have
you're talking
bones
about
broken,
severity.
or where they have
Jess,
to go to the
Jess,
hospital?
So,
Jess,
again-
stop. Jess, you're talking about severity again. We're not focusing on severity. We're talking about numbers. Get the severity out of your mind right now. We're talking purely numbers. These men did not report that their wives physically abused them and used violence because, well, she didn't leave any marks, so it's fine. That is because society taught them that way. That is still violence. That is still your spouse hitting you. That is still your spouse
So
using violence.
we're going to say-
hang on, Jess. Whether it was effective or not, whether she bloodied him or not, that was still violence. They didn't report it because
Okay.
that's what society taught them.
So we're going to say that by unreported numbers, women are more frequently more violent than men.
Not
I'm
gonna
more.
say-
No,
I'm gonna
not
say-
more violent. Jess, no. Again, you have to
Violent
separate.
more frequently. Again,
Yes.
we're going to say that by unreported numbers, that women are more frequently violent than men are. By unreported numbers.
I'm gonna say that because of my personal experience, I believe that women are more violent towards men than
And
women.
I support that experience. I believe you when you say in your experience, you have experienced that women are very violent towards you. I'm
Mhm.
not going to deny your experience, but I'm not going to sit here and accept that. We're
So
gonna say
do we
as
agree
a
though?
whole-
Wait a second. Do we agree? Do we possibly agree that society views violence from women different than how it views violence from men? Can we agree that society views female to male violence different from how they view
personally
male?
seen it.
Possibly, yes, because it may not be as severe. But again, I must press the fact. If these numbers are unreported, why is it that you're looking at women in general by numbers more violent?
Well,
No, that's what
reason
he.
you
No,
are.
that's what he stated. That's what he stated from the very beginning. He's not generalizing all women by that because that would be dumb.
Hold on, we haven't let Auntie say anything in a while.
Okay, so right. Firstly, I think we need to look at what we categorize as violence because there is the extreme end where unalivement takes place. That is that, and I will go 10 toes down on that. That is male to female violence, far more predominant in that regard because there's a lot less female to male homicide. So that needs to be prefacited. However, that being said, when you look at the overall situation, violence comes in multiple forms. There's physiological violence and there's psychological violence. There is grounds to suggest that psychological violence is more prevalent in women than it is males because of the element of coercive control. However, that being said, the violence that women fear and are victims of is the physiological. And generally speaking, most women are unable to defend themselves against the physiological forms of violence, which are far more extreme and leads to all manner of horrendousness. Also, when a woman is a target of violence, especially in a marriage situation, and this goes back to what Jess is saying about women's DV shelters being not on the map, so to speak. You can't find them. very often that is because the women end up also taking the children out of the environment. That is to protect the women and the children. There are instances where male DV shelters are not on the list of addresses, at least in the UK, to where we don't have that many male DV shelters. But the ones that are protected for the same reason, they have taken the children, and it is more about the protection of the children versus the protection of the adult individual.
I'm simply saying that we can look at this from a different angle, and that it is wrong to generalize something as male violence. Right?
Well, I will say I have had men be physically violent to me. I've also had men be psychologically and emotionally violent to me.
Mm-hmm.
And then once you finally snap from that psychological violence, and then you say throw something, then they're like, "Oh, you're a violent bitch. How dare you do that to me?" And it's like, you've been treating me like garbage for X amount of time. You've been putting me through all this shit, and now I'm finally speaking out on it, and now I'm the violent person.
All he's
So
saying
my
is all he's saying
hit me in
is
the face with a-
all he's
my
saying.
ex-wife hit me in the face with a frying pan while I was
That's
sleeping.
unacceptable.
Wait
That's
a
not
second.
okay.
Wait a second.
That's
Wait a
not-
second.
wait,
Let me
Jess,
finish.
hold on.
Let
Let
me
him finish.
Because she had a dream where I cheated on her.
That's
In her
crazy, and that's
dream.
not
What the
okay.
fuck?
That's not okay.
Were you married
That's
to a Latina?
behavior.
Yes, both of my ex-wives are Latinas.
And that is crazy
Sure.
bitch behavior, and that does need to be called out. But that doesn't mean that women at large
Yeah.
are.
That's what
But here's
he's
what
saying,
happens.
Jess. He's saying that generalizing is dumb.
But
Because here's the other crazy part about this, Jess. Here's the other crazy part. Are you ready for
at
this?
number? Hold on. He said earlier. I said, "Are you saying that by numbers, women are more violent than men?" He said yes.
Well, so here's the other crazy part about this, Jess, and this is part of the reason why I believe this, right? When I called 911,
They didn't believe you.
called 911, they arrested me.
Of course.
So how could we have any numbers that are accurate at all when this is the societal standard?
My point. How can you say?
So not only can
Just your
How can you say by numbers women are more violent,
Yeah.
not by severity, but by numbers?
That's why he's
So-
saying he thinks by numbers because the current numbers aren't accurate. That's why he thinks by numbers.
Point. You think that
Mhm.
the numbers reflect that.
That's
but
what we've been
that's
saying
not
from the start, Jess. That's what he's been saying from the start.
saying from the start. No. he
Yes,
was
it
saying
is. This is what he said from the start. He said that from the very start. He
Oh
said
my
the numbers
God.
aren't accurate.
Well,
hate
'cause
y'all.
here's the thing. At the same time, Jess, you just agreed with me that the numbers aren't accurate because of societal standards. So how can you say by numbers? that
I've had
women are
far
violent?
more women
can't-
try
I
to.
can't, but
I've
I
had
will tell
far
you.
more women try to step up to me thinking I wouldn't swing on them.
Yeah, and that's weird too. Okay.
I'll fuck. You hit
I-
me, I'll fucking swing. I don't give. Fucking equal
These
rights, equal
hands are
lefts.
rated equal, everyone.
Equal
I
rights,
was at
equal
a friend's
lefts.
house. Listen, I was at a friend's house one night, and her and her man got in a fight. She was stupid drunk, and she was in his face, and she was like, "Fucking hit me," and she was smacking him in the face, and he punched her, and I was like, "She did ask for it. That's fair."
But you know what that
We're
incident?
married
Hang on.
now. That
Do you
was
know
like
what
10
that
years ago.
Do you know what that incident would have been classified as? That would have been classified
That-
as male on female.
Mhm.
Totally. And
Even
I'm
though
saying,
she started it. She hit him
not
first.
I am not denying that shit like that happens. I know shit like that happens. I've seen it happen. I know that
female on male grapes, specifically in the military, are like even more so, even per capita wise. I believe it's like 3 times the amount as as civilians. It is severely underreported, severely, because the military doesn't believe in female on male grape. Just doesn't
Yep.
believe in it. Period. Like,
And why-
like
why
seriously,
don't they
that's
believe
not
it?
a
Like,
thing in the
who set up
military.
that system?
Is it the people?
Who is it that's not believing them? Is it men?
Like, get this,
Well,
Jess.
that's all.
Here's the thing. This is an actual thing. Lion, you'll probably know what I'm talking. You've probably had this talk. We had a scenario it's in our SAPR course. I can't remember what it stands for, but it's sexual assault prevention something.
No, sharp.
Yeah,
Yep.
you guys have it sharp. They gave us a scenario. PFC Jimmy and PFC Ashley or whatever go out and get drunk. They both get drunk. They both go back to the barracks room and have sex. PFC Jimmy raped PFC Ashley. It's like, hold on a minute. That's not how that works. First of all, they're both
Yeah, I
willing.
mean,
They're
they were
both drunk.
both drunk.
Yeah, neither
Yeah,
of them
they
said
both
whatever.
consented.
Then they also give scenarios where people have asked. And I remember I was in the class when this was asked. We asked the representative who's in charge of charging people with this stuff. He goes, "What if a female falsely reports that I raped her and it gets found out?" And she goes, "Well, we don't charge the female unless we believe it's malicious." It's like, I'm sorry, the fact that she falsely reported period is malicious. I was personally stationed in Okinawa when there was a dude that was kept out. He EAS, meaning his end of service date was 2 years past when he got out. He was held in Marine Corps prison for 2 extra years after his last service date because there was a female who accused him of rape. She got out of the military, was flown back and forth between the United States and Okinawa for court dates repeatedly on the government's dime, only for her to drop the charges and admit after a bunch of evidence came out that she lied. That man had his life ruined. Rank
Women who
taken.
do that
Hang on. Rank taken.
see
Jess,
repercussions.
hold on. Rank taken. Pay taken. Reputation ruined. Life ruined. No friends. Nothing. She got 0 punishment.
Yeah, again, women who do shit like that need to see
problem is
severe repercussions. That's
don't.
not okay.
Right.
The problem
Because
is they
not only
don't.
are they fucking up that man's life, but they're also
But that's the point.
ruining
They don't.
culpability for other women who actually go through those things.
But that's the point.
Right,
Is
but-
they don't.
What happens when women are actually raped? People say, "Oh,
The
you're
military
fine."
takes that shit
Oh, it
seriously.
didn't actually happen.
Yeah, like listen. The army takes that shit. Like,
If there's
listen,
even a question,
I have a buddy who got falsely accused when I was in Germany. Right? You know what? The only thing that saved him was
Snapchat.
the time period, because we were we were out doing Bradley pew pewery, right? We were in the field when this woman claimed that he, did this type of thing to
Oh,
her.
you just check roll call for the field op.
Well, yeah, and there were 150 of us standing here going, he wasn't there. He still went to jail and spent 6 months in jail over it and lost rank.
Did they give him his
He
rank
had-
back?
They gave him his rank back eventually, but yeah.
That back pay must have been nice. Not much of a consolation prize, but
I can see in the military, yeah, but in general society, that's not typically the case.
Right,
Women
but,
are
but you asked a question. You said, who's not believing them, right? And it has nothing to do with belief or disbelief or anything of that nature, at least in the military. It has to do with the way the regulation's written.
yeah, and
So,
it's viewed as. Oh, go ahead.
can I give an
David.
example as a non-military example?
Mhm.
So in the UK, TV show Celebrity Big Brother, there was a famous case. Auntie will know this. The celebrity, a woman called Roxanne Powlett, was on the show, and she said another celebrity had punched her in the arm, and until that CCTV footage was shown to exonerate the man, he was vilified, and his life would have been ruined. But she stupidly did this on a show where there's cameras everywhere, and eventually that footage showed that he didn't actually hurt her or anything like that, and obviously her career's been ruined since that.
Yeah.
Without the cameras, that would have ended that man's life, affected his career and everything.
So this is the thing. Burden of proof is always a fucking difficult thing to
Oh, yeah.
provide. And the thing is as well, because of the physiological difference between men and women, as in the general aspect. We're not talking about people who are military trained. We're talking just normal men and women here. Because there are many women soldiers who kick ass every fucking day, right? You just gotta look at that in Ukraine. We're talking about normal society. The viewpoint is that in some people's and in some lawmakers' brains, that there is no way that woman could have done that. Look at the size difference
That's
between
what
the two
we're
of them.
saying, though. That's literally the point of what we're saying.
Yeah, it's and the thing is, this is why I think that generalizing it is bad, right? To sit here and say, oh, that's no, that's just violence.
Yeah, like if we're looking at a country like Pakistan or Afghanistan, I'm not going to attribute that to male violence. I'm going to say that's a cultural and societal thing because that's not just men doing it. You ask the women if this is acceptable, and the women go, "Yeah, that's okay." That's not men at that point. That's women going, "No, this is normal. This is fine.
But are the
We approve
women
of this."
in that country per
Just they
but
approve
if
of
the
it.
women are the women in that country perpetuating the same okay, yeah, and that's shitty. They approve of it.
That's what
Are
we're saying.
they
It's
perpetuating
not
the same
just
kind
men
of
at that
violence?
point. If the women are going, "No, this is normal. Yeah, this is acceptable." That's not men at that point.
Okay, they're permitting it, but are they committing the same acts of violence?
No, because that doesn't align with their views. The women view that it is morally acceptable for a
That's why
man
it's
to
a
do that.
cultural issue.
That's why we're saying it's cultural and it's societal. It's not.
Right.
It's not a
So
man thing.
it's
No,
violence,
Jess,
but
just
in
no.
those
It's not.
scenarios,
No,
that
Jess.
is
It's
male violence.
no, Jess. It's not a man thing. If the women and the men are united and saying this is an acceptable thing to do, it's not a man thing. That's a societal thing. That's a cultural thing. If the
It's a
women go,
difference.
men are in charge, a man is
Sure,
allowed to
but the
beat
men
me
are
all he
still the
wants.
only ones who are doing it.
And the women are approving of it. They are furthering it. It is
Just
no longer.
because they're okay
But
with
that
it and
takes
approving it and permitting it,
That
but they're
takes
not
it from
doing it.
being a man thing to it is now a societal thing. That is what you're not getting. We're bridging the gap here. It goes from being just men to now it is society.
The difference being is that Western society, for the most part, has moved on significantly from the days of which, like 120 odd years ago, we would be talking about this in the context of a societal violence issue. In the past 120 plus years, the shift has been, especially with women having for and whilst it's not applied equally, and it sucks that it's not for the most part equal rights to men, the equal rights argument then kicks in, that and that is what separates it in our societies between male violence and female violence. In those societies, in those cultures where they haven't had that equal rights sort of revolution, as so to speak, they trying to apply our cultural laws, norms, and values, which are based upon, supposed to be based upon equality, to societies where equality hasn't taken place. That is a very different thing, because their societal laws, norms, and values don't have that preset within or hardwired into them, unlike our societies. Ergo, it is culturally based violence where men commit a significant amount of the violence, but because it's okayed by the women, it is a culturally based violence and not a gender specific violence.
And that's why it's a problem bringing large amounts of these people into the country and not challenging this when they come into the country.
100%.
Like
100%.
David, have you heard the story of me talking about what happened when we brought the people back from Afghanistan in the withdrawal to the United States?
I don't think so, no.
So we brought them back and we put them in Cherry Point, North Carolina. It's a Marine Corps Air Base. And we basically made a tent city.
Okay.
Marine Corps military police had to go in and take out all the children. Because
Really?
the men were painting the fingernails of the little boys and girls, and that would dictate, depending on what finger and what color it was, it would dictate what acts you could do with them.
Jeez, that is awful.
Yeah.
It's like you've come to the United States and you're still doing this. You just escaped this shitty, awful place, and you've immediately brought it here.
Yeah, and that's why.
All right.
And that's why
guys, hold on, real quick.
What?
I gotta go. My AAA driver is here to service me.
It was nice meeting you, Jess.
Yeah, nice chatting.
To Auntie, send me a message later. Let me know how this conversation plays out. I'm very curious.
I will report in, Mom. Don't you worry about that.
Oh yeah,
Thank
Lion.
you,
Jess is
Auntie.
my
Love
sister,
you.
by the way.
Yeah,
I know,
Jess.
I listen to you
Jess,
as I get
Oh, yeah.
older.
Jess. we should swap we should just swap WhatsApp numbers so I can just so I can just tell you what happens.
All right, I'm
Yeah,
kicking her.
are
I'm
you
kicking
on
her. No,
Instagram? Hold on. Are
I'm
you
on
on
Insta.
Instagram?
Yeah, I'm on Insta, darling. I'll send you information. All right.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay.
Bye. Bye. Lots of love, Jess.
Okay. So yeah, import third world, become third world. Oh,
Yeah.
wait, I just remembered. David, do you report the same stuff you do on TikTok, on Twitter? David? Lion, we can hear your game.
Oh, I'm sorry.
David, are you there? Earth to David. Hello, David.
David. Hello.
Don't tell me don't tell me his service dropped.
David, you can't have MAGA Wi-Fi for fuck's sake.
Or as the Aussies say, Macca's Wi-Fi. Got that Macca's
is
Wi-Fi.
MAGA's Wi-Fi. Yeah.
David,
Listen.
come back to
Sorry,
us.
sorry, I had to go answer the door. Sorry.
David, I was gonna say, do you post the same stuff you do on Twitter as you do on TikTok?
I don't really go on Twitter a lot, to be honest. I just go on there for research. I don't really post.
Have you seen a bunch of the big OSINT channels and like Western news agencies are getting banned in India?
Yes, there was OSINT Defender. I follow him. He got banned.
Yeah, there was a bunch of people in that comment section that were like, "Oh shit, I'm banned too." So in Indian news, or the Indian government has been officially blocking certain Twitter accounts in India for reporting accurate information on the war between them and Pakistan.
Yeah,
like
India got their asses handed.
Yeah, like making fun of them both for posting Arma footage.
Well, yeah, that was bad.
Both of them did it too. Like, it was funny enough when Pakistan did it, and even India laughed at Pakistan. And then India goes, "By the way, here's our combat footage." It's like,
do you know what the most insane thing came out of the recent violence between those two nations?
What?
The Taliban turning around and going, "Guys, can we just have peace and security?"
The Taliban.
I feel like the Taliban just upset that their playmate's gone at that point. The Taliban's like, "Hang on, wait, we're the ones supposed to be fighting Pakistan. Stop! Our friend's gone."
I was like, what fucking version of the mirror universe have I motherfucking entered? That the Taliban are the ones calling for de-escalation.
That's no different than when October 7th happened and IS looked at Hamas and went, "Ooh, that's pretty extreme, brother." And I was like, hold on a minute. What world are we living in where IS looks at you and goes, "Hey, brother, that was pretty extreme"?
I mean, the Taliban did get a few headlines back when they banned chess the other week. That was a bit of a funny one.
Wait, the Taliban banned chess?
Yeah, because it can be seen because they could possibly gamble on it, so they suspended all the chess leagues.
Oh my god! I will still never get over the fucking interviews that happened shortly after we left, and the Taliban people started getting like 9-to-5 jobs, and I think it was like hello Paradox. I think it was like 3 or 4 months after we had left, or 6 months after, and they interviewed a bunch of people, and people were like, I don't like this. I'm responsible for people under my care now. Or one dude was like, "There's so much traffic in Kabul now. This is ridiculous." And another dude was like, "If I show up late, they dock my pay. No one told me it was going to be like this." It's like, oh, shit. Get fucked. Welcome to the Western world.
Well, or some weird facsimile of what they would classify as the Western world.
Western work society.
Have you seen the guys on rollerblades, Sam?
Oh, God. Yeah, the rollerblades.
How they, like, hold on to the back of a truck. It's so goofy, bro. Like, out of all of the like, foreign, insurgency militaries out there, whatever the fuck you would call them, like,
I can't get over.
They're rolling around on rollerblades.
I can't get over. I mean, Dubai has the same thing. Saudi Arabia does too. I just can't get over how they've got all this fancy gear and they do all these videos where they're actually doing like Western style training and stuff, and then we see them perform in fights against Pakistan, and they immediately go back to the Haji squat. It's like, what?
Yeah,
you did all these training videos.
Back to default.
Yeah, it's like you did all these training videos.
Because they don't fight there's a reason why the United States military is as powerful as it is, and I'm gonna be honest with you, it's the NCO Corps. They don't have those dudes out there going like walking around hitting the privates forward assist, if you know what I'm saying, right? Like
They need more Jamsheeds.
yeah, they need more
Jamshed.
chevrons, man.
You know what's really scary? It's a really scary thought. Do you know who created the first small unit tactics in? Oh, hello, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah,
what
we're
the-
just
I can hear you.
Whoa,
We're just listening.
my internet cut out for a second. That was weird. Okay. So do you know who created the first small unit tactics in the first like NCO Corps?
I have no idea.
Soviet Union.
yeah.
Beginning of World War II.
Oh wow.
And then they got their shit pushed in once and went, well, this doesn't work. Like,
Let's go back to meat waves.
yes, because okay, so the reason it came about was because the Germans, they saw how the Germans were doing it, it was working, and the Germans, their small unit tactics was they based their entire platoon around the machine gunner. The entire platoon will support the machine gunner, and the West took it as no. Why doesn't the machine gun just support the rest of the platoon? And that ended up working. The Russians though, they used small unit tactics, and they used they supported the machine gunner, but the Germans overpowered them, and they went, well, clearly this doesn't work.
Well, also, Sam, though, I do want to push back on that just a little bit because I really want to say that Baron von Steuben's the one that really created the first strong NCO corps.
But I'm saying they were the first ones that tried it, like actually tried it.
Well, I mean, whether it was Baron von Stuber or whoever, yeah, I mean the Soviets.
Think of if they had actually stuck with it, though. Think of how scary that would have been with the amount of people they had. Instead of using meat waves, if they had that many people still and small unit tactics, and an NCO corps, holy shit, that'd be a.
But they had to
scary
do
idea.
the enemy at the gates thing, where it's like they give one dude the pew pew and the other dude the magazine or the bandolier, and like you wait for the dude with the pew pew to get unalived, and you pick it up and you throw the bandolier in it. Like that's they had nothing, dude. Like it's crazy.
I got a message from Twitch chat, bro. I met a female.
It's also
Wait,
the idea of how they were trying to fight. This is part of the problem with like.
Hang on, just one second. Just so we got something from Twitch chat because I know you guys can't see the Twitch chat. You guys can only see TikTok. Someone says, "Bro, I met a female streamer. She was watching Hassan B. I don't know if you guys know who Hassan Piker is. I just said he's dumb because he gives illogical statements. But she told me that Hassan said nothing wrong. She's literally believing Pakistan news, which is all fake. She is saying India is killing Pakistan children and asking what's the proof that Pakistan attacked India. Gave her 5 proofs. She said that's not proof. All her audience is also Muslim, and they reported me and suspended my account. Yeah, that sounds accurate.
It sounds like a little situation we're all familiar with, huh?
Yeah, that sounds.
No,
I've heard of Hassan Piker, by the way.
Hassan is such a. I would love to fucking debate Hassan. I would fucking love to debate him.
I'd
Someone
like
set
to get
that up for me. Someone set up a debate between me and Hassan.
So and after that, after Sam mentally destroys Hassan, can somebody set up some time in the octagon with me and Hassan Piker?
Hassan got detained by fucking Customs and Border Patrol the other day, and he was dumbfounded. After openly going on stream, was like, "I support terrorism." It's like, what?
What you want to?
okay.
You want to give him your special brands of hugs?
Oh, listen! I'm just saying. Every once in a while, somebody needs to get their butt kicked.
No. I'm totally here for it, and I totally support and agree with your personal messaging on this. I'm just saying, can you please fucking stream it? And like, I'll even pay per view for that shit.
I think it would have to be streamed on Twitch. I don't think they'd be friendly for TikTok.
If that ever happens, Auntie, you know I'm gonna get you a seat in the ring. I'm gonna get you a seat ringside.
Oh, brilliant! Excellent work. Thank you. I would love to see that freak show have his ass kicked.
Yeah.
Especially by a guy that looks like European Jesus.
I know, and I tell you one thing: that beard that you've got, it's getting me even more impressive.
Guys, you know what time it is?
It's the beard oil, Honest Amish beard oil, man.
It's
Best stuff out
Guys,
there.
I'm gonna peace out, but
really
I
sweaty.
just wanted
See
to
you,
say,
Red Dawn.
hey, it's been a while. Later, guys.
Great seeing you,
See
Red
you, brother.
Dawn.
See you, Red.
Dave,
In other news, my buddy's band played today. They did very well.
very nice, very nice.
Awesome.
David, what videos you got cooking right now? Or are you just following the news?
Obviously, what did I do yesterday? There's been a few UK ones. There was a local one where a Eastern European man held a child whilst a big group of children beat this kid up. That was a interesting one in the UK that's been rumbling. Another immigration one, you might say. People talking about Eastern Europeans in the UK and their values not aligning with ours. The Royal Navy's had some interesting things in the last few days. They took down a supersonic missile for the first time with the Type 45 destroyers. That was a good one for us.
Very nice.
Obviously, a lot going on with the Royal
did you see
Navy's.
History Revealed's video on the big scandal with the whistleblower dude?
I follow him, but I haven't seen that one. No.
You should go watch his video. He's got a long form video on YouTube about it. There's a dude who's a Royal Marine who is a whistleblower about
Yeah, I've seen videos on that. I haven't seen his, but I've seen videos on that.
He got
whistleblowing.
He interviewed
DEI.
the dude.
Yeah, the DEI stuff, and about 1,000 people signed a petition, but then he got pulled in and arrested under anti-terror law and stuff.
Yeah, he did a big video on that one.
Yeah, there was a thing with the RAF similar to that a few years back where they were trying to hit their figures for minorities and whatnot, and
Why do there need to be figures? I don't understand.
Because when newspapers look at things, they want to see a certain percentage of women or people from.
I know that, but I'm like, whoever joins. If people don't
Well,
want
exactly.
to join,
It should be done. Well, these people sued the RF because they were discriminated against because they were white and they weren't accepted into the program because the recruiters wanted people from ethnic minorities to hit these targets. So they sued the RF.
You're low on recruitment numbers, but because I'm white, I'm not allowed to join.
My view is that when you sign up, that's it. You are a number, and it shouldn't be a case of what color you are, what sex you are, what's between your pants, the legs of your pants. Any of that. It should be: are you skilled? Are you qualified? Can you do the job? And have you got the determination and patriotism to maintain unit cohesion and discipline? That's how it should be. And if you can do the job, it doesn't matter what color you are or what sex you are. You do the job, great. You can do the fucking job, right?
Right, I agree with you, Auntie.
That's how it should be, but that's how it isn't.
I agree with you, Auntie. The problem is, and we've had this problem here in the United States a few times,
Not
right?
the Marine Corps.
Is specifically, and I'm not talking about military now. I'm gonna shift this up. I'm gonna shift focus just a touch and look at the Chicago Fire Department. There was this huge problem with the Chicago Fire School where they complained that not enough, that there was this huge complaint and this huge activist group screaming about how the percentage of people who graduated from the Chicago Fire School who were of, name a minority, right? Who weren't, white or white passing males, we'll just put it that way, right? Was far too low.
Yeah.
And the Chicago Fire School did a whole bunch of stuff to change this, right? And they still didn't hit the numbers that everybody wanted because they didn't have enough people from the communities that they wanted to that they wanted involved volunteering to join that service.
And that's the thing. It's like you can make all of these structural changes in any organization, military or non-military alike, and you can preface that by going, well, we've made it easier as far as we've made sure that we don't discriminate. We've made sure that people aren't just going to look at somebody from a certain background and going, "Nah, you're not going to be suitable for that because you come from that background." You can do all of that, but if you build it but people still refuse to come, then then it's pointless.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but then
So
you get people chuck words around like systemic racism as reasons why people won't join these organisations, and that's why people want to see these numbers to show.
If they're less, if you guys were less racist, people would join.
Yeah, that's what they throw.
But then guaranteed, if guaranteed, especially when it comes to the military, I'm really getting sick and tired, especially in the UK, about them going because of okay, there was a colonial past. We both fucking know that. We all know that, right? And they go, well, that means the UK's military is racist, and yet these are the same folks that if there's a disaster, massive floods or whatever, or on the rare occasion that we do actually get a proper snowfall in this country, where we are talking about feet of snow
Y'all get
falling.
snow?
wait.
I'm just saying.
I just want to cover this.
They're the first people to go. Where's the military? Why aren't they here? And I'm just going. They are there. They are doing the job. It's just you don't fucking see them because the rest of the time. So why should they fucking?
Lion, that sounds like
advertise what
law
they're doing?
enforcement here.
Yeah. Well, the other issue there is, wait a second. I just want to cover this. The UK has a colonial past. You don't say.
Well, technically, it's England's got the colonial past. I'm from Wales, so we're
Well,
part of
you
the
guys are
colonies.
idiots as well.
Oh, come on. Don't act like your people weren't in there, too.
Not only that's the Scottish trying to get out of it with that.
I just
we never had a choice. There's the difference.
Oh, I'm just like, it's just one of those things that always kind of amazes
They're
me.
lined up. They're like, I'm going to do this, but I'm not going to like it. Bang! I'm going to complain the whole time. Bang!
At the same time, from the few cum rice people I've met, I'm gonna complain the whole time sounds accurate.
Fuck you, Lion.
You know I love you, Auntie.
I know, and I love you too, but still, fuck you, Lion.
Oh, David, did you see the video that came out of Gaza with that Hamas posted the other day? Of the
No.
fighting?
I haven't seen it. No.
Hamas.
What were they ambushed?
Oh no. You know how Hamas says that like Israel just attacks aid stations and warehouses and stuff, and they attack all the aid?
Yeah.
They filmed themselves in this giant warehouse.
Oh,
they,
yeah.
They stack up on these pallets of like shit that's stacked really fucking high. And they're all got their weapons and stuff, and they go, "Cool, watch me fire this RPG at the IDF. Peek out, bang." Guess what they were stacked up against?
All the food, yeah.
Ooh, Auntie just got banned.
What?
Oh man.
For what?
Harassment and bullying. Wow.
Yeah, it's the algorithm's gotten real tight lately.
Wow.
I had five. I've been bananaed 5 times in the last 3 days.
Yeah, that was I think it was the banter back and forth. Oh, so they posted a video of themselves stacking up on UNRWA food bags.
Really?
It's literally I'm not even kidding. It's literally them stacking up to fire weapons while posted up against a bunch of stacks of UNRWA food in a warehouse.
Yeah.
They posted it themselves.
Bunch of idiots.
Well, I mean,
And
listen.
the international community, not a peep.
Well, yeah, because can you really blame them? I mean, they're not handing it out to the people. They might as well use it as cover and conceal.
David, I'm gonna DM you the Twitter link, David. There's not much you're gonna be able to use on TikTok, but
That's the problem, isn't it? TikTok is so tight with everything. Like you can't. I really struggle to use material.
yeah.
No, it's hard because like we'll have very simple conversations and it'll be like, oh.
Well, then at the same time, there's it like you can on TikTok. There's loads of like really adult material, like porn. You find on TikTok quite a lot.
I report
Like-
ads all the time. It's like, hey, come get this escort. And I'm like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah. but then like I'll put a video of someone being shoved and it gets taken down for graphic content.
Right. Well, I've been saying this for a while. What TikTok needs to do is like, you know, you have the audience control that gives you the button when you start your live that says, what is it?
18 plus.
18 and over. I need a second button that for like uncomfortable conversations.
Dude,
Yeah, that would be helpful.
I had a video from when I first made this TikTok account get taken down because there was an airsoft gun that appeared for half a second in the background. Very clearly an airsoft gun.
It's crazy. Like
I just DM'd you the link. It's an OSINT post, but they took
Like-
it from the Hamas post themselves.
Sam, that's why I don't really cover the Gaza stuff anymore, because anytime you mention that, either videos get taken down or I'll get like 150 views after a couple of hours. Like TikTok suppresses or just tries to get rid of it.
Oh
Like,
yeah.
it is-
Oh, are you getting the thing too, where you get like 700 views in like the first 30 minutes, and then it just?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, I get that. And then, although my videos are a touch different, TikTok has a lot more trouble, at least taking down my videos, because I just kind of do the crossed arms, angry dad looking down and disappointed on you, and explain to people why they're wrong. Oh.
That's a problem. To understand what TikTok's actual rules are is difficult, especially with the language situation. Because like you used to not be able to say certain words on TikTok, where I'm seeing more and more people use words like murder and kill, and you know, instead of just saying unalive, and it seems okay now.
Wait,
But
Yeah,
if you say
it depends on who you
where
are.
you are.
Wait, have you also seen, David, all the 5-star restaurants that people are posting videos of in Gaza?
Oh God, have you Gaza?
couple. Yeah, it's a story of two sides. Either it's people are starving, or they're eating like lovely
Have
food.
you seen this one?
I haven't seen that specific one. No.
Oh, dude, it's like
wait for it, Lion. You guys can't hear, but chat can hear it. Just wait till you see the inside. Dude, I'd eat here. Wait till you see the inside of the restaurant. Just. This is northern Gaza.
And they're telling us it's all in ruins.
They're saying everyone is starving. Nobody has food.
well, it's like extremely. Does anybody remember A Tale of Two Cities?
Yeah.
Right, like it very much is. And I'm not, it's that saying, right, from that opening line. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times.
So what do we think on Trump and Netanyahu like getting a bit estranged in their relationship?
So I will say the original source for that claim, and I shit you not, I don't know if you've seen it, David. Even the Israeli sources are reporting this because they've quoted from the Middle Eastern sources. The original source for the whole cut ties thing is literally, and I quote, "an anonymous Palestinian." That is
Really?
it. There's no like they're a government official, they were in meetings. It's literally just an anonymous Palestinian. Bibi even commented on it. Apparently, Bibi made a comment that was like, "I heard that me and Trump broke up. I was unaware of this." Bibi, like the next day, personally thanked Trump in a tweet for the stuff with negotiations with Hamas to get the American out. Like they've just, all it is basically, it sounds like, is they disagreed on when to normalize relations with Saudi Arabia. They both said, yes, we need to normalize the relations. America says we need to do it now. Netanyahu says we need to do it after the war. And Trump goes, well, I'm not waiting for you. I'm just going to go do it now. And, and Bibi's like, whatever. I'm back to the war. Like,
So apparently, I'm not allowed to banter anymore.
Nope.
But I do like the people too that are like all panicking.
I've got a full blown account strike because of that.
Wow. Appeal it?
And I'm not even able to appeal.
Oh, just wait a day.
Yeah, I've been so that's the insane. The algorithm's getting really tight right now. Is what's going on. Auntie, I've had 5 bananas on my account, on this account, my backup, in the last 2 days. I've won all the appeals, but like I've had 5 bananas in the last 2 days.
No, I get that. I got an account strike for saying in my ginger.
So, yeah, because
on a TikTok video.
I'm just gonna have to start using this one a lot more and try and build up my third backup because my main account is pretty precious. I've actually legit built that up without having, you know,
Hey, now
without having
that you're all
paid-
here, you've lost the game. Also,
Not too late, Sam.
Oh,
Cyber's already lost the game today.
I got all of you. I got all of you.
Without actually
I got all of you.
without actually
It
having
can't be.
paid. Like I've never paid for followers or anything like that, and I've legit managed to build up a pretty impressive main account, at least impressive by my standards, which is probably lame as fuck for others.
Yeah, keep rubbing it in, Orc, that you're a popular person and we are not.
Thanks.
So first of all, you can quit being mean to my auntie.
No, I was saying the exact opposite. I was singing their praises, that they were rubbing it in, that they're more popular than us. That they are slumming it with us. What are you talking about? I was being more mean to you and DJ and myself rather than everybody else.
Well, mean to me is fine. You should be nice to DJ though. You should be nice to DJ though.
Yeah,
He's an artillery guy.
He's a mitochondria with his glasses for me. So yeah, that should be nice to DJ.
Listen. He's an artillery guy. He's you know, it's been a while since he's gotten to pull a string and get a cookie, man. He probably doesn't feel so great right now.
And he still has to go through me to get the stuff.
Whatever. God gave me something to pull on every single day.
And are you and is this why you're such a professional at it?
Walk away to get a Red Bull for 5 seconds, and I come back and we're talking about masturbation.
No, we're talking about artillery. Get your mind out of the gutter, Sam.
We're talking about artillery. What are you on about, Sam?
Pull string, get cookie.
It's not the mouth it comes into. It's the mind it goes into. That's a you problem, Sam.
Someone get the RAM. Get the RAM. Like this.
When do you have a 155 shell?
Oh, this is not a 155.
That's a 119er.
No.
Oh, okay.
This is an
It's
experimental. This is an
It's fucking. It's so shiny.
This is an experimental.
That's what she said.
It's an it's an experimental 120.
Ooh.
This is
Yo,
from,
Sam,
this
look
is from
at
one
the
of, hang on.
Poland.
This is from one of the 6 prototype barrels used in a T-43 U.S. tank, which would go on to become the Pershing, I believe.
I don't know, but how do I load that into my AR?
Yeah.
Very carefully.
Carefully.
I got a feeling that would be like one of those instances where you go, but dog, I accidentally fell on it.
I don't remember calling fixed bayonets.
Yo,
I just
so, can you
I
do
just
me a
saw
favor?
that episode of A Grunt's Life on Vet TV. The second season, episode 1, after they clear that compound, and he's doing the after action report. It's like I don't remember giving the order to fix bayonets, and next to it on the AAR report, he's got #jelly. This just makes me laugh, bro. The whole.
By the way, guys, we're at 17,000 likes. Get the likes up. We've got 69 nice people in here.
69.
Nice.
Wait. Right, unfortunately, I'm going to have to bounce, Sam. I better get some chauffeurs, but it has been nice chatting to some people with half a brain on this on TikTok for a change.
So first of all, Sam, you have to remember.
Thanks for coming by, David. It's always nice talking to you.
It's 75 now, no longer 69. Due to inflation, the price of eating out has gone up.
It's also really great that we had. It's also great that we had a fellow Brit up here who was intelligent.
Oh God.
Yeah, and you gotta look out what the U.S. has put on the USS Poland recently.
Because like the amount of dumb British people on this app is just insane.
Look at its weapons complement.
I got a feeling it's all the beans on toast some of those folk keep on eating.
I actually think it's just, I don't know, because I get a lot of really wild Brits on my lives.
Yeah.
And like,
I tell you one thing. At least this app has finally At least this
Who's
app is
getting a
finally
phone call?
exposed. Yeah, I'm just sorry. I apologize. I will have to drop in about 5 minutes. But it does go to prove that this app has really helped expose the fact that the British people aren't necessarily intelligent just based upon our accents.
Well,
All I gotta say is 1776-0.
Stop it.
Hey! Look, 1812.
We still won.
Yeah, we
No,
still
you
won. We
didn't.
forced.
No, you didn't win. It was a draw, and it wasn't. And at the end of the
The
day,
fuck you mean draw?
it was a draw.
Yeah. No, we forced you into concessions.
You didn't force
They
me.
don't
Into,
demand
you
a
didn't force,
Run these
you didn't force
colors.
me into anything.
Run these colors right now.
Wait a second. So here's the thing, Auntie. I love you, but in a defensive war, a draw is a win.
I know exactly. So it was a win for both sides.
No. You guys weren't fighting a defensive war.
It was a war. It was a draw. It was like, well, we both kicked our toys out of the sandbox. Let's just put the sand back in the sandbox and start playing nice again. That's basically what happened.
She's not wrong. Just want to throw that out there.
Yeah, so
what was it? The Treaty of Gelt or something like that? I can't remember that exactly.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's actually more about the Battle of New Orleans than anything else, because that happened after the treaty was signed, and you guys still lost to a bunch of pirates.
To be fair, they lost to the Cajuns.
But what was going on? What was
Cajuns.
going on in 1812 and also 1776 that precluded the full strength of military force being used? I'm just saying. Right. Just for the sake of historical accuracy, because I know you like the historical accuracy.
Mm-hmm.
When it all boils
Hey,
down to it, it was a joint enterprise where we had our side, you had your side, but your side was also stacked with other people's military.
Yeah.
And so I'm just saying.
Sounds like a lot of copium.
Okay, all right, fuck it. I surrender. I'm not going to argue this.
You don't have to. You already did.
Fuck you, I can't even
Bald
say
eagle
that because
screech.
this account will get taken down. Bollocks.
Bald eagle screech.
I gotta go back on mute to continue laughing. I'll be right back.
So you also have to remember, though, like, I understand what you're talking about, Auntie. You're talking about the Napoleonic Wars and the 100-Year War?
We're also talking the fact that the reason why your guys were dressed in blue is that you were wearing French military uniforms because the French supported you with 10,000 professional troops, while simultaneously we were also fighting the French actually inside Europe. So I'm just saying context is very, very important when we're talking about this.
Yes, and timing is very, very important when you decide to
you
go
have
to war.
the Germans supporting you as well.
What are you talking about? You had the Hessians.
I know. It was basically it was just like it was just bullshit for both of us. You got the independence, fantastic, wonderful. America, brilliant. But at the same time, the context is really important.
Sounds like a whole lot of excuses.
For goodness sake.
It's okay. It's okay. Auntie's allowed a little copium.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Bright red coats to fight a guerrilla war, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, look, right. That admittedly, that wasn't the finest choice of uniform. It's like, hey, let's just stand here all in nice, tidy lines in bright red, so that they can aim at us easier.
Yes, we hear you.
Test. The fuck?
Yes, we hear you. You're quiet, but we hear you.
Can anybody look at the weapon system I just put in chat?
Oh.
Because I learned about this recently.
My Stream
and,
Deck works. What?
Cool. This weapon system is hilarious. I learned about it recently.
Demonstrate. I can't spell. Trader. LWSD Mark II Mod 0. The laser?
It's a direct. It's a direct kinetic laser, which is the
The
point.
biggest mistake
What about it?
Britain ever made was getting involved in World War One.
I did.
All I'm
So
going to
wait a
say is that
second.
the Helios acronym is perfect. The high energy laser with integrated optical, now I'm using jazz fingers here, Dazzler. All right.
But both Orc Hunter and Orc Slayer, looking at your comment down there in the, you absolutely can win a war on two fronts. It is completely possible. In fact, the Israelis have won wars on 7 fronts. I'm just saying.
But for, winning wars on 2 fronts from an historical basis based upon the technologies available at the time was a pretty difficult. It's not like it never happened, but the law of averages. You look at the history of warfare, and it's only really been in the modern era with overwhelming military force using the technology and at-distance launches that you can successfully win a war on 2 fronts.
Yeah, the U.S. did it.
You haven't won a war.
The U.S. hasn't won a war. What are you talking about?
On its own, it's not. I don't think the U.S.
Oh, so we're talking on our own now. Oh, you can't win a war. What? So are we gonna say?
That's really pro Pally. Wait a second.
Are we gonna? Why are we shifting the goalposts? You haven't won a war. You haven't won on your own. So does that mean we get to exclude all the times the British used their colonies? Because most of the British military, the entire time they were the British Empire, was their fucking colonies.
Well, also, does that also mean that we get to exclude all the times that the British won wars with, Scottish and
That's what I'm saying. With their colonies too. Most of their soldiers were like Indian and stuff too.
I'm trying to wind you boys up.
I'm sorry, we speak flags on the moon.
This is true.
Gotta get the band.
America.
I can't.
America isn't a country.
No,
it's
not.
50 individual gun clubs pretending to be a country.
I don't know about California.
It's basically like if the EU had a brain cell, and then lost that brain cell.
Hang on, I might have something that'll make a really satisfying noise. Okay, I gotta do this off camera, but this might be a really satisfying noise.
Oh God, is he turning the mic down?
I'm gonna die if I hear the sound of
Shush,
clippers.
shush, shush.
Oh,
Oh,
that's
nice.
It is not American. It's Turkish.
Oh.
It's Turkish at $120.
Just throw a high.
That's a beautiful sound.
Yep.
It's only 120.
Yep.
Well, I will trade you a
Did you guys see it?
Yeah.
Whoopsies.
Whoops. What was that?
Sam, so remember your luck. Remember when you streamed your autocross video on your live that one time?
So dumb.
And then TikTok thought you were being an absolute banshee behind the wheel, so they took down your live.
They thought I was driving from my computer and then proceeded to send me fucking distracted driving videos. So that thing was $120. It's a Turkish pump action 12 gauge. It only takes 3-inch shells.
Right. Anyway, I need to protect. Anyway, I love you guys, but I also need to protect this account that I can actually go live on because the other one's down for a while. So I'm just gonna do this phone call thing. Wonderful talking to you as always.
Bye,
Sam.
British
Peace out.
coward.
Love you,
I'm
Auntie.
not a coward. I'm not a coward. I
Running
stand
away.
up for
Look
what-
at that, Auntie. Look at that, Auntie ran away. Look at that. I don't.
I guarantee you, she got her account banned for verbally abusing the orcs a little too hard, and now she's gonna go lose her second one doing the same thing.
We all know what
No,
they
see,
say
it was-
about
it
small,
was-
big.
It was FU Lion that got her banned.
I haven't had a single opposition the whole night.
Oh, dude,
Wait, Cyber, you're a liberal.
Oh
Oh no! Oh God! Yeah. Yeah, I can be. I can be for this
Oh my
conversation.
god, dude, Lion, we were on a live and we were just trying to tell this dude that like not everyone who disagrees with him is a liberal, and he was losing his shit. He was one of the dumbest MAGA people I've ever met, but anyone who didn't immediately agree with them, he was immediately calling a female name and would just insult you and call you a liberal.
Oh man. And the thing is, like, this happens to me on occasion. I'm sitting here like Dave was sitting there one day, this dude came up and was like, "You're a liberal." And I'm like, "What the dude, do you it hurts my brain. Why would you insult me so?"
All of the Rust bots are charging their servers. Yeah.
But no, it's just been kind of wild. Like, there's wild stuff going on here for some reason, right? Like,
I've been wanting to do a video and I just can't find the time lately. But then they're like, when I do a video, it just fucking dies.
Yeah,
Hey,
a video and the pro pallies spend a week like measuring the size of your head and like saying you have really Jewish features, like they're trying to prove you're Jewish. Oh, that was a fun time for you, wasn't it?
I can't believe that stayed up.
Oh, those accounts
Right.
are still there, but that account that I had got banned.
Like that they were literally doing phrenology.
Oh, no, not only that, they've got full-blown swastikas posted all over their profiles, and the stereotypical Jew thing posted all over their profiles. But I got banned for hate speech.
Yeah.
Me and Lion debated a guy last night who literally believed that the mustache man targeted the Jewish people simply because they practiced Judaism.
Oh yeah.
That's where we're at.
That's it?
That's where we're at.
That's it.
Like that's it. Like he was convinced that it was just people who practice the Jewish religion. Not like he doesn't believe. He's never heard of an ethno religion.
So all those people that just
doesn't
had a
believe
cousin who was Jewish.
We literally spent like half an hour. We're bringing him sources. Lion does a better job of explaining things than I do. So Lion tried to explain it to him like Barney. You remember break it down Barney style? Like Lion was doing that shit for him, and he was still missing the point.
Well, and
It literally
like
created blood quantum theory.
he was also like right after you left, DJ. I got another guy that wanted to argue the dumbest shit with me about like the Talmud and all this, and I'm sitting here like, first of all, it's Talmud, right? Like if you're gonna be an anti-Semite, at least
hello,
pronounce
Golda.
it, right?
No, I thought it was Talmud.
Yeah, right. That's how I've been saying it now.
Rude.
I tell you what, anytime people
It's
bring
got
it
a
up and
red
push me
cow
into
on the front of it.
You're a heifer.
But like, and it's just why, because the dude's like arguing these stupid. Well, Zionist Jews don't even follow the Torah; they follow the Talmud.
Bitch, what?
And I'm like,
What?
yeah. This is the argument that the end of my live last night boiled into, and I was just like,
Most Jews
that-
have never even seen a Talmud in person.
Yeah.
yeah. Well, and then Reuben came up, and a whole argument started with that because it is what it is. But it's still one of those things where I sit back and I'm just like, this is completely insane. I love Reuben to death.
He takes it too seriously when there's a moron.
So Golda,
No.
Frank made another video about me, and we're up to 2 now.
Wait, what?
Frank made another video about me. We're up to 2
You know
now.
he made the first one.
Who's Frank?
Yeah, he made a text like picture video about me. I took a screenshot of, and the other one's just him yapping at the camera about me. Hold on, I'll show
DJ,
you.
can you send me on Telegram?
Frank?
He used to be a pro-Israeli, and then something happened. I don't know. I was trying to figure that out
He's an
last
old
night.
man with triple K connections who's a total
Yeah.
idiot.
Somebody pulled Daba on his sister, and now she got her feelings hurt by somebody, and now he's an anti-Semite. So this is what he posted for me to read yesterday. If you want to make me big, real quick, Sam. I'll give you back your screen.
DJ, you can also send it to me on Telegram.
Well, I'll send you the other video on
Man,
Telegram.
I really must have rocked the synagogue of Satan's into its foundation this way. What the fuck? Alright.
Also, DJ, check your fucking notifications. I see that 99 plus down there, man.
I had a
Ain't nobody got time
Neo.
for that.
Someone in chat says I had a Neo Yahtzee tell me I had to read the Talmud to quote truly understand how no Judaism is. Oh my fucking god, of course.
Are you dual streaming right now? I'm guessing, Sam.
TikTok, Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube.
As if they actually know what the Talmud is. They see one clip on Reddit.
They don't.
Man, listen, I don't think that like there's a large number of Jewish people that I think don't know what the Talmud is because like I've heard like 6 different explanations.
Reddit for rabbis.
Yeah, right. Like
It's my fucking saying. I created that.
Oh shit.
I like to compare it to the panels. Like if we're talking to like one anti-Semite, I'm like, imagine that this is the Talmud. Our whole conversation is being like, written down by a stenographer, including you. I'm like, you would be the dissenting opinion that says crazy shit that's in the Talmud.
They read one paragraph of the Talmud and instantly received some type of intergalactic message.
Yeah, he's getting his messages straight from like Zargon 3.
no, I find it wild that people even try to do that. Like, can you? How about you don't? Right? Like, just don't.
Can you don't? Can you don't?
Oh,
please?
dude,
Don't please.
I'm so tired of it, especially with the Christian anti-Semites. Like, as a Christian, I take particular umbrage with the Christian anti-Semites.
Yeah, Dolores Umbridge.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god.
Listen, I'd let Dolores Umbridge watch my kids before any of them asked.
Hang on. Does anyone here? None of you guys live near Texas, right?
I wouldn't go that far line. She was evil.
I live.
Or most of them.
Is that close enough?
You live where?
Missouri, St. Louis.
Do you know what
Oh, yeah,
Do you know what DreamHack is?
That's the that's like the STEM/tech event, right?
Never mind. If anyone's heard of DreamHack, I'll be at DreamHack Dallas next weekend.
Oh, nice. Can't go back to Texas. Both of my ex-wives live there. Dangerous for me in that state.
Were they both Latina?
Yes.
Do you still date Latinas?
Wait,
Lion,
Lion, so both your exes live in Texas?
hold on. Lion, do you still date Latinas?
On occasion.
Attaboy!
He's punishment, man. What can you say?
The food's
Lion,
just
all
too
your
good.
exes live in Texas?
Yes.
Oh,
That was the joke. Yeah, the food's just too good.
this is true.
Wait, Lion, what kind of Latinas? Where were they from?
Mexico.
Did you learn how to make the food?
I already knew how to make the food.
But did you learn it abuelita's way?
I did learn quite a bit from Abuelita. Listen, I'm not big fans of either of my ex-wives. I love both of my ex-mother-in-laws.
I learned how to make tamales and tortillas from scratch. I love esquite and elote. And I did learn how to make pozole.
You know what's crazy? Both of my ex-mother-in-laws still contact me regularly.
Yes! Attaboy! My ex-fiance's mother still talks to me on occasion. She used to send me Christmas presents.
Fucking Tortos.
Excuse me?
You heard me, Torto.
Jealous.
You're just mad my metabolism still works unlike yours.
No. My spine doesn't work.
No,
Yeah,
one
I'm the one that's mad about the metabolism bit. That makes Lion very angry.
If I
Hey,
can
look,
exercise, that'd be fine.
I'll say it once and I'll say it again. Serving your country does numbers on the lower back.
And the knees.
And the knees.
Yeah, those numbers are L1, L2. Let's go through them.
Oh.
pozole is
backbone
probably the
for
best Mexican dish. I don't know.
Nah, I like barbacoa.
I was gonna say,
elote is a very soft spot in my heart. I am addicted to elote.
yeah, but I don't buy elotes from the elote carts that are operated by men.
Nope. It's got to be abuelita.
Where do they go to the bathroom, Sam? This is why I think about it. Women. I've never seen a woman pushing an elote cart ever go use the bathroom on the side of the road. They always go when they push it in front of a gas station. Somebody from the neighborhood will step up and keep an eye on her cart while she goes inside to use the bathroom, washes her hands. Oh, homeboy, they used to come by my house every day. I would literally just watch him rip one out in the corner, like in the alley, and then he'd come back, start pushing his cart and selling elotes.
Yeah, my people never did that. My people
No,
never
thank
did
you.
that.
It's that special seasoning, I guess.
I think that's your area. It's your Mexicans.
Those Colorado Mexicans, not my Mexicans.
I tamales. I gotta go talk to the tamale lady.
Oh, so because my wife's half Salvadorian, half Mexican, she makes the outside is the Mexican way with the corn husk and the proper masa, but the inside is the Salvadorian way with like different kinds of stuffing. So like veggies mixed with meat.
I hope you guys know you guys are making it very hard because like I'm trying to stay kosher, and not a lot of Mexican food is kosher.
No, the vast majority of Mexican food isn't kosher.
Because you go up to a Mexican, you're like, "Hey, can you make this kosher?" They're like, "Kosher, I can make that."
Well, see, I got the double whammy going on. Like now that I'm eating kosher, I can't. I gotta eat kosher, but I'm also allergic to the protein in tomatoes.
What?
I'm allergic to the protein that is in. So it's a specific compound that's in tomatoes that I'm allergic to.
Cyber,
Yeah.
why are you trying to keep kosher?
Because he's converting.
Oh, really?
Yes, I do have to fucking move cities because the only Orthodox rabbi here doesn't do conversion.
What a coward!
Sucks. Right, that's what I'll say.
Cyber, look into turkey bacon. Not
welcome.
turkey bacon. Sorry, beef bacon.
We have a guest. Welcome, Darren.
Darren is probably
Hey, Darren. Darren.
I was gonna let him introduce himself. I've never met Darren Golda.
Hi, Darren.
How you doing?
How's it going, Darren? What's on your mind?
What's on my mind? Plenty.
Go on.
Okay, my name is Darren, for those who don't know. I'm 58 years old, born in South Africa, came to Israel, been here for 40 years. I'm a retired brigadier general from the police.
Very nice.
And that's it.
So we can trust him with a map and a compass.
I think that's only American officers who get lost with a map.
Oh my god.
We don't.
No, man. The ones that don't get lost get promoted to first lieutenant.
God.
Wait, is that why I never see first lieutenants?
Yeah, because they found their way back a long time ago.
Oh God.
I'm pretty sure my second LT is still wandering around the land nav course.
Guys, tap
to
the
this day.
screen. We're at 67 viewers. We got 18,000 likes. Let's get those likes up. We've been live for 4 hours. We're only at 18,000 likes. Jesus Christ, people.
No, DJ, I think I gotta amend that statement. I think any officer that doesn't get lost on the land nav course ends up going over to warrant officer.
But don't let Darren's humbleness sell him short. This man is a literal Israeli hero.
Yeah, dude. This is our one-legged warrior here. He is a bad MFer.
Nice. I teach idiots how to shoot paper.
Hey, all right. As long as they hit the paper, that's all that matters. Their paper.
You know what?
I remember being range control, man, and being like, lane 3, you shot a 0. Lane 5,
Lane
you shot a
5, you are
0.
hitting the berm. Lane 6,
4, you shot 60.
No, yeah.
So
no impact, no idea.
So right before I got out, right? I had this stint as basically being a range safety for like these National Guard and Army Reserve units that were coming through to qualify. And so we get this National Guard unit in there, and it's a support unit, right? It's like finance. Anyways, so this finance sergeant first class walks up to my lane, gets on the lane, right? And just like constantly doing the weirdest stuff imaginable.
I don't know
Right?
who's cooking. Done when that alarm goes off.
But so here we
Cyber.
are.
Look at Cyber at the bottom.
Yeah, right. So we go through the prone supported phase, right, DJ? And he like does something really weird, and misses every target the prone supported. But then
Oh.
yeah, right. Then we move to the prone unsupported, right?
Oh, I know
And
this story.
instead of moving his sandbags out of the way, he just slides back and dumps the first like 5 or 6 rounds straight into this. And like at this point, I'm livid. Right, dumps the first 5 or 6 rounds straight into the sandbag. And finally, I walk over and pull the sandbags out of his way, and I'm like, maybe now you'll hit something, Sar. Again.
Wait, hold on. How did you guys not catch it after the first round with the initial plume of dirt everywhere? 'Cause I've had a PFC fucking pop around into a sandbag before, but it always like it explodes basically.
Yeah. Yeah,
How did you guys not
listen.
catch it the first time?
Listen, I caught it immediately. And he just kept pumping rounds into the sandbag.
Oh, okay. So it was the time it took you to walk down there.
Yeah.
My favorite thing to do was to like when I catch PFC sleeping, just fucking slowly take their weapons and watch them freak out for an hour.
Oh, dude, I used to carry around a red Sharpie. If I caught people sleeping, I draw a line across their neck.
Wait, guys, let's get some updates directly from Ukraine. Zach, come on up.
Wait, is he gonna violate OPSEC again?
No, that was Sandberg.
Okay.
That was our boy Sandberg. Zach is familiar with Sandberg though.
Hey, how's it going, boys? Yeah, Sandberg's good shit.
Yeah, you missed Sandberg. The last few times Sandberg's come up on my stream, though, he's been on mission and turning on his camera. And I'm like, I will fucking drop you. Stop it.
Yeah, don't turn your cameras on. How are you guys?
Doing good.
Not bad. How are you, brother?
How's the explosions?
Good. Went to my day off. Just got off frontline position last night.
How the explosions?
It was actually, we had a lot of artillery landing close, but I smoked a Russian OP yesterday, blew the thing right to shit.
Nice.
Still doing drones?
Yep. Yeah, we took a lot of rounds last night. It was like a whole in the day before. It's like, holy Christ, man.
I forgot to ask, do you have anyone that 3D prints for you guys?
We have a 3D printing machine.
Do you have anyone who knows how to sort through files and shit?
Yeah, I have one guy here. And there's an American here with me. He knows
I'll
how to
send
do
you a
all that stuff.
Dropbox. I've got have a Ukrainian translate. I've got a whole fucking like 600 megabytes of like Russian files for modifying drones and droppers and shit.
Okay.
It's mods that they made themselves, and we just have the files. Someone acquired them from a Russian flash drive.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I wonder how they
Good.
got that.
I don't mind sending shit back to those dickheads.
Hey, thank you for designing the thing I'm going to blow you up with.
Yeah.
That's like the ultimate Uno
you drop
reverse
this.
call.
You dropped this file. Boop.
Yeah. Fucking boom.
I was gonna say, Zach, do you wanna tell the story of I don't know if you're allowed to on live, the story of the video footage you watched the other day?
Which one? I see a lot of stuff.
The one of yourself?
one of me. I don't know. I get
Your
fucking
guy's
blown up all the
vehicle.
time.
Your
Which
guy's
one?
vehicle.
Oh, yeah. We fucking. Yeah, well, that was like when we almost died the other day because we almost died last night too. So
Tell the one from the other day then.
yeah, like at least once a week I almost get killed here. So fucking it's a little hard to keep up with all these life flashes. But what the fuck? Oh yeah, last week. Yeah, fuck me. Yeah, so last week, we're in a building we're defending a city, and we're in a building, and we're told we need to meet a vehicle down at the highway, and I was like, oh shit. So we have to exit a building, run down a street, and then run down another block, and then cross some cables, and then cross a road, and then we're getting picked up. And we're told exactly 9:32 exactly head out. I'm like, okay, understood. 9:32 move out. So 9:32 comes along and we move out, and we in a pair, and we move. And as soon as we get out, Russian FPV starts flying around, and obviously we take cover. And it's nighttime. They have thermal drones, so I'm like, oh, we're fucked. We're dead, But he flew right by, and then we start moving to the pickup point. And I'm like, we're at the pickup point. This is the pickup point. I'm like, nobody's here. We're like, what the hell? And then I look in the other side of the road, and there's a concrete pillbox. I'm like, we're hiding in there. So we hide in the concrete pillbox. And then mortars and artillery started landing around us. And we're waiting. Like 5 minutes passes, and then I get a message saying, stand by. I'm like, stand by? I'm like, motherfucker, we're at the pickup point. We're already here. They're like, stand by. I'm like, oh my God. And then they friggin' the vehicle finally shows up after, like, we waited there for like 10-15 minutes. They were assholes, but whatever, it happens. And so late pickup, and then we start making our exfil down the road as fast as we can, and we have these detectors that pick up frequency, which basically captures the camera of Russian FPVs. So whenever a Russian FPV enters your airspace, it will take over the camera, and you can see the camera
basically
footage
just a clone,
that the
like,
pilot.
you've got like a
basically
tab-
you see
you've got
what
a
the
tablet
Russian
in your
is, the
car.
Russian pilot's seeing. And we're flying down the road, and we're crossing a bridge, and all of a sudden the camera comes up, and it's our vehicle going over the bridge, and the guy in the front goes, "That's not good." I'm like, "What?" I look over, and that's us. I'm like, "Go, motherfucker, davai." You know? Yeah. It sucked. Yeah, but yeah, hurry up and wait. Yeah, it fucked me. I was like, then we got in the car. Got in the car, and I just yelled at him like,
Taylor,
"You're such an asshole, bro."
Chosen. No, I've got some friends in Chosen Company though. Some friends who were in Chosen Company.
No, I'm in a Marine brigade. I'm Marine.
It's crazy that hurry up and wait is a universal military principle.
Dude, I'm never late for anything, especially when I'm given like a specifics, like, I need you to be at this LZ or whatever, fucking, a certain time. I will be there regardless. And we're
Wait,
there, and we're waiting.
Your
I'm like,
uncle?
you got to be kidding me, man.
Wait, your uncle was a Marine. Okay.
Oh, Marine as well.
I
So-
thought he said his uncle
Yeah.
was. I thought he said his uncle was in Chosen Company. I was gonna say, wait.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Graham was your uncle. Oh fuck, man. I'm so sorry. Graham was a good friend of Sandberg's.
Yeah, Sandberg was in Chosen for a bit there. But yeah, I'm in a Marine brigade, so, but.
Fuck, I
Marines
heard
is pretty good.
I
They're
heard
pretty good so
nothing
far.
I heard nothing but good things about him.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? We're losing too many damn friends over here.
It's always the problem.
Yeah, well, it's been pretty rough the last little while here.
And Ethan was killed just after Graham too.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, they went through a fucking rough period. Dude, Chosen Company has like a 95% casualty rating on every mission.
My God.
Well, they're the only ones who are willing to fucking do shit. Like,
Well, there's lots of good units that are putting in hard work, but that's a thing. Like, intelligence sometimes isn't accurate. You know what I mean? Like, you move out on an assault.
even their intelligence was fucked going on that mission.
Yeah, like it's happened to us too. We go out on a position and go to attack a position, and then holy fuck, something just blew the fuck up. Fuck, dude, the building just shook. Was that an FPV?
With my headphones in, it like sent the bass straight to my eardrum.
Fucking break my windows, cock.
Break my
I can
windows,
see it. Fuck, I've got so many holes in my windows already. My windows are all cracked. Yeah, it was a big explosion. Fuck you. Fucking dickheads.
Let me guess.
I know, man.
Another civilian building.
No, actually it was. I'm not going to tell you what the target is, but it was definitely a civilian building, 100%. What a fucking... You're scaring my pigeons, you fucks.
Yeah, he has to eat those on
I
Friday.
fucking love Canadians in war.
Yeah, fuck, man. Makes you hard not to do war crimes around here.
It's part of you. It's
Zach,
part of your heritage.
do you have any way of obtaining a box of screws, like drywall screws?
We have a big bag of screws, but I was going to put them in a bomb and use them for shrapnel.
Okay, do you want to know what kind of container you should use for those?
What?
Soda can, nonstop.
Oh, soda cans. Okay.
No, like
'cause
seriously.
Even too, like
so you take a nonstop, you cut out the top.
Yeah.
You put the fuse in.
Yeah.
You wrap it with a little bit of
tortilla
extra
and
explosives.
screws.
Yeah. You take the nonstop can, cut out the top, put the fuse in, wrap it with a little bit of extra explosives, like some TM60, whatever the fuck it is from the
Yeah,
just
the
to get some
tortilla. Yeah.
dispersion. And then you
Yeah.
you fill the whole thing with like drywall screws, or even
Okay.
better yet, ball bearings, like very small ones.
Yeah. That was a loud bang, eh?
Yeah, it just came up on Telegram.
Yeah, I know. Oh, we got an alert on the phone. Oh, FPV in the area. Oh, thank you, sir. I like the updates on time. You know, that's like getting shot and saying take cover. You know, you have dumb ass people. Well, yeah, what I used to do with my frags, I would take my frags and then I would tape lead fish weights, and you get fish weights in lead strips here, and you could just break off the individuals. And I used to wrap those around my grenades and tape them to the grenade and just basically make claymores out of my frags extra. Give them some extra fucking humpty.
Yeah, if you do the soda can one, what it does is it's not going to unalive everyone in that area, but it's incapacitating. It takes out a lot of people out of the fight. Because think about it, if you just shove shrapnel in every direction, cool, you may not be dead, but I've taken you out of the fight. And I've severely demoralized you because I'm just going
to... it takes 2 or 3 to 4 people to evacuate them. I know that. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. The non-stop cans work specifically well for those because the non-stop cans are a little bit thinner.
Yeah. Well, even too, like with what I'm doing here, you know, we wound people, you know, it is what it is, right? That was pretty bad, though, eh? Huge explosion on your live. Welcome to Ukraine, everybody.
Not the first time. Even on one of my lives, I was on someone's live and blah, 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 blah. Boom! I gotta go!
Yeah, I know. This morning I was in a dead sleep. You know, we call them hot starts when you're sleeping and there's a massive explosion.
Boom,
you wake
I'm
up,
up.
you're like, holy shit! You know, your heart's going. You're like, what was that? We're getting bombed.
Then you look at your fucking phone. It's like 20 minutes before your alarm clock. You're like, God fucking damn it!
You know, like, what was that? It was a hot start. You're like, oh fuck, Jesus, heart's pounding, isn't it? Yeah, hot start. Yeah. 2 seconds later, you're awake. What happened?
God.
Yeah, it sucks. Yeah, like I said, you know, like the Russians keep dicking around, and you know everybody wants peace and the end of the war, and then the Russians just keep making these ridiculous demands. They're like, we want all 4 regions that you haven't even captured. You don't even own these 4 regions, and you want all 4 of them. And they said if we don't agree to it, next they want 5 regions, and they said they're willing to fight for the next 4 or 5 years. Well, bring it on, assholes. You know, I'm ready to fight for the next. I've been here for 3 damn years. What's another 3? You know, fuck it.
I wish I made enough money to make sure that my family was okay back home.
Yeah. Well, it's just like, you know, I wish like NATO and other countries would, you know, pull their heads out their asses and fucking, like, you know, yeah, it sucks fighting the Russians, but they're just people, and most of them are absolute dog shit soldiers.
The
you know
U.S.
what I mean?
weapons are flowing again, at least. Finally.
If we could get like 1 American battalion out here, or any like a Polish battalion or a British battalion,
dude, even just a no-fly zone.
A lot different. Yeah, include a no-fly zone, but like NATO tactics are have a huge success on the field here. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, it's
modified tactics. When you use straight up,
I fought with American Army, Marines, you name it. You give me a dozen Marines and we'll fuck some shit up.
Well, yeah, dude. If you know.
Well, so like
two brigades from the 1st Armored Division would probably end most of that fucking fight.
What I like though is a lot of people, even the Ukrainians, will acknowledge it. Just like especially the units with foreigners that are primarily foreigners, is they're a different beast because nobody does it like Americans, Brits, Canadians, and Aussies, where it's like That is my enemy. I am taking that position. I am not stopping until I have passed that position. You will die now. Oh, our guy's down? Cool, someone grab him. I shall keep going. Like, there is no ferocity like pissed off fucking Westerners. And like even the Ukrainians like, yeah, we can't do that.
There's been like some of my friends and some of my friends who are here currently and some of our friends who are no longer here, but like there's been a lot of foreigners who have come here and they're just absolute beasts, absolute warriors. Then there's been some foreigners show up and you're like, what are you doing?
Mikitoma?
Yeah. Some people.
Wait, is he still there? Is he still there?
Yes. Unfortunately,
Yeah, I'm doing a different job now because, like I said, I've been hurt too many damn times, and this is how it is now.
Yep.
I can't handle frontline infantry anymore. My brain's fucked.
Toma is a fluke in the system. Yeah, he's a fluke that needs to be dealt with, though.
I don't know who that is.
Mikitoma, the dude that keeps going around pretending to be a civilian recruiter for the Legion. The guy who got kicked out after like 3 days.
Oh, I heard. Okay, I heard something of a person doing that for. Yeah, I'll tell you 90% of the time, if anyone says they're a Legion recruiter, they're full of shit.
Yeah, I had
You can just go
someone.
to
I
the
had someone
official
else
website.
message me saying there's someone pretending to be a Legion recruiter on Signal. By the way.
Yeah, but that's the thing. There's so many other units. You don't need to go to the International Legion. I'm not in the International Legion. I'm in a complete Ukrainian brigade. We're the only damn foreigners here.
Well, yeah,
we're
it
the
usually
only-
means
there's
you're
only a
trusted.
handful
When,
of us.
when you get selected to go to Ukraine, it usually means you're competent and they trust you.
Yeah. Yeah, but I've been in many Ukrainian. This is my fifth battalion I've been in, so.
If you know who Ken is, he went and bothered Ken for. Oh yeah, no, fucking Unk. Yeah, I know. Ken. I'm good friends with Ken.
What in the fuck are they destroying over there? Yeah, we had artillery landing right where we are here yesterday. I was on position and we had friends on their days off and they were getting shelled right here in FPV. Today it hasn't been artillery today, but there's been a lot of FPV explosions like in artillery here. Not too much, but I don't know. This place
FPVs
sucks.
in civilian populated areas? No.
Oh, dude, I'm telling you, the Russians use this city. I'm in the city of Kherson, okay?
Yeah.
And the Russians use this as a training ground for their FPV pilots. They strictly target civilians for training purposes.
I believe it.
If that's not a war crime, that's what I said.
Medvedev openly admitted that all civilians are fair game now.
Yep, dude. Every single day, civilians this morning there was a 71-year-old man had a drop on him. You know what I mean? But yesterday was women. It's every single day, and most of the time it's children and elderly who are getting attacked. This is every day. This is happening here.
But free Palestine.
Yeah. Fuck, dude. No, but it's I don't know, man. There's really not a lot we can do besides, we did take out an FPV team last week, but the impact of that is very small because they just bring in another group. You know what I mean? It's like.
And if you take out too many, they'll just bring in a better team from a different region.
Yeah, and then they continue, right? But it's hard because then you need better equipment to get better, our different firmware updates and things like that, so we can increase the range of our drones, so we can go farther back and target artillery and target, other Russian teams, and it's just a pain in the ass, dude. It sucks. And most
See you,
of our
Lion. Thanks for
stuff-
coming by.
Yeah, everyone. It's nice meeting you, buddy. Take care.
Are you playing with the? It sounds like you're playing with the chain link that's that's holding your window shut.
Oh, me?
Oh, that's
No.
you? Oh, I thought
Sorry,
that was
that's-
Zach.
No, I'm looking out the window to make sure we're not taking another round here.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't know I was unmuted. I'm securing our motor pool. Sorry.
Yeah, cool. Oh, you're active service or?
No, I'm Leo.
Oh. Yeah, that bomb hit probably 45 meters from where I am.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, so I'm just looking I could throw a rock and hit the building it just hit. That's what I'm kind of looking. I was like, because usually they tap it 10 minutes later. There'll probably be a second one coming in to finish the hit
Waiting
or
for
whatever
all the
hell-
emergency workers to arrive.
Yeah, no one's screaming, no one's yelling, so nobody's hurt. I don't know. Usually when people get hurt, you'll hear people fucking screaming, right? "Ah!" You're like, oh fuck. But I got medical bag and CLS bag and shit here. If I needed to, I would run over. I'll just dump my helmet on and go save them, but do what I can. But I'm just usually they double tap everything. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna
You
give it
mean
a
like
few
children's cancer hospitals?
minutes. Yeah. So now you can just sit here in the window, look like a creepy dude peeking out the window. Can you see me? Can you see me?
Double tapping a children's hospital is actually a crazy sentence I thought I'd never hear.
Yeah.
Not
They,
not just a children's hospital, a children's cancer hospital.
Yeah, they attacked a hospital here about 2 weeks ago with FPVs, and they injured quite a bit of people in the hospital, ambulance people as well.
Is that
They
the
just flew
video
it.
with the little girl coming out of the hospital?
I don't know. This was in Kirsten here. It's one of the hospitals here, but it's been hit like several times. But they were targeting the hospital that particular day, and they injured quite a few people. People like patients in the hospital got injured from a bomb laying in a hospital bed. Like, fuck. Fuck.
It's fucked.
Yeah, and it's not
But
like
yeah, man,
it's not like the Ukrainian military is even in. Like, if you hit a military hospital, that's a completely different story too. Like, if you hit a military hospital, okay,
Yeah.
technically, yeah. Or if you've got military
Yeah.
members hiding in the hospital, okay. But this is just regular civilian hospitals. There are no soldiers there.
Yeah, just civilian hospital. Yeah, we have our own military. We have our own hospitals.
Yep.
Yeah, we have our own hospitals. We don't. I wouldn't go to a civilian hospital if I didn't absolutely have to. But we like
Well,
my.
I lived
like,
right
my
next to the one
particular
in Kharkiv. I live right next to the military hospital.
Yeah, my particular unit. We have our own hospital. So if we hurt, we have our own hospital. But yeah, like I was saying, the ones that were hit and targeted were civilian hospitals. But I don't know. I guess we'll find out if
Where's the
somebody
media
gets out there.
outcry? Nowhere.
Yeah, well, it's just this war's been going on so long, nobody cares anymore. You know what I mean? But it's like as long as it's not them getting bombed and killed, nobody cares.
Yeah. It just fucking irritates
You know
me.
what I mean? Yeah, so that's right.
You what?
If it's not you getting shot at and fucked up, why would you give a shit? You're on the other side of the world, right? But you know, if Ukraine falls, then Moldova's next, then the Balkans, and now Europe's fucking in major danger.
It's just so ridiculous, man.
I wonder
Yeah,
how much fighting will it take for people to be convinced that they are an existential threat. Russia.
Fuck, dude. Like, I don't want to like wipe them out, but I think we should kick the shit out of them big enough so that they don't want to do this again.
Japan. Kick the shit out of them like we did with Japan.
You mean make them
again? And it's weird because we got artillery shooting all around us and fucking FPVs are hitting right near us, so it's like, this is kind of dumb. No matter what, this place is a hot city. It's fucking stupid. You go to the front, you get bombed to shit. You come back on your days off, you get bombed to shit.
And it's just like you were saying, DJ. Like, when will they start realizing it? If they didn't realize it 3 years ago, they're not going to realize it now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like I found out someone recently who now they've gone on the pro pally route. I don't fucking know how, but they're also pro Ukrainian. Apparently, they weren't pro Ukrainian until Russia used the intermediate range ballistic missile, and they threatened to use the nuke. It was like, I'm sorry, so you watched Mariupol, you watched the Bucha massacre, you watched all these atrocities, every single war crime, all of this, and none of that convinced you, but they threatened to nuke, and now you're pro-Ukrainian. All right.
I know. Some of it, like I said, it's. What do you like? You know, even too, and like most Western countries, like I said, if it's not directly, it's not directly them involved in it, no one cares. You know what I mean? But like, if people realize the amount of Americans and Canadians and British and everybody who's come here to, to help. You'd be like, holy shit, this is, bigger than maybe me and you and everything you guys think it's happening here. Like, this is,
they lose their
I've been
fucking
here
mind when
since
they
the
see
first
week
week of
there,
this
too.
war.
They fucking
There's
love
foreigners
us
from all
over
over the world. Yeah, they treat us amazing. Like, people are so thankful and helpful. And
When I was
I love it.
leaving in Poland, some Ukrainian girls saw me with the Ukraine patch on my fucking bag. And they were like, "Oh, thank you for supporting my country?" And I was like, "Oh yeah, no problem." And they're like, "Why do you have the flag?" And I was like, "Oh, I just came back from a frontline city. I was there doing this and this." They broke down crying in the middle of the fucking airport, hugging me.
Yeah, I know. I get that. I get a lot of hugs and stuff. Like, sometimes it gets weird. I'm like, okay.
I had the Ukrainian soldiers I was training. They thought I was there on like $100,000 contracts and shit, and I was like, "No, I'm here for free." Like, I'm not even getting paid.
That's what like a lot of people say. Like, oh, you guys are mercenaries. You're mercenaries. Like, how the fuck am I a mercenary? I came to this country and I volunteered to join the Ukrainian military under their military.
Yeah,
I'm not a mercenary.
an
And for
officially
the first,
enlisted member of the Ukrainian
yeah,
Armed Forces.
I'm an official enlisted member. I'm a sergeant in the Ukrainian military. Enlisted, official enlisted member.
Oh shit, you
And
got
for the
sergeant?
first, yeah, and for the first couple months here, I was not paid at all. I didn't get any money. I didn't want money. I had money. I had my own money. You know what I mean? And then like now, like I said, we make a standard military pay like any other military. It's not like we're here doing these massive mercenary contracts making tons of money. Like, it makes no damn sense.
Hold on.
People always say that. Oh, mercenaries. We're like, what the fuck,
Cyber
dude?
guy just pulled a fucking army in the comments. Just pulled a dum dum. Someone in
A what?
Freedom Lover in chat says, "One reason I'm joining the U.S. Army is I want training to go to Ukraine." And Cyber guy says, "What branch?" Cyber, he said, "I'm joining the U.S. Army." And you go, "What branch?"
Yeah.
Well, no, wait, hold on. So half the time when people say they're joining the U.S. Army, they don't know if it's the Army, the Marines. They just think of it all at the same time.
Just join the National Guard.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't be a National Guard.
Hang on. Hear me out. National Guard gets more deployments.
Is that true?
No, it depends. It depends on the unit and depending on how much funding they get. Because
I
the
would
National
totally
Guard
go
actually
Space Force.
bid. So the National Guard has to bid on their deployment slots. That's why it's so lucrative. And most units, the only times they actually deploy is if they have multiple NCOs that are multiple MOS queued.
Okay.
That's why you'll see like a lot of the Minnesota National Guard people go out all the time. The Tombstones. What's another one?
They're also the least
Get 'em
trained,
in.
and they also get in the most blue on blue situations. You know, I was almost Pat Tillman by a National Guard unit, right?
Yeah, I don't know if I want to go infantry again. Like, I just did 9 months in the trenches, and it was like World War I with modern weapons. I was a platoon commander, and it absolutely sucked.
Dude, you know how we solve this, Zach? Bring back trench shotguns.
Well, I had a shotgun.
No,
I had like
no, Zach. I'm talking World War I slam fire United States Marine Corps shotguns.
Yeah, those were dope. I had a Turkish clone of a Benelli. I got an old school double barrel right now. That thing would be dope. But I got that for drones, like where we're staying here, if like FPVs, because they just hit 40 meters from us. There was just an explosion. But if an FPV's humming around my balcony, I'm gonna give them both triggers once I fucking
I just still can't. I think back to like the Germans who were actively gassing people. Were like, these shotguns are too OP. Stop.
Yeah.
Oh, the trench sweepers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
So you
terrified.
give a 19-year-old the ability to unalive on math with a powdery. The only thing stopping him is as fast as he can basically stroke it.
Hey, you little fucking shit hot 18-year-old American. Germany said you ate shit. Here's a shotgun.
Freedom.
Dude,
I
if
would
it comes
definitely
down to
not
World War
allow
II and we're fighting with the Germans this time, that would be dope.
You know how you win that war? You look at all your frontline fighters, all your infantry guys, and be like, they promise to take all of the caffeine and all of the Zins and all of the nicotine, and
Yeah,
they're gonna get
they
frontline
said they're
infantry
bombing the
for-
Zin factory.
Yeah, I've been infantry for 3 years here, and everyone just runs on nonstop and cigarettes. It's fucking about it.
I'm so sorry they banned menthols.
Yeah, that's it. Like, I'd be coming to the position. All right, boys, I'm coming out tonight. What do you need? Oh, give me a case of nonstop and a carton of cigarettes. I'm like, don't you want any food? No. I'm like, okay, you fucking meatheads. But
you don't need to eat when you're on a nicotine regiment. Like
yeah, the energy drinks and cigarettes. That's all the boys on the Zero always wanted: nicotine and fucking energy
The
drinks. They're like,
trench videos are
boys,
insane, yet they are all on my Instagram Reels feed. Yeah, I mean, my feeds are mostly like FPV videos.
Yeah, most of my stuff I post gets removed because I don't know. I just upset TikTok that damn much.
World War III, where Germany stopped being so edgy. Third time's the charm.
there's this one German sergeant on TikTok. He posts a lot of
Is it the
videos. I think
tanker?
yeah, cinematic sergeant. Yeah, he's actually pretty chill, dude. I like his videos.
Yeah, they got a lot of good equipment.
What we allow him to make, honestly.
Yeah, well, they're rebuilding their military now, but
Yeah, they
Even like the German splitter grenades we were using in 22. Those were great. The
they
German splitters, those are amazing.
they took some automobile factories recently and converted them to making military equipment.
That's good. Good news. It's all going to be needed soon. People don't realize it. I'm telling you, there's going to be a massive European conflict coming right friggin' soon.
What scares me is that intel reports are suggesting that Russia is starting to stockpile what little reserves they have left to possibly invade Finland.
Yeah, I heard people here were saying the other day that there's a massive troop buildup on the Finnish border. I'm like, why are they doing that?
I swear to Jesus. Did they not learn the first and second time they tried to invade Finland?
Dude, the Finns are dangerous. I fought with lots of Finns here. The Finns
we
are
are.
dangerous men.
Wasn't
we are.
Simo Haya Finnish? Well, the white Simo Haya, the White Death. Wasn't he a
Yeah,
Finn?
the Winter War. The Winter War, the Russians invaded Finland. Yeah, 1939.
Oof. Yeah. For some reason, I don't want to like the Finnish people kind of just like to be left alone, and we should honor that.
Yeah, well, like I said, all the Finnish, they have a mandatory service in their military, right? And every one of those boys, after they do their service, they're on active reserve duty. Like 90% of the male population, even the females, are trained soldiers. Like if you go to war with Finland, yeah, their population isn't massive, but what's there is quality. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Also, they've got a lot of entrenched positions already. I heard Trump say 1 million Russians have unalived in this war. Is that the current estimate?
Just under a million, that's what they're saying.
So if we take, Russia does this weird thing, Ukraine does it too, and it irritates me. Is if I don't have a body, they're not dead. Meaning I can see someone die in front of me, but I can't retrieve his body, and I can't send it back to the base. He's not dead. He's just missing in action. Yep, he's just declared missing. There are hundreds of thousands of those bodies all over Ukraine right now, Russian bodies.
Or they get burnt or blown up and they're gone, right?
But of the publicly available obituaries, just the publicly available ones, this does not count the 50,000 Wagner soldiers that we know were unalived. This does not count the thousands of North Koreans we know were unalived. Just the publicly available obituaries in Russia, we know of at minimum 300,000 Russian soldiers that have been unalived.
Wait, is there some fucking North Koreans over there?
Yep.
Yeah, and Chinese.
They filmed a promotional video with their North Koreans saying it was them in combat, but it's clearly them on a fucking training op.
Yeah.
Like at a mount town.
Yeah. My one buddy there, his name is Caesar. His unit, they killed fucking 14 North Koreans in one go. They full frontal charged their position. Yeah. I was like, that was like kind of World War II kind of dumb tactics, right?
Well,
I was kind of
jealous. Tell who the North Koreans are just by looking at their tactics on the drones.
Well, they adapted their tactics very quickly, but they were doing full frontal assaults for a while before they realized what modern war was. But yeah, no, there's Chinese, there's North Koreans, there's Chechens here, there's some.
We've
There was
detected
a lot of
inactivity during your current life. Complete the verification to continue. Select the two objects of the same shape. All right. What the fuck? Someone reported me for inactivity.
Oh, you got caught with the make sure you're still awake aspect. Ugh.
All right.
You got reported
for being
No,
inactive.
Yeah, no, TikTok. If you're not like messing around with boxes and stuff constantly after a couple hours, or like an hour and a half,
I've
it's gonna make you do that
asleep
puzzle.
all my life.
Like now.
I've fallen asleep all my life before.
Yeah. Oh, yes, verification thing is annoying. Yes.
But yeah, the amount of Russian soldiers that have died in this war is in the hundreds of thousands.
Like if this was any of our countries, and this amount of losses in a conflict would be, unimaginable. Like
Immediate
if you
civil
guys had
unrest.
like Iraq and Afghanistan, if we had this casualty rate in Iraq and Afghanistan, like it would be, it would be unbelievable.
Remember, people got upset about how many people we lost in Iraq and Afghanistan. In Afghanistan, we lost like under 3,000 people in total.
That's like one
in
assault.
20 years, we lost under 3,000 people.
Yeah, that's like one meat assault.
What do you think Trump's plan is? Who fucking knows? Did you see the article about Russia secretly supplying the Houthis on their tankers? I mean, it's not surprising. Russia openly admitted to funding, training, and supplying Hamas before October 7th, and Putin openly invited the leaders of Hamas to Moscow shortly after October 7th.
Yeah, they're all it's all linked together. All these people, it's funding terrorism and crazy shit.
What is like Putin trying to do? Collect failed world leaders? Like what the fuck? They're not Pokemon cards.
I know, but it's still allies, right? He's just trying to build up any allied base he still can because even he was taking troops from he was taking mass amounts of volunteers from Cuba and like bringing them over to Russia to fight the front.
Yeah,
and
even Cuba got upset. Cuba got upset about that.
Yeah, there
Cuba
was
actually
tons of
got
Cubans
mad
still
because
here.
they were tricking Cubans and just throwing them on boats and
Yeah.
bringing them over.
Yeah, and there was a bunch of Nepalese and Chinese. They were telling them to come here and they would be helpers in the military. And then all of a sudden they were thrown into meat assaults and they're like, no, I'm here to help. And the Russians would be like, there is no helper. You're a soldier.
Yes, help, charge.
Yeah, we were hired as helpers. He's like, there is no helper. You're a soldier in the army. Get a gun.
Give us back Assad. Here's the weird thing. There's been no proof of life that Assad's actually alive.
Yeah, zero. Absolutely.
Like
he's in Russia somewhere.
No, I don't believe that. I think he's dead. And here's the logic. He was in Russia when everything kicked off. He was in Russia. He went back to Syria. His family left before him and ended up in Russia.
Okay.
His family was immediately starting posting videos and photos all over Instagram showing that they're alive. He went to a very specific area in central Syria, or southern Syria, I can't remember where, and he supposedly gets on his plane. Everyone starts tracking his plane, and it's on Flight Radar 24. It's got its transponder on and everything. It gets fucking shot down by
Like Prigozhin?
by a Russian commanded S-300.
Oh, yeah.
And then Russia says, oh, he's here. Here's our proof of life. And it's a video from the prior week of when he was there before, when everything started kicking off. It's like, all right, now let's see a real video of him. We have not seen an actual video of him since he went back to Syria.
Yeah, he is a social media friendly dictator. He's always on something. But I mean, like such a high, I guess you can say high popular
Russia
person.
says he
Like
exists.
he could be just hiding too. You never know. He'll pop up eventually, or he won't. Right? It's not like the world will miss him. He's a piece of shit.
Well, they found the plane crash, and there was no fucking recoverable bodies from it. I think there's a very, very, very high likelihood he was on that plane. It was his plane. We know he was at that airport. We watched the plane head towards Russia, and we watched it fucking from the moment of impact in the air, and we watched it spiral down and disappear into the fucking ground, and then people filmed the wreckage afterwards. And then Russia's only proof of life is a 1-week-old video. And meanwhile, again, his wife and kids have been posting on Instagram nonstop. So where's he?
Yeah. Oh well, I won't miss him.
He's
But
probably
I think
somebody with mental
America lifted all the sanctions on Syria the other day, so I don't know who's in charge of Syria now, but maybe the future will look a little bit different for them.
Yes, no. Here's the problem. There's a bunch of. I knew this was gonna happen.
Well, we all did.
It's not the senators and the congressmen even pushing the policy and stuff for this stuff. It's all their like fucking 20-year-old fucking aides who don't know anything and have no experience outside of college, no real world experience, that are giving them recommendations on this stuff. And like I've had a meeting with some of the teams, and one of them was like, this is an actual thing. The aid teams within the government who don't know a goddamn thing about the real world were like, oh, we want to create a joint partnership between Turkey, Israel, the United States, and Syria. We want everyone to get along, and we want everyone to cooperate, trade, all this stuff. And it's like, cool, yeah, how do we do that? And they're like, well, we figured if we just give Jelani a bunch of money, he'll play nice. It's like, that's not how that works. That's not how that works at all.
That has historically worked in the past.
And that it looks like they're following through with it anyways.
Well, if you guys want to give me money, I'll behave.
Are you the leader of Syria?
I can be.
Well, he
Okay,
is
I
gonna
want
be.
you. I
He
want you to
should
get
be.
together with the Ukrainians that helped do the overthrow and go be
Yeah,
in charge.
I don't really like desert, so I don't know.
Eh.
Hot is too much. I'm a snow Mexican. I like cold.
I love how there was videos of fucking Ukrainians in the middle of Syria yelling "Slava Ukraini" in the middle of the fucking war, because the Ukrainians showed up. They're like, "Hey, just let us take care of the Russians. We'll stay out of your way." And these fucking Syrians were like. But apparently, the Ukrainians showed them how to do counter drone warfare because there was a couple Russian teams that were just strictly targeting children with drones. Like they were
That's all
chasing.
they do here.
Yeah, they were chasing children in local villages with FPVs.
Hmm. Yeah, we've had 3 FPVs explode like 30, 40 meters from us today so far. They don't know where we are, but like they're targeting. They're just targeting some civilian buildings right now. But that's all it is. They're just strictly like yesterday they open shelled. This is a residential neighborhood, complete residential neighborhood, and they shelled the shit out of it yesterday. And people are running down the street, running into bunkers, and like my buddy, he's from England, and he was just walking down the road and got a dirt shower and had to run, dive into the bushes, and then run for a bunker. Then an old lady down the road, her house took a hit, and the ambulance had to come get her, and she was hurt pretty good.
Has anything changed since the minerals deal? Patriot missiles, refill packages have started going back into Ukraine, and the HIMARS trucks have started getting refills on their rockets. That's about it.
Actually, that minerals deal is like the first one wasn't very good, but now this new minerals deal, I think it's gonna be beneficial for everybody.
No, man. Actually, if you look at the deals, the original deal would have been a lot better for the United States. We got fucked on this one. The art of the deal, boy. The first one was 15% control over mineral rights in Ukraine, specifically those in occupied territories, and a lot of the money was going to go directly to the United States Treasury. We don't get shit out of this deal for like 10 years. We get like nothing.
Thank you for your service.
And also, there's no security guarantees.
Well, we have to stop the Russians from taking it first, I guess.
No, because think about it. It's a no loss. We're not the ones supplying the mining equipment. We're not the ones supplying the employees. We're not the one doing the mining. We never were going to be. Ukraine said, we have the equipment, we have the personnel, just send some people to do oversight. That's it. No loss on our end. That was with every
Is that
deal.
incoming or outgoing?
What?
Oh, there's explosions all around us right now. So is it incoming or outgoing? There's bombs going off around me. It's always like that. Dickheads. Yeah, there's just non-stop artillery exploding somewhere. Like sometimes I look at my window, like it was 2 weeks ago, I was sitting here and 4 500-kilogram bombs screamed over top of me and friggin' hit 500 meters from me. Holy shit, dude. Like, I opened my window and it looked like a damn nuclear fucking mushroom cloud going up in the air. Holy. And they hit a civilian building, like normal.
Shocker.
Yeah, this is every day. They're dropping cabs. They're called cabs. And they're 500-kilogram bombs. And they usually shoot 2 to 4 of them at a single time. And they're the glide bombs, if you guys have ever heard of the glide bombs.
Except theirs aren't as accurate as ours.
Yeah, they sound like missiles coming in, but they're slower. Because I don't know what the glide package does, but they come in screaming. Sounds like a low altitude jet. And when they hit these targets, holy shit, dude. It is unbelievable. These cabs go up to 3,000 kilograms, these bombs, like a Moab, basically. And they're dropping these things on civilian buildings. I have tons of videos and pictures of cabs and cabs exploding. It's crazy.
We do this shit every fucking day. I heard that Ukraine.
Yeah, there's really not much. People are like,
Russia.
Can't you shoot it down? Like, how do you shoot down a glide bomb?
I heard that Ukraine targets civilian buildings inside Russia. Not really, but after this long of Russians targeting Ukrainian buildings, I fucking hope so.
Wait, hold on. So this guy is like, oh, the Ukrainians are doing it. I'm sorry, have you not met fucking Putin? He would bitch, moan, and complain for the next 3 decades.
They already do. Anytime Ukraine even slightly misses a target, like it's like, oh, the Ukrainians hit a building with civilians, but the military target is right next door. It's like
they love the victim card and cry wolf. They've played the victim card this whole entire war. They'll target every city in the country and kill 50, 60 to 100 civilians a night. And we hit an apartment building in Belgorod and Oh, look what the Ukrainians have done. They're terrorists. Eat shit. I hope we bomb every one of you bastards to the ground. Fuck you. I don't give a shit anymore.
I looked it up and it was a deep fake. What was a deep fake?
Well, yeah, no, like you're just proving my point. Like it's fucking Putin. Anything that like he can bitch, moan, and complain about, he will bitch, moan, and complain about.
No,
No,
Ukraine
we
is not
actually use
intentionally
military
targeted.
intelligence
Yeah,
when it comes to targeting.
yeah, Ukraine has not intentionally targeted civilian infrastructure just for the sake of going after
Yeah.
civilians. Meanwhile,
Yeah.
Russia's fucking president, fucking Dmitry Medvedev, openly stated that all Ukrainian civilians are fair game and military targets.
Yeah,
Openly
that's
stated
what
that.
people say. That's what people say. They're like, oh, what's the target? When people were getting bombed here, people in other cities and other countries are going, what's the target? The people. The people are the target. That's the target. I said, they're not. There is no damn military targets here. There is none. You know, like, look at you guys on the live about 20 minutes ago, and there's an explosion at a civilian building right beside me. That was not a military target. There's no
Dude,
military around here.
They blew up my favorite epicenter that I like to shop at.
Yeah, they blew up my favorite hamburger restaurant, the bastards. You know how hard it is to find a good burger restaurant? They blew that shit right out of the ground with an S-300, 15-foot crater.
If you ever
No more
go, if
burgers.
you ever go to Kharkiv, I'll show you where to get a big, fat, greasy American style burger.
I am not going to Kharkiv. That shit is not a good city to be in.
I'm sorry. Where are you right now?
I know, but no, I'm in Kherson. Yeah, I know. But
Yeah, but Kharkiv's
this
great.
city's pretty bad.
Kharkiv's
Yeah,
great.
Kharkiv's like they're all these cities, man. But the thing is, this city, we're in artillery range, and they use the artillery. Like they're shooting artillery. I can hear artillery exploding right now.
Kharkiv's just
inside.
missiles.
Yeah, Kharkiv's just missiles. We're artillery and drones and all kinds
You're
of
too
shit. But
close
the
for
thing is,
missiles.
we're on one side of the river, and the Russians are on the other side of the river, and they try assaulting across the river like 6-7 times a week.
Yeah,
And these guys,
Kharkiv's
they
on the
force
same
these
side of
guys
the river as
across
the
river in
Russians.
these little boats. You know, they force these guys across the river in these little boats, and they get taken out. And it's like the other day, we were our recon was out, and there's Russian bodies floating down the river, dude. We're like, what the hell? We're like, holy shit, man, this dude's floating in the water. We're like,
What,
fuck,
they
that's
just
gross.
drown?
No, they got shot to shit, and then their
I've no-
boats sunk. And
I've noticed a lot of their gear doesn't float too.
no, some of them go right to the ground. But when they're in the bottom of the water, all your gases and all that stuff, you bloat, and then you float like a little buoy, little Ruski buoy going down the river.
Yeah, like the U.S. Marine Corps, like our gear is buoyant. It floats.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Like you can take your plate carrier and your fucking your pack and stuff, and you can fucking float with your pack. The Russian gear, I just see Russians just gone.
Yeah, I'm not messing with any boat assaults. I'm not doing anything like that,
But
man. No
for
way.
example, if Ukraine uses statistic weapon on populated city, isn't that targeting? You mean static weapon on a populated city? No, going after the
I'm
city.
a little confused because you got RU-2. Like, it's clearly a Russian bot being just a dickhead.
No, if you can go after a military target within a fucking civilian populated area. Like if you've got a military base in the middle of a civilian populated area, that's fair
Daniel
game.
Trouble here. No, okay. You know, Ukraine's not perfect. No
Daniel,
military-
I
even
never said
Americans-
Ukraine was perfect. They don't do anything wrong.
No, but we do use military intelligence to target. You know what I mean? We don't just freely open attack fucking civilians and civilian populations. There's casualties, civilian casualties in every single war that has ever happened since the dawn of time. You know, even with America or Britain or any country, even your country, I'm sure, has gone to some conflict and there's been civilian casualties. That is
Yee.
regardless inevitable. You can't, you know.
Yeah, there's a
you know,
difference between like I'm just gonna target every fucking civilian building and I'm going to target a military building within a civilian area.
So
Yeah.
you can't. So technically, you can no longer carpet bomb a city, but using strategic weapons or static-based weapons for targeted strategic strikes, perfectly okay.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. It's like if you're in an evacuation zone, okay? So there's certain regions of this, even this city here, there's evacuation zones where if you're a civilian, you are told and ordered, please evacuate for your own safety. If you refuse to evacuate,
Oh yeah, get fucked.
and you get bombed to shit, you know, that happens.
Get
Because
fucked.
there is people here that refuse to leave.
Just like in northern Gaza. You didn't evacuate? You got bombed?
Well, sometimes people just have nowhere else to go, you know?
Yeah, but I also know how the Ukrainians are, and they just fucking Babushka's like, nope, I will die here. It's like Babushka, stop,
Yeah.
Just leave.
Fuck are they shooting us? Artillery's landing just a couple kilometers from here, but I don't know what the hell they're bombing right now. There's a suburb village right over there, and obviously I think that's what they're shelling. Is that? It's called yeah.
Yeah, don't give the name away.
Yeah, I was gonna say the name, but I probably shouldn't. But yeah, it's keep some level of fucking security OPSEC here, but
Unlike Sandberg.
yeah.
He turns on his camera in his fucking trench. You just see on camera. I'm like, Sandberg, stop.
Yeah.
Hello, Roxy. Welcome to the stream. What's on your mind?
Sorry.
Oh,
Добрый день. Hello.
she said sorry and disconnected. All right.
Nope.
That
Oh,
was
it's
the most Canadian thing I've ever heard. Just whoop, sorry.
Yeah.
Disappear.
That's
In the
usually what I say. I'm gonna hit somebody with a drone or shooting at them. Sorry. It's Emma. Emma's in the thing here. Hello, Emma. How are you, Emma?
Well, lady and gentlemen, I do gotta drop. Gotta get back to doing some work stuff.
Yeah, I should probably jump off here myself in a minute. I got some things I gotta do too. But Zach, yeah, nice to meet you. Stay safe. Stay strong, Yeah. man. You guys got it was nice meeting all you guys, and always good to come on and say hi to everybody. Give them hell, man. Yes, sir. Take care, boys.
Zach, wait.
What?
Hang on. Did you talk to Emma about that thing I told you?
Possibly no. I don't remember. I have a brain injury.
The thing you and I had the phone call about the other day.
Okay.
Do you
I don't know.
remember?
We'll have to go over it. No, man.
The
I
person
have like
that
a
needs to be
cold
dealt with?
memory. I've had like 6 concussions and 2 TBIs.
The
I
person,
forget what
the
I
person that needs to be dealt with.
Oh yeah. No, I never talked to her about that. I wrote what's her name a message, but didn't hear back. But I haven't heard anything. I haven't even really seen him much activity out of him. But we'll find out. Like I said, it's gonna take time.
Is that who I think?
Yes, I think it is.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. Immediately got it.
She's psychic.
Why is it always someone named Ben too? I know of like 4 Bens that are causing problems in Ukraine.
Yeah. That fucking explosions all over the place right now. Asshole.
You think they would lose interest?
No, this like they bomb here nonstop, and then usually like artillery goes a lot, and then usually they'll let it stop for a bit. I think it's just letting the barrels cool down.
For ignoring my
And
text.
then they
What are
start
you
shooting
talking about,
again.
Hammer?
Thanks for ignoring my texts and calls.
What are you talking about?
Are you two breaking up or what?
I don't know. It's like BB and Trump. I didn't even know we broke up.
Lovers
Are you two breaking up? Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, you did call me. I didn't get the alert for this. You called me at 3 o'clock.
That's okay. You ignore me too.
This is what happens, Sam.
He's
You sign
busy. He's a
on,
family.
you're a sugar baby.
I did not get
Yeah.
I did not get the alert for that, Hammer.
Yeah, I don't know.
Golda, are you awake? Did you fall asleep again?
Hello.
Hello,
Oh,
Emma.
Emma. Hello.
Hello, you alright?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he's supposed to be leaving today, I think.
Oh, really?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, only because he says he's a legal resident, but he really freaking isn't. So he's leaving today. He'll be out for 90 days and then he'll be back again.
He's from Kentucky.
Not
isn't he,
unless
or
we
some
get him
shit?
blacklisted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're trying. It's under the SBU, but they're so slow.
This is
They
true.
are. They're busy with all kinds of stuff. Even like here, the SBU is busy. Like they're catching saboteurs and you name it here all the time.
Yeah, I know, it's crap. It's crap. All we can do is just keep trying.
Yeah.
I'm guessing this is somebody who's on your side, but is a net negative.
Well, he's just been doing some shady things. You'll put it that way.
Okay.
Scamming
I
and
wanna-
threatening.
Yeah.
I see why a lot of people hate Americans. Let's just put it that way.
No, I don't hate Americans.
I'm getting really fed up with Americans in Ukraine. Like genuinely.
You guys
fed
make
up
a
with them.
great human shield.
Wow.
Bro just said fine. You're a freaking Palestinian civilian.
Yeah. I need to refugee to America is what I need to do.
We'll take you. I don't even know you. But I'll trade you.
He hasn't met his war crime quota yet.
No, it's coming. It's coming, bro. I need like another 4 months on the front, and I think I'll be where I need to be.
Hey, if you need help planting those explodey cans, I got you.
Yeah. I have today off and tomorrow off, and then I go back to the front line.
Hang on, before you do it, this is not a joke. Make sure you get the non-treated drywall screws that like don't have the coating.
Yeah.
And make them rusty.
You know what my buddies did in the summertime? They had a Maverick and a drop system, and there was a Russian trench line that we were targeting the position, and we were hitting them with grenades. And then the one day, the guys took a bag of kefir. I don't know if you guys know what kefir is, but it's basically like a milk yogurt kind of drink, and it comes in bags. And they hooked it up to oh shit, explosions. But yeah, so they hooked it up to a Maverick, and it was sour kefir. And they dropped it on a Russian bunker, and it popped, and fucking sprayed them all with fucking sour kefir.
My translator app lied to me, and I thought that was milk one day in Ukraine, and I bought that, and I tried to open it and chug it, and it just came out in chunks, and I just threw up all over the kitchen.
I know. Yeah, one day I got off position, and I just wanted to have a bowl of cereal, because I've been eating military rations and MREs for a couple weeks, and I get back and there's a bottle in the fridge and there's a box of cereal. I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to have cornflakes. And I pour it in and I go to take a first spoon and I about threw up. I'm like, you got to be fucking kidding me. I was so mad.
Yeah, have you seen the Ukrainians that were strapping surstrumming to the drones?
Oh yeah, that fish. The
fermented fish, dude. That's a war crime right there. That's biological warfare.
Cans of fermented fish on Russian positions.
If you're gonna be dropping the screws though, they have to be rusty. I'm not kidding. They have to be rusty.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Tetanus.
Yeah.
I hope it falls off. That's pretty much.
And for added effect, you can mix them around in dog feces.
Yeah.
Fuck them.
Yeah, we use like C4 tortilla mix and throw a bunch of shit in it.
Anyone seen the clip of the Ukrainian lady downing a drone with a can of soup?
Yes, that was amazing. Yeah.
Babushkas have a way to do
I
it.
think my favorite video though is there's a video of some Ukrainians. They've jammed the signal of a Russian drone and it's hovering like directly in front of their trench, and the guy's like got a net gun and it's not working. And one of the Ukrainians just goes blah and throws a stick at it, and he goes bleh.
Yeah.
It's just blah.
One of my favorite videos from this conflict would be right at the start when that Ukrainian grandma walked up to that Russian soldier and handed him a handful of sunflower seeds and said, "Here, put this in your pocket." So that way, when you're put down, you'll become some benefit to Ukraine.
Yeah, that way something nice grows out of your shit. Yeah. The man, I'm telling you, the Ukrainian population and the civilians are as hard as they get, especially the older ones, like they're crazy, man. They're hard people. And even here, like a couple weeks ago, there was explosions and there's two old fellas sitting outside. And I'm like, there's cabs coming and there's bombs, and they're like, look over their shoulder. Yeah, it's okay. I'm like, no, I'm fucking putting on my gear and my helmet. I'm like,
I
guys,
die, I
get
die.
cover. Yeah, they just had two old men sitting outside talking to each other on a log, and there's bombs going off like 200 meters from them, and they just don't care. You know what I mean? I'm like, you guys are retarded.
I was like sleeping on Bagram, man, and listening to the family and the sea whizzes go off or the sea rams go off, and you're at some point you're just like, you know what?
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Like where I am here, the explosions never stop. Like the explosions never stop here. It's insane. And then sometimes it's like big ordnance, and sometimes it's just artillery, but sometimes it's the 155s, and sometimes it's the 500 kg bombs. The cabs. I don't like the cabs. Those scare the shit out of me. Yeah.
Because they can't aim them for shit anyways.
Yeah, well, that's it, right? Every time we get alerts, Su-34s over the Azov Sea. I'm like, oh god damn it. He's like, what's that mean? It means we're about to get fucked.
Like, DJ, do you know how like we have the glide bombs and how they're like an integrated part that bolts onto the fucking JDAMs and shit?
Yeah.
Okay, so do you want to know what Russia's equivalent is?
I would love to know.
It's some fucking steel rails, metal zip tied with wings.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the glide kits, but they work, you know.
Yeah, that's the old adage. If it looks stupid but it works, it isn't stupid.
Yeah, but that's the thing though. When they come in, man, they come in screaming like, boom! You're like, holy fuck! Like where I am, all my windows are broken and I got holes or shrapnel holes right through them.
And see if I can find a picture of the captured one because they've got all the photos of the ones they make look nice, but Ukraine captured a couple that are the ones they're actually using are not the ones they show people photos of. Typical Russian form.
Yeah, defective. Yeah. Well, not all their munitions. A lot of their munitions is old stockpiled munitions, and a lot of it doesn't work. Like even on when I was in the trenches, you know, we had we would take some proper shellings once in a while, and you know, you're walking down the trail, and all of a sudden you see like a 152 shell laying beside the trail, and we're like, oh, you know, don't touch that. And call in the EOD guys. You know.
I'll still never get over your guys trying to fucking see who could run past the landmine.
Yeah. Oh man, last summer I was digging a machine gun position on zero line. The Russians are only like 600 meters from our position, and we needed a new machine gun position. So me and my boys started digging out a new position, branching out of our main trench. And I'm in there shoveling. I have like a, you know, we're shoveling. We're clearing the sod away and everything like that, and we're cutting it out with shovels. And I hit something with a shovel, and I thought it was a rock, so I hit it again. I'm like, oh, they're gonna fucking. I'm like, oh fuck, I'm hitting rocks already. And I pull it out of the ground, and I'm looking at it. It's covered in dirt. And it's a goddamn landmine. And my buddies just look at me, and I fucking threw the mine into the field, and we hit the ground. Fucking almost killed ourselves. Fuck me.
Good thing you didn't try the old third time's the charm adage.
Yeah, I know. Like, fuck, man. I was like, oh man, we're hitting rocks already, and fucking hit a
Okay.
landmine with a shovel.
So this is what they show people that their bombs are like. Their glide bombs. It looks nice. Like it's like not the best, but it looks like a functional system, right? Doesn't
You
really
know,
look
most
like
of these
it.
bombs they drop are World War II or like
Yeah.
like 50s.
So
and
this is what they show people. This is not what they actually drop. What they actually drop is older bombs, and this system doesn't look this fancy. Think of like, okay, the little fucking square. DJ, you'll get this because I mean, Zach, you would know these. The little square poles from a stop sign. Think of two of those side by side with those cut in half, welded across the center, and then steel zip tied across, and then some janky wings. That's what they normally drop. They're not dropping these things that look like they can actually hit a target properly.
yeah, and most of these bombs are World War II or like 1950s munitions they've had stockpiled, and you know use them,
Very
right?
very high dud rate.
What is the primary boom boom material inside those?
I honestly don't know.
No
Probably
idea.
some kind of Comp B or TNT. Who knows? Like they use a lot of tortilla. Could be that. I don't know. Russians love that stuff.
They do.
What the fuck are you guys going off about in the comments? What are you guys arguing about?
He was teed. I don't understand. Somebody was upset with something.
How's it going, guys?
Do you think yelling
What up,
curse words
Bloodroot?
is a war crime?
Yeah, hi.
No, I just have no filter and swear. I don't really care if you like it or not.
Fuckity fuck fuck
Sorry,
fuck.
Internet.
A curse word?
Sorry, Internet.
Curse word's a war crime? Well, no.
He's saying no IDF soldiers ever committed a war crime. That's not true.
Yeah.
So, like, the things that are war crimes, or some of the things that are labeled as like war crimes, are kind of dumb. Like, oh, you took a picture with an unalive body. That's a war crime.
Like
Is it?
examples of a war crime that IDF soldiers have committed. At the beginning of the ground invasion, there was IDF soldiers that were getting revenge for the unit that was ambushed at the border. They were taking the flags of that unit and planting them in the butt cheeks of unalived Hamas combatants. As funny as that is, one, if you're going to do it, don't take a photo of it. Two, if you take a photo of it, don't fucking post it. But technically, that is desecration of an enemy combatant's body. They were also caught filming themselves dragging the bodies of unalived Hamas combatants behind their vehicles. that is desecration of an enemy combatant's body.
Yeah, but
They got in
human
trouble for
rights
that.
should only apply if you're actually human.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is those war crimes that were committed. But here's the thing: Israel held them accountable.
Yeah.
Hope they gave him a birthday party or like a like a pizza party or something.
Well, it's even just like what people do here, like the Russians, they would booby trap bodies. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello,
AQ
Jan.
And Taliban did that shit too.
Hi.
Hello.
What's up, Jan?
Being accused of committing war crimes. I wanted to hear the accusation, straight in my face.
Yeah, I just did.
What? You want us to commit a war crime on you?
No, I'm an Israeli combatant.
I was talking about how Israel holds people accountable for war crimes.
Oh yeah, everything. You breathe the wrong way, not according to military law, you're going to prison.
Like the guys at the beginning, where I understand why they were angry, but the guys who were like, the war crime was desecration of an enemy combatant's body. They were dragging the unalived Hamas members behind their Humvees. As funny as that is, war crime. But Israel,
those guys are still in jail, by the way.
exactly. That's my point. Is Israel. There's hundreds of thousands of Israeli soldiers that are rotating in and out of Gaza. You're going to get some people who commit war crimes.
Are
But
you
guess
active
what?
service
They
right now?
get held accountable.
Yes, I'm in active service right now.
Yeah,
Yeah, me too.
they get held accountable.
They don't. Look, pro Russians and pro Pallies. They don't know what accountability is, man. See, when I notice is that if a war crime happens on the Israeli side, it's usually done by a small group of individuals. It's not anything commanded from the top down.
Yeah.
Where
It's not a systemic thing.
Group and Russia, it's all systemic. Like these orders to target civilians and target people come from the brass.
Yeah, like the little jackass that made the TikTok video of himself throwing a fucking flashbang into a mosque during morning prayer. That kid got in trouble.
It's fucking hilarious.
Of a single soldier literally going into a mosque in Gaza and playing music from the speaker. That guy received 6 months in Israeli prison.
That is kind of funny,
It's
though.
not even a war crime, by the way. It's just
It is funny, though.
disrespectful. I said it's not even a war crime.
Yeah.
Do I find it funny as hell?
hope
Yeah,
that
it got
flashbang
like the
isn't
worst
that.
punishment. Like,
Yeah, that's what I'm
like
saying.
the
Like,
worst punishment ever. Dude, I stole an army car and I went for like 5 months. Come on. Come on. No, Israel is not held accountable for nothing. Shut
yeah,
the
that's
fuck up.
what I'm saying. But my thing is Israel. Yes, war crimes happen, but it's not a systemic level. It's not a big thing, and they get held accountable. But I can't stand when people try to pretend like any army in the world is perfect. No, they've never done anything wrong. That's not true. Some soldiers have definitely done things wrong.
Yeah, there's a U.S. Army unit in Iraq that started. So there's a specific unit. I can't remember which unit specifically, but they took a ton of casualties repeatedly, like over and over. And then when the bad guys got caught, they weren't made into POWs. They were systematically, you know what I'm saying?
Oh no,
So,
can't take POWs today.
Yeah.
that sounds like busy work.
Like what was it? A bunch of U.S. Marines got in trouble because this was the big scout sniper drama. One of their cell phones somehow ended up in some random person's hands on their way back from deployment, and they had photos on that cell phone of them pissing on unalived Taliban members. Those Taliban members had unalived and mutilated one of the scout sniper's bodies. So they got their revenge. They unalived him, took out all the Taliban guys, and peed on their bodies. They got in trouble for a war crime.
So you know that battalion in Israel for the Druze, it existed in the past. It doesn't exist. My phone dropped. That battalion of Druze are called Gdud Cherev,
Okay.
like sword battalion. They dismembered the only battalion that was only for Druze. You know why?
Too many war crimes?
Because the driver of their commander got shot, and they decided to go on a rent, and they got unalived a lot of people in that rent. Quite a lot. By the way, it happened in Gaza in 2011. That battalion didn't exist in 48 hours. They literally dismembered the entire thing.
Oof.
Yeah. All right, guys, I gotta jump off.
See you, Zach. Stay safe. Send me photos of everything blown up.
Yeah, I can show you some cat and stuff.
Send
and
me
crap.
some photos.
All right, guys. Take care.
Bye,
Yeah.
Zach.
Be safe.
Everyone give Zach a follow if you want to see stuff going on in Ukraine.
Yeah, he
what
sends it to me.
what constitutes desecration? If you're messing with an enemy combatant's body and taking photos of it and like making fun of it or abusing it, that counts as desecration. So like, okay, let's say I unalive a combatant and they're on a roof and I need to occupy that roof position. Tossing the body off the roof so that there's not a bunch of decaying bodies next to me on the roof, totally okay. I'm clearing the position. Taking photos and videos and making fun of those bodies as I'm doing that, that is desecration.
Sounds like a good time, honestly.
But the criticism is always towards us. They never criticize what Hamas did on October 7th, how they taken pictures with our soldiers, or what they did. They never criticize it. Because, like, oh, Israel is a real country to the real
They
army.
encourage
Y'all
war
just are
crimes. That's
criticizing.
why.
Yeah, but only by one side. It's amazing to me. I always find myself in those debates where, like, people are saying, but Israel does that, but Hamas did the same thing. What do you mean? I don't see you criticizing them.
Yeah, similar thing with Russia, Ukraine. People who are pro-Russia, like, they say, oh, Ukraine commits war crimes, that's bad, but when Russia does it, they're like, oh, okay, well...
Dude, in the first, I hate when fucking pro-pallies complain about, like, this is the worst attack on civilians ever. It's like, ah, yes, 50,000 people, which includes combatants. Meanwhile, the city of fucking Mariupol alone lost 120,000 civilians. Get the fuck out of here. 25,000 civilians in the first 30 days. You want to see what attacking civilians feels like? Go fight Russia. Fucking.
No, you're wrong. It's a G side. You're wrong, sir. You're wrong. It's a G side. I'm sorry. In Gaza, G side. That's it.
Fucking hate that shit.
It's like it's the new like, and it applies also to Russia, Ukraine. It's the new like fucking like I don't know modern thing to do. It's fashionable to say you're a Yahtzee. This is a genocide. You're a Yahtzee. You're a Yahtzee. Everybody's a Yahtzee. Like come on.
Russia's saying that Ukraine's run by the Jewish Yahtzee. They call him Julensky. Meanwhile, they have an annual Yahtzee convention. They're Putin's right-hand men are all covered in SS tattoos. They've got
What
a
do you
literal
mean
Yahtzee
annual
unit.
Yahtzee convention?
Oh, they have an annual convention in Russia where all the Yahtzees get together and talk about being Yahtzees. That's an actual thing.
Never heard about it.
Yeah, that's an actual thing in Russia. Like,
Never heard about it. Can you give me the source for it?
Oh yeah.
Like
I'm
on the
a-
Russia
I'm a
Ukraine, I'm
second,
staying
guys.
silent. I'm sitting on a opposite political view with y'all guys. So I'm just keeping my mouth shut, but I'm just curious because I've never heard about it, so I can like learn.
So my whole thing on like, I don't understand someone who's not pro Ukraine and pro Israel because they're both fighting the same exact fight. And they're both fighting the same enemies. For one, the Russians have been in bed with the Palestinians in the Arab world since the 60s when they realized that Jews were not just going to be a bunch of socialist communists with them. They started helping the Arabs and started helping them against the Jews. They've trained them in propaganda. The Palestinian identity was literally created by the KGB in 1964. Russia has openly admitted to training, funding, and arming Hamas, helping plan October 7th. Putin openly invited the leaders of Hamas to Moscow shortly after October 7th. Dmitry Medvedev openly admitted all this. Hamas is just Russia with shittier and less weapons. They both don't stand for Western ideology. Russia trades weapons with Iran that are used against Israel. Iran trades weapons with Russia that are used against Ukraine. Both Ukraine and Israel are Western nations that were invaded by outside entities, and they just want to be left the fuck alone. Leave us the fuck alone, and we'll mind our own business. Stop fucking attacking us. But meanwhile, they just get away with it. They get away with all the war crimes they want. They gaslight the world and blame the victim and just get away with it. And everyone's like, no, we can just appease them and it'll be fine. It's the same fucking thing on both fucking sides. The Ukrainian people are fighting for their existence just like the Jewish people. Vladimir Putin has openly stated himself He does not recognize Ukrainian ethnic identity, just like, and doesn't believe they deserve to exist, just like Hamas says the Jews don't deserve to exist. He says that Ukraine doesn't deserve freedom, they don't deserve to be a country, just like Hamas and a lot of the Arab world says that Israel doesn't deserve to be a country, that the Jews don't deserve to exist. It's the same fucking enemy. Let's see. DuckDuckGo. Man, my search history probably looks really fucked.
I see that FBI agent looking at your search history. What the guy is doing? What's that guy is doing? What's going on with him?
Oh god, no, I'm getting flooded with results from the fucking parade the other day, from their Victory Day. Yeah, no, Russia definitely has a annual Yahtzee convention every fucking year.
I'm just saying, if you can, like, just give me a source so I can look
I'm
myself.
gonna look
Like,
right.
Not because I'm saying, oh, it didn't happen.
No.
I don't know nothing about it, so.
Right now, I'm getting flooded with results because they just had their fucking "We defeated the Yahtzees" parade the other day.
Can you not say that, because like it is nothing to do with Russia that day. It's not about Russia.
What?
It's about Soviet Union that day. It's about like all the countries that fought together. It's
Yeah,
not about.
but Russia says we're
I'm
the
saying
greatest.
it's a little bit offensive. I'm not on any side of the Russia-Ukraine conflict. Really, I'm not. I don't have an
No,
opinion.
I'm saying it as Russia says it today. As Russia says it today, it's "We defeated the Yahtzees."
I understand, but you can say, hey, the last parade was that, and I'm not accepting it. But listen, it's my grandparents' legacy, so please, if you don't mind.
Oh, I don't deny that the Soviets helped defeat the Yahtzees.
Yeah, but my grandparents are still like my father is still walking on that day like with my great parents like jacket with all the medals. If you don't mind, that's the only thing I'm saying. Really, I don't have like the Russia-Ukraine thing in me. I don't have any opinion.
I'm not even talking about that right now. I'm talking about how Russia parades around as if they hold the same thing as today. And like, my thing is like, if it weren't for the fact that Germany double crossed the Soviet Union, they would have been against the Allies. I mean, at the beginning of World War II, Russia literally, or the Soviet Union literally invaded Poland with Germany and held joint military parades in Polish cities.
Yeah, but my great-grandfather was a partisan that left his house, and actually his body was never even recovered. So 9th of May for us Russian speakers has nothing to do with Russia. It's just the day of victory for us. It's nothing to do with Russia.
Let's see here. Rusich group. Nope, not Rusich. Nope, I already know about Rusich. Nope, I don't want to talk about Rusich Battalion. I already know about them. Alexander Bednov. Alexei Navalny. Nope. Nope.
Yeah, Molotov-Ribbentrop. Exactly.
Molotov-Ribbentrop agreement. Yep. Hi, Anushka. No, I don't want to know the history of all these different groups. I just want to get the actual convention.
I'm trying to look for it too, like in Russian, but I get like pages that were taken down.
Yeah, I keep getting stuff that's either not there anymore, or I'm getting stuff like the Rusich Battalion, Dmitry Utkin, Alexei Navalny.
No, I didn't get those ones. I just got pages that were taken on like down, and I don't know if there's like the government is really like internet blocking me, or those pages are off.
So, like,
I don't know.
Okay,
So
so
curious
one of the
about this
people
now.
that talk about it is the Rusich Battalion. They've openly talked about having their members attend it. Maybe that's what I'll search. Rusich Battalion, Rusich. They are an openly neo-Nazi group within the Russian military, who's been fighting in Ukraine since 2014 under a different name at that period. But they openly talk about how they are a neo-Nazi group, but they've even attended neo-Nazi conventions in Russia. Rusich.
Well, there's like the video of the leader of the Rusich who is being interviewed. He's like straight up saying, "Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
man,
It's like, oh yeah,
I'm a
we're a
Nazi."
bunch of neo-Nazis.
Well, you definitely gave me food for thought. I'm gonna look into that until I find it.
Yeah, so do you know who Dmitry Utkin is?
Yes.
Yeah, you know his tattoos he had?
Yeah, I've seen those.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Ukraine with their Jewish president and 0.0008% of the Ukrainian population voting for that crap.
listen, they have the Azov and they have the Bandera Street that was named under Zelensky. Like,
I mean,
both sides. As I said, I don't have an honest opinion about it.
2014 to 2016 Azov, 100% bunch of blatant neo-Yazis.
No,
But
I'm just saying I don't have a
no,
straight
but
opinion about it because,
but
like,
I'm
I
gi-
look
but
at
I'm
it as
giving
in
you
Israel, you know.
I'm giving you some information on it so you have context. So like 2014 to 2016 Azov, 100% bunch of neo-Yazis. Do you know what happened to them in 2016 though? Do you know?
What I don't.
Fucking purged. They kicked out most of the members of the unit and banned them
No,
from
wait.
ever serving in the Ukrainian military ever again.
Wait, but I've seen pictures, and I'm
Mhm.
saying what I've seen, right? News and shit. As I
Mhm.
said again, I don't have like a valid opinion to voice it over this conflict.
Mhm.
Not really. I've seen like their patches that they wear on their uniform.
Mhm.
Pretty Nazi Germany, like I can't lie. So I'm really
No,
asking.
so
really
that's
asking.
that you're thinking about the Wolfsangel. So the
I
Wolfsangel.
don't know. I don't know neither the unit. Listen, I don't know neither. I just seen like the patches themselves, and they said it was Azov online. That's what I remember.
This is the Wolfsangel. The Wolfsangel is an 8th century rune that was used by the Cossack people, and it stands for freedom against those who oppress us, or freedom against those who oppress us. The Yazis did take the symbol. Where they had an SS unit take the symbol, and they flipped the symbol the other direction and took it, and it was used for 3 years, very similar to how the
Oh, I
swastika
didn't
was
know
taken.
that.
Yeah,
Okay, no, I didn't know that.
so today's meeting, it's idea of nation. It's the idea for the nation of Ukraine. They stand for their freedom. Now, I don't agree with them still using it, but the logic from the Ukrainians who still use it is, we're not going to let a bunch of Yazis who stole our symbol for 3 years ruin fucking centuries of history. And I get it. I've told my friends in Azov, like, that's dumb, but I get it. Like, you still got to look at this optically. Like, the biggest makeup of religious group in Azov right now is Jews. Like, 30% of Azov is Jews, which is hilarious. But in 2014, 2016, Azov 100% was a bunch of neo-Yazis. So basically, 2014 war happens, Azov stands up with a bunch of other militias, and they fight off the Russians. 2016 comes around, and Ukraine goes, hey, we've kind of got a bunch of units running around that nobody's really regulating. We should fix that. And they go, okay, cool. So the Ukrainian military and government starts going around all these different groups and go, you guys are great. You guys suck. You guys are great. You guys suck. And to all the units they like, they go, okay, we want to integrate you into the Ukrainian military. You have to follow this regulation, uniform rules, conduct rules, appearance, weapons, training, all this stuff. And then they come to Azov and they're like, hey, you guys were awesome. You fought off the Russians. But we can't have a bunch of neo-Yazis in the Ukrainian armed forces. And they go, ooh, yeah, but we don't want to leave. And they go, cool. 95% of you banned on the spot. Get the fuck out. Most of those guys right now are in Poland, ironically. I've interviewed a lot of them. Just talk about the 2014 invasion. Azov has been rebuilt, and of course you're going to get your stragglers here and there. But the majority of the neo-Yazis were absolutely purged, rightfully so, because although they helped defend their country, they were a bunch of blatant, fucking disgusting neo-Yazis. Now, obviously, you're going to get disgusting people here and there. Obviously, there was on Holocaust Memorial Day, there was some Ukrainians that were doing the salute near some Jewish memorials in one of the cities in Ukraine. I was informed and saw some photo proof. They were dealt with a couple hours later because what they did was fucking disgusting.
Yeah. And that's
Or-
in our country.
From like the Israeli perspective, for me it's like, oh, as long as it is, and I know it sounds very cold, but you need to understand Israel has a lot going on.
Oh, I know.
So I don't have the time to occupy myself with another country attacking another country, especially when I'm not from either of them. I'm from Belarus.
No. I
So
see.
like, looking at Belarus, we have again our own issues there.
I mean, you've
Yeah,
got you've got Putin's little puppet there.
Well, we have a dictator there.
But the dictator who said that Putin was gonna make him a general.
No, it's no, not a good idea. But what I'm saying is like, I always look at it only from like the Israeli perspective of like, as long as it has nothing to do with Israel, I don't care. And I'm sorry if it sounds cold to anybody, but this is like,
Think
it
about
is what
this
it is.
way. Russia openly
And the minute,
funded.
let me finish. The minute that like Russia accepted Assad, and they had huge signs in Moscow saying Palestine, we're with you. That was the moment that, like, okay, I'm not with them and I'm not with them. Fuck both sides. Like,
Oh.
Think about it this way. Think about it this way. Russia has openly admitted to training, funding, and arming Hamas. They have openly admitted, or it's not even admitting, they openly trade weapons with Iran that are used
no, I know
against
that.
Israel.
I know that. I just saying,
There,
like,
it's,
the minute
you both have the same enemy. I'm not saying you have to care about what's or to occupy yourself with what's going on, but you
No,
have
I
the same
don't.
enemy.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't see, and I'm sorry, many people are not going to agree, but I just don't stand neither with Russia. I have a bigger problem with Russia actually than Ukraine, but I don't stand with Ukraine either, just because of all the treatment that Israel received from them. You know, vetoing Israel in the UN votes, saying, oh, in the beginning of the war, Zelensky said, oh, Ukraine is going to help. I'm not quoting it properly, probably. We're gonna help end that caca in Gaza, poor Palestinians. So hey,
No,
I don't like
I
neither
mean,
of
he
them.
called
Like,
for support for
I'm
Israel, actually.
pro-Israel, you know. That's
I
it.
mean,
Yeah.
Bibi and Zelensky have a great working relationship and even have military partnership now.
Yeah, when it started with Hamas like invaded October in October 7th, Zelensky actually called for support for Israel. You can just watch that.
Yeah, granted, Zelensky. So the UN vote I think is dumb, but I understand why they do. Like, Ukraine can't afford to piss off the people that are providing them with weapons.
Yeah, but the amount of time that Ukraine asks for Israel for the Iron Dome, you know, in other
Mm-hmm.
parts, and that's how I see it. You know, that's how the Israelis see it. Okay, not the government. That's how the people see it. We're like, oh, you're a rude motherfucker. Like, how dare you come asking for us for like our technology and then say, no, we're outvoting Israel in the UN. We're not voting for Israel. No, f you. You know, this is how we the Israelis see it. Simple as that. Not there, like not there.
Yeah. I don't know if Sam knows this, but the Ukrainian military made a video where they wished luck for the IDF after 7/10. So
Yeah, they will show support for IDF. Yeah, I saw that video.
like Ukraine is probably like the most pro-Israel country in Europe. It's just they can't, as Sam said, they can't look bad in the UN because we
And it
know
has
the-
one of the lowest like anti-Semitic.
Which is crazy,
in
considering
Ukraine.
how fast they've evolved from a post-Soviet country.
Yoi, please ask me what did I did in the beginning of the Ukrainian-Russian war, and I'll tell you that I was flown there by my government, okay, to teach people how to do tourniquets with other shit besides the tourniquet, and how to do stitches with other things besides medical stitches, because I am a professional medic that actually served in many areas in the world helping other people.
Good
And I
shit.
do search and rescue. So like my political view doesn't matter. It's like it doesn't matter because I stand only for Israel. If that country doesn't stand with me, I don't stand with that country. Easy as that. Like that's my
It's just
Well, but
in the
they
UN
do.
because the UN
That's
is
the thing.
useless.
Like
does
even,
stand with
but what,
Israel.
hang on. But what they're saying is even the UN voting aside, Bibi and Zelensky are openly they work together.
No, I'm just-
Zelensky and
I'm not a
Bibi like they've
politician.
Ukraine agreed to hand over captured Russian military technology to Israel. And Israel sharing intel back to Ukraine, like they're trading military stuff, like they're working together. I believe they even want to start doing military training together. Like there's a bunch of Israelis even fighting.
Oh, we've been training with them for many years.
Yeah, there's a
I've
bunch of
seen-
Israelis fighting in Ukraine too.
Yeah, I've seen pictures of like IDF troops, like literally in Ukraine, fighting with the Ukraine
No,
army.
not
Where, in the
IDF.
beginning
No,
of
no,
the
no,
war?
not IDF. Volunteers. There's no
Yeah,
IDF
I
in Ukraine.
volunteers with the,
We
but they
had
bring
volunteers,
the arm, like their suit. I don't know the uniform.
No, we had volunteers going to Ukraine to fight with Ukrainians, but when our war started, people came back home.
Yeah.
Wait, you mean with for Ukrainians or with?
Yeah,
Ukraine?
for Ukraine.
No, for Ukraine.
Yeah, okay, just checking.
So it's like they vote against Israel in the UN mostly because in like symbolism they can't take like
They voted actually against Israel most of the times. 96%.
Well, yeah, think about it this way,
voted
Jan.
against.
Think about it this way: the UN voting is just all bullshit, anyways. Think about it this way:
No, I get it.
if
I get it.
yeah, like Ukraine, let's say Ukraine votes with Israel and Germany goes, hey, but we voted against Israel and we're giving you weapons. Why'd you
I
do
get
that?
it. For me,
Yeah.
it's just the hypocrisy of like, hey, please, using the Holocaust, because when
So
Zelensky
nobody cares
addressed
about the
every
UN
country,
votes.
I'm
It's
saying
just-
when Zelensky addressed every country, the videos, and I'm having an issue, to be honest, only with Zelensky, I guess. Only
Why?
with Zelensky.
It's just
because
democracy. It doesn't matter what they vote in the UN. Like he's
no,
just for
Yeah,
help.
let her finish.
no,
Deserves
I think I just have an issue with him personally.
Mm-hmm.
War is not good. I cannot say, oh, war is good, let's continue the shit. No, never. I'm just saying, like, for me, again, I'm looking at this not politically, just like an Israel, as an Israeli, and how, like, this affected my life. No more than that, to be honest. I cannot look at this politically because it's too complicated for me. You know, being a Slavic person coming from that region, actually having family on both sides fighting each other, it's weird for me. And, like, I never invested myself into that because I don't want to sit with the right, like with the wrong person, like table, I guess, at the wrong table. But at the same time, it is like emotionally invested for me. And every decision that is based on emotion is the wrong decision. So I guess I always stayed away of the out of that conflict. Besides, like how it is affecting Israel.
I see. So I have a question. So you don't think that one side is wrong and the other one is right?
But as I said again, I have family fighting right now for both sides. I
Okay.
was born in Belarus, and my decision will be eventually based partially on emotion. And every decision that is made specifically politically standing with on emotion is the wrong decision. Can you understand that? So, like saying, "Oh, I'm with Russia," it's an emotional decision.
Shouldn't you be able to, if you're acknowledging that you're making this off emotion, shouldn't you be able to separate the emotion from it and come to the
I
terms
can't
of the
in
reality?
this specific
But
no in this
let's
specific
let's think about this logically. You're a human being. You're capable of logical thinking. A sovereign nation invaded another sovereign nation illegally and is annexing territory illegally.
I
Like,
see it differently.
But
I know about Ukraine attacking for districts for years. You see,
that
this is
didn't
emotional.
happen
But wait,
though.
this is the emotional
But
investment. You see,
but
that's what I'm talking about.
that's the thing that didn't happen. Ukraine
But,
Ukraine wasn't
but
attack.
that's what I'm
Hang on.
saying. This
That's
is the
why I'm
emotional
trying to
investment.
educate you on it. Ukraine wasn't
Yeah.
attacking ethnic Russians in the Donbass region like Russia claims they were.
Yeah, that's not even true.
That was Dmitry, not Dmitry Utkin.
Girkin?
Yevgeny Prigozhin, Igor Girkin. They've all admitted that it was Wagner forces and fake LPR DPR forces that were doing the
I'm
attacking.
talking about what happened.
Girkin, wait one sec. Girkin openly said that who was leading those guys who captured the cities.
The
He
Rusich
openly said
battalion was there.
Yeah,
The neo-Yazis
exactly.
were there.
And he said openly, if it weren't for us, there would be no war in the Donbass. He openly just admitted it, like it's
And
fact.
now he's in Russian prison as an enemy of the state.
I don't know. I'll stay on this conflict very, very neutral. And I think that's for the best for me and my friends. I appreciate my friends more. I'm always willing to learn. And as I said, like the minute you said it, I said, "Oh, I'm not educated on that. Like I want to read on
I
that."
don't think you're willing to learn because when I'm trying to present you with the facts of this, you say you're willing to learn, but when I try to present you with the facts of this that would help clarify the misconceptions you have, you immediately push back on it.
No, because I appreciate our friendship more than try to debunk you. So I'm trying to
But there's nothing to
literally
debunk.
stay away
I'm
from
presenting you with
the
facts.
subject.
I'm
I
pres-
have other facts, but I have other facts. You need to understand. That's what I
there
literally
is
said.
not.
Jan,
There's
Jan, the issue is that you keep saying you don't have opinions, but you very,
I don't
very
have
clearly
opinions.
have opinions.
I don't. I don't stand with
Then
neither.
why are you pushing back and then saying that you have other facts?
Because
Instead of
that,
saying that, and then you say that you're uneducated about it. It's confusing. It's kind of like
let's
when
make
somebody
it simple.
comes
Let's
up
make
saying
it
that they're
simple.
from,
Let's make it
like,
simple. Anushka, I've seen you trying to go for me in the comments, and I will not
I
be
never.
answering
Oh
your
my
questions.
God, that wasn't going for you because I
No.
also went for Sam in the exact same way in the
It's
beginning.
okay, but I'm saying it is. I will not be answering your question. Okay?
But
No,
Jan,
it's
Oh my
she's,
God,
she's not wrong.
I literally just
You
woke
say
up.
you don't have an opinion, and then when I present you with the facts, you say,
But
"Well,
that's
I
what I
heard
said.
different. I
That's
think
what I
this."
said.
But it's clear that you do have an opinion.
I don't. That's what I said. It's emotional for me on one
Okay,
side.
let's put it this way. Did
I don't like how they
was
treat Israel.
was
So I
Russia's
cannot
hang on,
stand with them
was
because
Russia's
they constantly mistreat my country.
was
Okay,
Russia's
how does Russia treat
Russia's
Israel?
invasion of Ukraine legal or not?
No, that's the only thing I will say. No.
Was
Okay.
it objectively wrong?
What do you mean objectively
Was it
wrong?
was it
just
wrong
wrong?
for Russia to
In general,
like let's forget the legality part. Was it wrong for Russia to
Listen.
invade Ukraine?
like morally, do you agree that it was not okay to do that?
I will say one thing, and
Okay.
I would stay like silent on the Russia Ukraine because I said I don't want to be involved in that conflict because as I said again, it will come very emotional, and that's not right for me to discuss anything that is emotional based. Nothing. I will not be able to have the discussion properly. That's what I'm saying. I will not be able to.
Do you condemn the invasion?
The invasion, yes, but what led to the invasion?
Here we go.
See, that's what
No,
I'm
no,
saying. This
Jan,
is
Jan, I want to hear
emotional
from you. What do you think?
But
led
that's
to
what I
Hang on,
said. The
I want,
invasion.
I want to hear from you. What do you think led to the invasion?
Here we go.
Why do I think I can say what I've
But
read?
no, yeah, just tell me what
Only
you
what I've
think.
read.
What do you think led to the invasion?
It was provoked by Ukraine.
How?
really?
But how?
Again, I'm not very clear on how.
That's like me saying that Israel provoked Hamas into invading October 7th.
Listen, I'm
If
not.
you're if you don't know why you're
Hang,
saying it.
hang on, Vladimir.
What-
Jan,
Okay,
the
sorry.
problem is that again, you keep saying you don't have an opinion, but you do.
Problem is, I said it multiple times. It will be an emotional answer for me.
Okay,
and
so
you're
then
trying to
you
keep
said you're
pushing
open
me
to
on it.
educating, so let me try
But
to
I
educate
said,
you.
listen, if you wanna talk, I'll gladly listen. But don't push me to try and receive
But
any answers from me, because I literally
But you're
said
not
those will be
listening. Every time I try to give
emotionally
you an answer,
based
you're not
answers.
listening. You're not listening. That's the problem. You say you're listening. You say you don't have an opinion, but you do have an opinion. You're not listening. You said that the war was provoked by Ukraine. That is like me saying that Israel provoked Hamas into invading on October 7th. Ukraine did nothing to provoke Russia. Ukraine didn't try to join NATO. They didn't submit an application to NATO. Ukraine wasn't attacking ethnic Russians. Ukraine wasn't making biological weapons in biolabs. Ukraine wasn't doing any of that stuff. All that shit that Russia claims is factually incorrect and not happening.
In an interview from the Minister, President of Ukraine,
Okay.
before
Which one?
Zelensky, I don't know his
Okay.
name, but
Poroshenko.
you
Hang
guys
on,
know better.
Vladimir, hold on.
I've seen an interview. I think I
Okay.
still have it on Facebook somewhere. Because I like reshared it just like 5 years ago, dude. That he said while our kids in Kiev are going to schools, the kids in Donetsk, said, I think, will be sitting in bomb shelters.
Yeah, do you know what he was talking about? Did you watch the whole interview?
That's why I'm asking you. This was a question. Can you
He was
tell me what was
talking
it
about how the Russians were starting a war and they were bombing the area and blaming Ukraine.
But isn't Donetsk is like Ukrainian area?
Yes, Russian soldiers were in Ukraine pretending to be Ukrainians, bombing Ukrainians and going, "Oh my God, look what the Ukrainians are doing to the ethnic Russians." Like, that's why I'm saying not Utkin, Yevgeny Prigozhin admitted it was Wagner soldiers that were in the Donbass in 2014 bombing Ukrainians and blaming Ukraine for it. They were bombing ethnic Russians in Ukraine and blaming Ukraine for it. Igor Gurkin did an interview. He was an LPR DPR officer. He participated in the invasion of Ukraine. He openly admitted that his guys were there and blaming Ukraine. The Rusich Battalion, the actual neo-Nazis within the Russian military, were there. They openly admit that they were there and faked it and blamed Ukraine. That's the entire thing. You're basing this off of emotion, but you're not. You say you're open to listening, but you're not listening. These things that you are basing your emotion on are factually incorrect. They're not true at all. The guys that were attacking, it's just weird that this random group, the LPR, DPR, rebels or separatists, had brand new Russian rifles, brand new Russian vehicles, brand new Russian tanks, and brand new Russian uniforms that only the Russian military had. That'd be like if a random group of rebels showed up in let's say a bunch of random rebels showed up in Gaza and they were fighting for Israel, and they had brand new IDF uniforms, brand new IDF weapons, brand new IDF rifles, brand new IDF tanks. It'd be a little bit weird, right? You'd be like, well, that's not right.
But again, you're expecting me to have an opinion when I have only an emotional opinion and I'm not educated enough on the topic to have any opinion. To be honest,
that's why
again,
I'm
I don't
educating you.
care about them as far as they had the little thing going and it had nothing to do with Israel. I didn't care. The minute that Russia started to, facilitate all the shit that I found literally with my bare hands in Gaza, are Russian arms, Russian weapons, Russian grenades, Russian
Well,
bullets.
that's why
Them
I'm
as
educating
fighters
you on it.
a problem. That's the only thing I'm saying. Like,
That's why I'm educating you. You said you don't have the education on it. That's why I'm giving you the
yeah,
education
I
on
need
it.
to read more in the topic, I guess, so I'll be able to answer next time, I guess. Like, but I haven't read enough on the topic beyond like what you've said to me. Really.
Okay, Jan. Thanks for coming up. I just.
Yeah. He just didn't want to listen.
I just.
Yeah. I don't understand that point of view, honestly.
I don't have an opinion. You clearly do.
But she does.
Like, I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to drop you because I don't see this going any further. All right. Well, I've been sick the last 2 days, so I didn't get to stream. Kind of sad that we only got 30,000 likes. But I should be live next week. Hopefully everything goes well.
Alright.
I think Gold is asleep. Yeah, I'll be live next week. I'll be in lives for the next few days. I will see you guys. Is Gold asleep? Yeah, Gold has been asleep for a while. I will be live next week, hopefully all 4 days. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday night. Be sure to drop a follow. See you guys then.
Get well.
Bye-bye.
Alright, see ya.